on it. If we are afraid of failing in an examination, nothing can make us feel confident than to study more. If we are afraid of people, nothing will help us till we reorient our thinking either on our own or take help if we feel the need. If we are afraid of being jilted in romance, nothing will help us till we give it a try with a positive attitude. If we are afraid of making a bad investment, we should study the investment market better before we decide to invest. Knowledge of what we are doing and how to do it helps overcome fear, and this is always possible. If we do not address our fears at their roots, they will keep resurfacing from time to time till we work on them and overcome them. A difficult situation paralyzes us into inaction till we take action. According to Schwartz, when we face tough problems, we stay mired in the mud until we take action. Hope is a start, but hope needs action to win victories. When we do not know how to tackle a situation, we tend to procrastinate. But when we force ourselves to confront it, we find that our fear vanishes and we are able to handle the difficult situation better. This is what normally happens when a parachute jumper takes his first jump. Till he is in the aircraft waiting to jump, he is afraid. But once he jumps, either on his own or is made to, he becomes confident and is able to open his parachute well in time to land without killing himself. With each successive jump, he becomes more and more confident and apt. If he is allowed to stand and wait for his fear to disappear before he leaves the plane, he will become more fearful with every passing minute, and taking the jump will become increasingly difficult, if not possible. Lack of confidence can also be the outcome of a negative memory bank. Man is essentially the sum total of his past, what he has experienced and stored in his memory is what is relevant to him and will influence his future behavior. Our experience is our personal interpretation of events that have taken place in our lives. What we have felt and experienced according to our own interpretations is the only truth for us, irrespective of what it really was. Your mind knows what you feed it. If you tell yourself negative thoughts, you will get discouraged from taking any challenge. If you say to yourself, you are not good at anything, remember the last time you tried and failed. You do not have the right knowledge to handle this work. Don't make a fool of yourself. Remember how people made fun of you last time when you attempted it and were unsuccessful. You were very likely to get disheartened and quit. On the other hand, if you tell yourself positive things like, you sure can do it, remember how you were successful in your earlier work. You are better experienced to handle it now. Remember how you were appreciated when you attempted your previous problem. Even if you are not successful at first, attempting it will make you wiser. You are likely to attempt and succeed. Self trust is the essence of heroism, immersion. All of us encounter pleasant and unpleasant, encouraging and discouraging, good and bad, positive and negative situations in life every day. It is the successful who remember the pleasant and the encouraging ones, while the unsuccessful will mostly remember the unpleasant and the negative ones. Nothing can erode our confidence in ourselves more than a store of negative experiences in our mind. The memory of our failures and disappointments, frustrations, and setbacks. On the other hand, a positive thought can boost us up anytime. When we think of all the good things that have happened to us, automatically feel encouraged and confident. Try this for yourself and see how easy it is. Just close your eyes for a few seconds, relax and smile. Even if you do not feel like smiling, force yourself to do it. Now think of an experience when you were successful and happy and felt encouraged. Don't you feel a little more confident and happy than what you were a moment ago? Another common problem with our self confidence is that most of us are vulnerable to the opinions of other people around us. When they tell us that a task is difficult for us, we tend to believe them. We get discouraged and run the risk of quitting. Successful people, on the other hand, will not be discouraged by the negative opinions of others. They will question their judgment and ask, why not? Then ponder on the reasons if there are any. Learn from them if required and move ahead. A successful person knows that there is nothing that someone else can do and he cannot. He has faith in himself, and this is all that is important to him. Always remember, if you limit yourself in any way, it is of your own choosing. Chari Caster Scott says, if you trust yourself, you naturally put all your energy behind your choice. When you stand behind your choices, your chances for success are multiplied. Look at all the successful people around you. See how they have faith in themselves and how they sustain it in crisis. See how they treat setbacks as stepping stones to success and learn from them on the way. See how they shun all negative thoughts about themselves and others too. If you look at the faults of others for reasons other than the intention of learning from them, you run the risk of having them rub on to you too. See how successful people disregard unfavorable opinion of others where they know it is not relevant, or learn from it where they feel it is wise to do so. Also, see how they ignore the faults of others where they do not concern them, and see how they march ahead on their ways to success. Faith is something that all of us can acquire with a little effort and right thinking. It is a magic word that has done wonders in this world. It can do the same for you too. There is no reason why you cannot have faith in yourself. Always know that you are your own master and are inferior to none unless you make it so. Developing faith in yourself is not as difficult as it may sometimes appear to be. Keep these tips in mind and have them do wonders for you. Number one, always remember that you are better than what you think you are. Failures are stepping stones to success for the wise. Your belief in yourself is all that is important. Picture you, picture your success in your mind's eye, plan and proceeding. Number two, never be afraid of hard work. No one reaches the top without climbing the steps. Number three, don't let fear of any kind stop you. Fear is not to be afraid of, it is to be worked at. Number four, clear your mind of all negative thought and concentrate on your achievements. Make positive memory a count. Do not allow any negative thought either about yourself or other people crowd your mind. Negative thoughts do not produce positive result. Number five, don't be afraid of dreaming big. Big dreams bring big results. You can't plan a small house and build a palace. Number six, negative opinions of other people are to be ignored. We know more about ourselves than they do. Number seven, look at the successful people around you. See how they work and manage themselves and their affairs, how they plan in advance, how they overcome their obstacles. Number eight, always know if others can do it, you can do it too.
Rule 3, change, learn, and improve. If you do not change, you will become obsolete. You can change if you choose to change. Grow with the time. If you do not change, life will change you, but not on your tree, not on your terms. Change is the essence of life. Don't be afraid of it. I remember when I was in the first grade in school, we were taught the difference between living and non-living things. We were told that living things change with the time, while non-living stays as they inevitable in all and is taking place every day. It is a universal and unavoidable phenomenon. The basic question here is not whether we are changing or not, but are we changing for the better or for worse? Are we changing to improve and grow or denigrate and praise? Are we changing the way we want to change or are we being led into by time and circumstances? Bacon has said, he that will not apply new remedies must expect new evils. No progress can take place without change. You can't put your knowledge and experience to use without learning from it. And all learning result in change. Learning that does not lead to change is like a book on the shelf waiting to be read. So we all know that some change is inevitable and is universal to all. We come across people who are resistant to change. They may at times take pride in saying, I won't change, come what may. And they try their level best not to let it happen. This resistance to change is either the outcome of a faulty perception of life or some inner conflict or insecurity or both that the person may be suffering from. Resistance to change can lead to a very rigid attitude to life, and rigidly Charles Algrove. Man is successful only because of a superior intelligence which makes it possible for him to adapt to the control his environment according to his needs, and this he does by either changing himself or his environment to suit those needs. No other species has this ability to extend that man has, and this is what makes him superior to all. Change is growth, and growth is never static. It is a continuous and multidimensional process. It can be positive or negative. You either go up or come down. but you never stay at the same place for long. Change is relevant in all areas of human development and learning. In this book, we are dealing with positive change, change that will lead us to the kind of growth we desire for and be looking forward to. Change that will inspire us and stay with us forever. Change that will bring peace of mind and make us happy. Today is not yesterday. We ourselves change. How then can our works and thoughts, if they are always to be the fittest, continue always the same? Carly. Psychologists say, and with enough evidence and proof, that the core of our personality is formed in the first few years of our lives and it remains unchanged thereafter. The way we interpret life and give meaning to the happenings around us will remain unchanged throughout our life, they say. Alfred Adler, the pioneer of individual psychology, says by the end of the fifth year of the life of a child has reached the unfit and crystallized pattern of behavior, its own style of approach to problems and tasks. It has already fixed its deepest and most lasting conception of what to accept from the world and from himself. After forming his own pattern of life, an individual interprets and sees events and experiences according to his personal understanding of life and life situations. We know that an individual is the sum total of his past experiences that have influenced him according to his personal interpretation of them in conformity with the meaning he has given to his life. This personal meaning that he gives to events is based on his initial experiences and his understanding of what he felt they were at that time. And individual interpretations of these early experiences get embedded in his mind and stay with him in future, and he perceives future experiences according to them. Even if these interpretations are erroneous and lead him to difficulty and misfortune, he will fight to see where the fault lies. Whatever an event may really be, our own interpretations of it is the only truth for us. This is preciously who to people witnessing the same situation can have absolutely opposite understanding of it, and every experience future reinforces their perceptions. Resistance to change or the readiness to it's based on an individual personal pattern of interpretations. A child who grows up living with people who are flexible in their approach and have encouraged him to try new things is likely to grow up to be a creative person who is eager to adopt new ideas and thoughts. He is likely to give a positive meaning to life and will be ready to learn. His personal statements to change and learning can be something like this: trying new ideas is rewarding. Change brings pleasure, not pain. And we will find him more willing to change. On the other hand, if a child in his early years was always discouraged by the people around him, or made fun of, or rebuked when he did something on his own, will grow up not wanting to try new ideas and thoughts. He will also be less sure of himself and such resist all change. He will want to confine himself to the security of his shell that he has built around himself. His personal statement can read something like this: don't attempt anything new. Remain as you are. Change will bring pain, not pleasure. This child, when he grows up, is likely to resist all learning and change. If no inner change is possible, we may ask, then why should we make an attempt to change to all? Why are self-help books written and read? Why do we go and listen to talks on self-improvement? Is this a total waste of effort? Do we have to just live and suffer and go? To this, let me tell you, dear reader, there is no need to disappear at all. Mistakes can be corrected and set right, but it takes a lot of motivations and determination in our part to be able to do so. Remember, nothing is impossible if you don't make it so, but no one else can do it for you either. Change requires a shift in our way of looking at and interpreting events and circumstances, and as such, it has to be from within. The only person you can change in yourself. The meaning we give to an event is seldom determined by the event itself, but by what we make it out to be. A little setback in a task attempted can be enough to discern one person and he may quit, while another person may take it as a challenge, find solutions to the problems, work hard on them, and emerge determined in the end. The difference between this opposite reaction to the same event by the two individuals and their resultant behavior to the same situation is the difference between their individual interpretation and the meaning given to it by them. We know that the meaning we give to life events is determined by the way we interpreted our initial experiences before the pattern of our life has crystallized and taken shape.
Can be corrected only when we acknowledge that there is a mistake in the first place and then are eager to set it right. Philip C. Magro, in his book Life Strategies, says if you refuse to acknowledge your own self destructive behavior, not only will they continue, they will actually gain momentum, become more deeply entrenched in the habitual pattern of your life, and grow more and more resistant to change. My friend was having a problem with her marriage. She was very possessive about doing things her way. Every time her husband wanted to do things differently, she felt threatened and insisted on having her way. She would throw a tantrum and make life difficult for him. This attitude of hers was taking its toll. Her husband tried his best to make her understand, but to no avail. My friend had had a difficulty. My friend had a difficult childhood where she had to fight her way to be noticed. She was doing the same here and was breaking up her marriage. She loved her husband well, and when he threatened her with a divorce, she went to a counselor for her. He helped her to see where the mistake was, and this improved and saved their marriage. The first step towards helping ourselves with our problem is to recognize that there is a problem. How can we help ourselves or seek help unless we know that there is something wrong with us? To be able to identify our problems and look for solution, we have to acknowledge them first. We will not take our car to a mechanic unless we know there is something wrong with it. We will continue to use it till it breaks down completely. We may even be stranded on the road. Our not acknowledging the problem will only aggravate it further. Acknowledging a problem a half battle won. When we know that there is something wrong with us, we are more willing to change and improve. But for this, have to be prepared to reconsider the situation that led our initial faulty understanding of them and be determined to correct them. Taking help from people who are especially trained in interpreting meaning given to life can help. But the change has to come from within. For some, it may be a swift and easy, while for others, it may take little more time and effort, but nothing is difficult or impossible for a person who values his life for himself enough. Life is too precious, you know. You've got one in the 3 lakh billion chances, make most of it. People approaching middle ages are also at times known to resist change. Middle aged people are afraid of getting old, and by resisting change, they get a false sense of security. They feel that if they refuse to change, they will be able to hold tight. This is why some people will just refuse to change in accordance with the time. They may even refuse to dress or behave in conformity with their age. This refusal to change with age has never helped anyone. The only thing it has achieved is frustration or ridicule or both. If you do not change with the time, time will change you, but it will not be on your terms and it will not be of your liking either. You will become obsolete anyway. The circumstances of the world are so variable that an irrevocable purpose or opinion is most synonymous with a foolish one. There were two bakers in the market having adjoining shops. Both were doing good business and were second generation bakers. Their products were liked by all, but slowly and with time, taste of the people began to change and they started asking for more variety of new products. One of the bakers was ready to experiment with new ideas and items, while the other one held on the old age specialty. As time went by, the bakers who was experimenting with new techniques and range started growing rapidly, while the other bakers started to lose business. Then came a time when he had to close the shop. He did, he did not change with the time or got family. The difference between the loser and a winner is a difference in their readiness to learn and change. If you are not satisfied with your progress, you have to change your plan and do things differently. As the saying goes, if your today is like what your yesterday was, your tomorrow will be what your today is. If you stick to what you have been doing, you will get what you have been getting. Your further is what you are today, irrespective of what you want and desire and plan. If you want to improve, you have to change. Change does not mean losing your identity or forgetting your past. It simply means improving upon it. None of us was born perfect, and none of us is perfect today. It is those who learn faster and change better are the ones who are better adapted to life. They in turn become more confident individuals and have stronger inner self that never feels threatened or learning to change. When you are when you learn more, you get better equipped to face the challenges of life and attain success faster too. In the following chapters, we are going to look at the various qualities that are needed in leading a healthier and more fulfilling life. You will imbibe these qualities in direct proportions of your readiness to learn and change where required. Just keep these points in mind. Point number one, change is the essence of life. It is an inevitable and take away everyday life. Make most of it and always change for the better. Two, remember no progress can take place without change. The better prepared you are, the faster it is. Three, change is possible only with your determination and understanding of your problems and your willingness to change accordingly. It is you and only you who can make it happen. Fourth, resistance to change may at times provide a false sense of security, but it will soon make you obsolete. Five, the difference between the loser and winner is the difference in their willingness and readiness to change and improve. There can be no learning or improvement without change.
Rule 4. Identify your goals, name it and claim it. Be specific about your claim, know what you want. A journey to nowhere will take you nowhere. Your journey is fulfillment is propelled forward by the goals you set along the way. Jerry Carter's quote. A goal is an aim towards which our endeavor is directed. It is a destination of our journey. It is a crystallization of our dreams. It is expression of our desires. It is giving shape to our vision. A goal is recognizing and identifying our very own mission in life. If we do not know where we are going, we are bound to get lost. A journey is nowhere, will take us nowhere. We need to know our destination to reach it. We have all heard tales about how people have accidentally stumbled on the gold mines and become rich, how they've fallen through rooftops and landed in places, but fairy tales are fairy tales, and we are human beings living in this earth. In real life, accidents are only known to take us to our graves, not to gold mines or places. The best we can expect from accident is to escape unhurt if we are unlucky. See how luck is important here. But if we do not learn our lesson in time, we may not be lucky to a second time. To do anything, we have to first identify our goal before we can start working on it. We have to know what we want to achieve before we can make any attempt to do so. Doing anything and everything needs an identified goal. We can't travel without destination. We can't shoot without an aim. We can't construct without a blueprint. We can't cook without knowing what we want to cook. We can't write without knowing what we want to write. In fact, we can't do anything without knowing what we want to do. Identifying our goal is the first step towards our destination, without which the journey cannot start. Philip McGraw, in his book Life Strategies, says if you cannot name and with great specificity what is what is that you want, then you will never be able to step up and claim it. No dream can be brought in life without having been dreamt, and no action can be taken without knowing what we want to achieve. For a writer, getting an idea is half the work done. An idea formed in his mind works on its own. He can sleep over an idea and have it crystallized in the morning. An idea for a writer is foundation of his goal. It tells him what to write about, but he cannot write a book unless he knows and plans every detail of the book carefully. No big venture can be undertaken and executed successfully without proper planning, and no planning is possible without first knowing what we are planning for. Establishing a goal is essential to success, and the sooner we identify our goals, the better it is for our progress. Children should be encouraged to set their goals early in life. Studies have shown that individuals who have had their goals set before they reached high school fared better in life. A child who knows what he wants to be as an adult will pick up a lot relevant information along the way without his having to put extra effort into it. He will be better prepared for his goal when he grows up. Setting goals early is even more important. Areas where physical training is also part of learning. A musician who starts training early in life likely to attain greater heights. Athletes, of course, have to start young. Providence has nothing good or high in store for one who does not resolutely aim at something high or good. A purpose is the eternal condition of success. T.T. Munger. Imagine a situation where a student who is about to finish the school does not know what he wants to be in life. He has not identified his goal. He does not know if he wants to be a scientist or a musician, an engineer or an entrepreneur, a doctor or a lawyer, a teacher or a bureaucrat. He has no vision for his life. What do we expect from him to do in a situation like this? In it, is it possible for him to work in any idea with a zeal without knowing what he wants to do? He can pick up any significant talent or knowledge with no specific goal. Now imagine another situation where the youngster knows well in advance that he wants to be scientist when he grows up. How will he be different from the one we just discussed? This youngster, with his goal set, will be more focused and clear about what he wants in life. He will automatically pay more attention to science objects learn and retain more relevant information in science, and finish school ready with plans to enter the appropriate college for his particular field. Every step of the way, he will be marching towards his goal to success, and we expect him to achieve greater heights.
Efficiency. It also saves us a lot of time we would otherwise have wasted in trying to figure out what we wanted by trial and error. Trial and error learning is expensive. It extracts its own price. The most important thing to keep in mind while establishing our goals is to see that our goals should be in accordance with our inner values and desires. They should in no way clash with our inner and deep rooted self. If our goals are not in conformity with our inner character and we have set them under pressure of what we feel is expected of us by the people around us. If it is the external forces that have played a major part in our decision making, then we are likely to be confused, hesitant, and unsure of the correctness of a decision, and we will never feel happy with our choice. This will come in the way of our achievements. We will never be able to do our best. While setting our goals, always insist on being yourself. Imitating others will only bring frustration. What success means to you is important for your sense of fulfillment. If you merely follow your social pattern and expectations of achieving power, fame, and money that are not what you value and desire, then accomplishing what is of no value to you will only bring you a feeling of emptiness within. Our inner desires are in our subconscious mind, and our subconscious mind is what we truly are. It is our unalterable self, and unless our subconscious mind is in tune with our conscious mind, which can be influenced by external forces, the two will not work in harmony and will not be able to realize our full potential. The most wonderful thing about having a goal in conformity with our inner self is that in this case, we do not have self made obstacles in our way. Both our subconscious and our conscious mind will work along with us, and will happen us in being more focused, energetic, and enthusiastic about our goals. And this is what will make all the difference in our level of success and sense of achievement. Being confused, misguided, or wrong about our goals is worse than having no goal at all. Every day we come across people who have worked hard and long towards a wrong goal and then are frustrated upon attaining it. Nothing can be sadder than this, and we should be careful while choosing our goals. This is especially true in a situation where a child may aspire to go into a profession that is not perceived by the society to be a profit making in material terms as some other professions are. For example, if a youngster wants to be a painter or a writer, he may come across a lot of pressure from his family and the people around him to reconsider his decision. Most people in these professions are not expected to make as much money as people in some other professions, like lawyers and doctors do. But can a youngster who has his heart set on being a painter work with as much enthusiasm to be a doctor? It is likely that if he is forced by external forces to set his goal to be a doctor, he will not be able to do his best. His inner desire to be an artist will keep coming in his way. Chances are that if he was allowed to become an artist, he would have attained greater heights and fame. He could even have made as much as money or made that what people in other professions do because he would then have put his whole self into achieving his goal. Besides, whatever the profession may be, there is always room at the top and it is always beautiful from up there. They build too low, who built beneath the skies? Young. We should, as parents and teachers, help youngsters dream big and with courage. We should help them focus on their dreams and aspirations without reservations. I would tell any youngster who came to me for help in identifying his goal to sit back and reflect on what will make him really happy, what he thinks he will really like to do. I would tell him to imagine God to be standing in front of him and asking him to choose his goal. What would it be then? Whatever comes to his mind, now he should visualize and see if that is what he really wants. And if he is satisfied with it, he should go ahead and make it his goal. He will then, in all probability, be able to attain his chosen goal with success, as it will then be in conformity with his inner desires and aspirations. Excellence in every profession is rewarding and fulfilling, irrespective of whether you are a doctor, an engineer, a scientist, a writer, a musician, a lawyer, or a business executive. No bird soars too high if he soars with his own wings. W3. Goals set later in life can also do wonders. They have done so far many, they will do that you too. But the only thing is that you cannot get back the time lost in arriving at your goals late. But as the saying goes, better late than never. It is better to arrive late than not to arrive at all. In arriving late, you could have gathered a few valuable experiences on your way. And if you are smart enough, you can make use of them here. You can work faster and better towards your goal. Your wisdom and efficiency gained over time can help you here, provided you are smart enough to make use of them. Do we want to stay
stay
on
on
our
our
way?
way, and so on. If we just pick up our car and start moving without planning, we run a high risk of getting into trouble. We can also fix targets for various stages of our growth. Fixing targets is a very good way to keep going. It improves our efficiency. Targets motivate us into action and meeting. Our targets is like achieving small victories on our way to success. This is in turn brings its own rewards in the form of energizing us and keeping us focused. When I was doing a weekly column for a paper, the editor told me to send my work by Friday every week, but I set my target on Wednesday. I was able to meet my target without fail, no matter how busy I was. Sending my work early gave me a sense of satisfaction and the freedom to pursue other things as well without the pressure of an approaching deadline. If you look at it closely, working Wednesday to Wednesday is the same as working Friday to Friday. The only difference is that you do not have to pressure of a deadline hanging on your head, and you also have the satisfaction of having met your target, and this helps in your efficiency and performance. Targets help us to discipline ourselves too. This is especially true with long term goals and big projects. In the case of long term goals, nothing is urgent, but everything is important, and the difference between a successful and a not so successful person is that a successful individual does not get absorbed in urgent every matters. Losing sight of what is really important to him is the long run, while the common man gets carried away by the urgent things of life demanding his immediate attention. Urgent everyday matters can be as trivial as a phone call or some urgent household chore, but more important things like studying for our exams or writing a book are rarely urgent but equally important. These are also the things that are important for success. By setting targets, we keep important things into focus and we do not get pushed aside by matters that may not be crucial to success. Goals can also not wait endlessly to be accomplished. Opportunities have a time limit and we have to honor it. If you want to enter into a certain business, but if you don't wait for too long, the market may get saturated, making it impossible for you to accomplish your dream. However much we may have planned and prepared for our journey towards our goals, there might still be times when we may not be able to go about our plans the way we planned. We may need to alter our plans. For example, if a tree falls in a storm and blocks our way, we will not stand there waiting for the tree to be removed before we proceed further. We will take a detour and go. A detour is just a different road to same destination, and we should not hesitate to take it where required. Our destination is important, not the route. Change it if it is wise to do so. Setting a goal is the key to success. Look at the successful people around you and see how they set their goals with clarity and thought. Pace them out. Set targets, work on them, and march towards their goals, attaining success all the way. There is no reason why you cannot do that too. Just revise the tips before you move further. Goals are essential for success. Setting a goal is an essential part of your planning. Goals should be in accordance with your inner desires and aspirations. They have to be in conformity with your inner self. Always aim high. You will reach the height of your sight. Setting goals early in life saves time and energy. You should try and set your goals as early as possible. Goals need to be planned and executed with dedication and hard work. You have to be focused on your goals to attain significant success. Setting targets help us in realizing our goals more easily.
Take enough rest. Success is a challenge well met. The number of attempts do not count. Failure is, in a sense, the highway to success, in as much as every discovery of what is false leads us to seek earnestly after what is true, and every fresh experience points out some form of error which we shall afterwards carefully avoid. Keys. If you want to be successful in your life, you have to be courageous enough to handle failure. No endeavor can ever guarantee success. And if you are afraid of failure, you will not be able to take any risk. Those who are afraid of failure never fail. They simply never try. You will fail only when you do something. You can't achieve anything worthwhile unless you are prepared to take a few risks. When you take risks, you come out of your comfort zone and try something that is new to you and does not guarantee success. It is listening to your gut feeling, to your inner voice, to the singing of your heart. It does not mean being foolhardy. It simply means taking calculated chances of success. The word risk itself means the possibility of incurring misfortune or loss, and setbacks are a fact of life. What is important here is whether we have the capability of learning from our mistakes and moving ahead or not. When we learn from our mistakes, they become stepping stones on our way to success. Thomas Edison has said, I am not discouraged because every wrong attempt discarded is another step forward. Edison is said to have tried 10,000 times before he was finally successful with the light bulb. Facing challenges is essential to success, and if we have not faced enough challenges, it's likely that we have not done anything much in life either. It's better to attempt and fail than not to attempt at all. If you do not make an attempt, you will fail anyway because of not having tried. A sleeping man never fails except in life. He alone is exempt from failure who makes no effort. What will? We all know that it is better to try and fail than not to try at all. But how many of us are really able to do it? Rather than take a challenge, most of us will like to stay within the secure walls of mediocrity, getting involved in the process. This way, we ensure that we never reach the top. Not being able to take risks is a guarantee to a life of mediocrity. We can't take risks without coming out of our security network, and we can't rise unless we break this net. Walt Disney had to declare bankruptcy 5 times before he became successful. John Grisham was not discouraged even after a number of publishers turned down his work. There was 80 million books in print all over the world today. When we encounter a setback or a failure, we have two options, either to get defeated and go out or to learn from the experience and move ahead, and with greater determination. The choice of the winner is obvious. He will move ahead a more experienced, learned, and confident man. Always remember that the other side of risk is the possibility of gain, which we should look forward to. By not taking risks, we lose this opportunity without giving it a try. We accept failure for ourselves and we fail. Why then, you may ask, are we afraid of taking risks? The answer is simple because we are not courageous enough to handle failure if it comes our way. We are not sure of our capacity to learn from our mistakes.
And like the overpraised child, we think if we do not make an attempt, we will be able to fool ourselves and others into believing that we did not make it big, not because of any fault of ours, but because we just did not try. This way, we will feel we will be able to hold on to the smart guy label we put on ourselves, though we pay heavily for it in the process. It costs us our success. The fact is, taking a risk is no risk at all. It is a chance we give ourselves. Take it. You will either be successful or become wiser. You win both ways. Taking risks requires courage. It requires faith in ourselves and our ability to take a challenge. It requires trust in our wisdom and in our judgment. It requires confidence in ourselves and our potential, along with the knowledge that even if we are not successful, it will not be the end of us. We will be able to learn whatever has to be learned from our setbacks and emerge strengthened in the end. It requires the confidence that we will be able to bounce back, come what may. It requires trust that even if we fail, we will become tougher and wiser and better. Requires achieving challenge. It requires achieving
Of opportunities. There will be many more challenges waiting for us in the future. And above all, it requires confidence that public opinion about our failures will not affect us and destroy our zeal. How else would Wright brothers give us our airplane? When we come across people who have not been successful in life, we find that they were people who were not afraid of taking risks. They are made of themselves failure proof. They take more risks. You cannot fall from the bottom, they know, and this gives them a sense of security they want. They have all kind of excuses for not attempting anything big, and they have all kinds of reasons for not having been able to do so. They will find themselves a victim of every conceivable misfortune, and they will blame their mediocrity or just anything they can think of, be it unfavorable circumstances, bad health, bad luck, bad partners, lack of talent, lack of opportunity, inconsiderate bosses, market recession, and whatnot. Every imaginable excuse is good enough for them. It keeps them from taking risks. And one thing is sure, they will always blame external forces for their misfortunes. They will never acknowledge their role in it. Blaming others does nothing for them except absolving them of their responsibility in their self inflicted misfortune. On the other hand, look at the successful people around you. See how they are taking risk all the way to their success. They have had no better guarantee of success than you or anyone has had. On the contrary, they have, in fact, faced more failures than you have, simply because they took more risk. But they have had more successes as well, because they took those risks. And that is all that matters at the end of the day. The world sees the success, and so do they. Do you care to know how many unsuccessful attempts it took for a man to learn to fly, or for Edison to come up with a light bulb? Abraham Lincoln is one man we all know as one of the most successful presidents of the United States of America. But how many of us know how and where he failed before we could finally achieve what he set out to achieve? He failed in business at the age of 21 and 24. He lost his sweetheart at 26. He had a nervous breakdown at 27. He lost a congressional race at 34 and a senatorial race at 45. He failed to become the vice president at 47. He lost the senatorial race again at 49. And after all this, he was finally elected the president of the United States at 52. And this is all we know and care about. The history of US would have been different had Lincoln bowed down to his setbacks and failures. Another major difference between a successful man and an average individual is that the successful man treats every failure as a lesson for success. He learns from his mistakes and moves ahead. Remember, if you do not learn from your mistakes, you will be condemned to repeat them. All men make mistakes, only fools repeat them. Mistakes are like a stubborn child, they won't let go of you till you listen to them.
Taking risks is not always as risky as it may appear to be. There is a difference in being foolhardy, taking calculated risk. Taking a well researched risk is always a good investment, but it requires faith in one's ability to be successful and also the confidence that if misfortune does strike, it will not be the end. If you do not have enough courage to be able to handle failure, you will not be able to take any risk. However much you may know that the odds are in your favor and you stand a very good chance of success, have the courage to fail and you will succeed. Challenge is a part of life. If you do not take it, you will let go of some of your life with it. Lee Iacocca was fired by Henry Ford at the age of 54, but he went and joined a failing Chrysler and became a legend by making it a success. Iacocca did not go down to adversity, and this is what made him a legend. Now, the question that naturally comes to mind here is when does one know that it is time to take this risk? When does one know he is not being foolhardy? When does one know it is wise to take the risk? This, let me tell you, the time to take a risk is when you feel it is the right time for you, when you are consumed with the desire to take the plunge, when you feel you're ready for the challenge, when you know what you are in for, when you have studied and calculated the risk, when you are prepared for the consequences, whatever may be, when your inner self tells you so. The best time to take your risk is when your heart tells you to. Just a few words of advice can help you plan your risk better. First, make sure that it is what your heart and soul really desire. This is what you really want. Visualize your dream in your mind. See that it stirs you from inside. Make sure you know everything you have to know about how to make your dream come true. Make sure you have planned for the resources you will need for the venture. Know how much time it will take. Plan for the consequences just in case it does not turn out your way. And above all, have faith in yourself and know that nothing is impossible to the courageous and the determined. Caution is not to make you apprehensive, but to make you more confident. Failure is too harsh a word to use to define misfortune in an endeavor. The word failure speaks of an unsuccessful end of an attempt, but there are no ends in life. Life is a continuous process. Both success and failure are a part of life, a passing phase. No unsuccessful attempt should be perceived as a failure. It should instead be seen as a setback, a mistake, a blunder, an error, and a lesson for our future success. These are the words that give us hope and the possibility to learn. They help us to see how we could be responsible for what happened and how we can set it right for the future. Knowing that there's a mistake gives hope and mistakes can be rectified. It is human to make mistakes, but it is divine to learn from them. The best thing that mistakes do for us is to make us wiser, stronger, tougher, and better prepared to proceed on our way to success. Always remember, failure is a lesson and nothing more, and no learning is a waste, and we are here to learn. Just know this when you attempt your risk. 1. Taking risks is essential to success. The more risk you take, better the chances of success you have. 2. It is better to attempt and fail than not try at all. When you make an attempt, you have a chance. When you don't, you have no chance at all. 3. When you learn from your failures, they pave the way to success. 4. The best time to take a risk is when your heart tells you to. 5. Take failure as a challenge, treat it as a mistake, an error, and a lesson. You will not be afraid of it. 6. Above all, always remember taking a risk is no risk at all. It is an opportunity you give yourself. Take it.
Turn minus into plus. The school records of Nobel Prize winning physicist and author Richard Feynman show that he had an IQ of 124, just above average. His wife recalled that he was delighted with his revelation. To win a Nobel Prize was no big deal, he said, but to win it With an IQ of 122, that was something. Man is the only species gifted with the power to go beyond his limits. Man is not ruling this planet for any other reason but his unique ability to conquer his boundaries. Man was certainly not endowed with the ability to fly while some other species could so beautifully do so. But today, it is he who has conquered the skies and even ventured into space like no other known species can. He is not even the fastest runner on this planet, but it is he who has mastered speed. He cannot survive in water, but he has ventured into the depth of the ocean and is capable of spending days submerged in water. Man has never placed limits on himself, and the successful individual has learned his lessons from him. The famous psychologist Alfred Adler was a great advocate of this extraordinary power of the human being to be able to compensate for his shortcomings. The most extraordinary human quality, according to him, is man's ability to turn minus into plus, to be able to overcome his limitations. It is this quality that makes man unique and superior to all in spite of his very human limitations. Man does not have the ability to survive in the jungles like most animals can. He cannot live in the wild like them and hope to survive for one whole year. His body is not strong enough to tolerate the extremes of temperature. His digestive system cannot digest various raw foods. It is not strong enough to fight wild animals and also runs the risk of being eaten up by them if he is not careful. And yet it is who is the master of them all. All this was possible because he had his unique ability to overcome his limitations and turn them to his strengths. As Dale Carnegie has said that most important thing in life is not to capitalize on your gains. Any fool can do that. The really important thing is to profit from your losses. That requires intelligence and it makes the difference between a man of sense and a fool. Cashing on your assets is nothing great. Just anyone can do it. The lion is the king of the jungle, not because of any special quality of this, but only because nature made him powerful enough to kill and eat the weaker animals. The big fish and eat the small fish just because it is big. But man has not conquered the skies because he can fly. He has conquered the skies in spite of his inability to fly. He has used his brains and found ways to fly at the greatest known speed and is now improved on it further. To be able to turn minus into plus is what is unique to man. Success comes to the man who knows how to turn the tide in his favor, who knows how to overcome his limitations, who knows how to find solutions. This ability to turn minus into plus is what is important for success. In no situation do we have everything lined up in our favor to go and grab an opportunity our path is.
Always laid out with certain problems and limitations, and it is he who can handle them best will succeed. Undertaking any new venture brings with it its own set of problems that have to be tackled and solved, and this is where the difference between a winner and a loser lies. A winner is always the one who takes up on a challenge and finds solutions, who is not defeated by failures, and even if he fails and falls, he does not stay on the ground for long. He soon bounces back and with greater strength. He is successful in doing whatever he wants to do, irrespective of the obstacles in his way. You place a winner in any adversity, you give him any handicap, you put any limits on him, still he will emerge successful, come what may. The key to success is not just the ability to harness gains, but the ability to harness gains from losses.
The one who can turn losses into gains is the one who will win in the end. When Lee Iacocca joined Chrysler, the company had announced a loss of almost $160 million. How he turned the company around is no secret, and this is what makes him one of the best known winners of all. How many people do you think would have turned such a huge loss into gain or even dared to try? And let me tell you that no one is a born winner. All of us have to learn to win. You cannot be the best runner unless you have practiced enough, built your stamina, had a regular training schedule, worked on it the way your coach told you to, and above all, put your whole self into it. Conquering your limitations is especially true where we find people with certain handicaps excelling in areas we would normally not expect them to venture into. We come across painters without arms who paint with their feet and win acclaim. They hold the brush in the toes or by mouth and they produce beautiful paintings that are that are able to challenge painters with both hands. Then there is this talented dancer and actress from the South with an artificial leg who refused to quit after an accident in which she lost one leg. She was devastated by this tragedy for some time, but she gradually recovered from her shock and with determination learned to dance with her artificial leg. She was made an inspiring movie on her misfortune and has and how she overcame it with her willpower. Handicaps and misfortunes can limit you only as long as you allow them to. Most of the blind develop a very keen sense of touch and sound. Many of them become singers of great talent. They compensate for lack of one sense by developing another better. The deaf and dumb have become painters of fame. Beethoven too composed some of his best music after he became deaf. The success of Helen Keller is a marvel in itself, without a parallel till date. To be a winner, we must know that nothing is impossible when handled with determination and will. Our limitations can limit us only as far as we let them. It is our choice, and we are the masters of our situations and the makers of their outcomes. We shape our own destiny. Just remember, always know that it is only man who has this unique power to turn his weaknesses into strength. If you do not set your limits on yourself, you won't have any. Harnessing your profits is no big deal. Anyone can do it. Turning losses into profits is what makes you a winner. Finally, nothing is impossible to be determined man.
Wayne, get started. If you do not tell your feet to run, they won't. To initiate means to start, to make the first move, to make a beginning. Nothing gets started without a start. No journey can commence without taking the first step. No house can be built without laying the first brick. No writing can be done without writing the first word. And no planning can be done without the first thought. To initiate is to start action, and every action needs a start, and every work done has had a beginning. We can't reach the end without the beginning. Anything that moves, anything that grows, any plan that has been carried out, any project that has taken shape, any book that has been written, any painting that has been painted. In fact, just anything that has been done has had a start and someone has taken the initiative to do it. Getting ideas, setting goals, thinking positive, thinking big, all make good sense. But without action, they mean nothing. However, good an idea may be if it is not acted upon, it never works. It is like having a Rolls Royce without the keys. You can only look at it and sigh. Having great ideas that have not been acted upon can only bring pain, not pleasure. Stephen once said in his book, The Seven Habits of Highly Effective People, says the difference between people who exercise initiative and those who don't is literally the difference between night and day. I am not talking about a 25 to 30% or 50% difference in effectiveness. I am talking about a 5,000 plus perfect percent differences, particularly if they are smart, aware, and sensitive to others. The biggest obstacle on our way to success is our hesitation to make a start. We may have great plans that have been studied and worked out in great detail, but if we do not work on them, they can be of no use to us, except to be sorry reminders of wasted time, lost opportunities, and unrealized goals. It was once said by someone, to see what is right and not to do it is want of courage. If I want to set up a big business of my own, and for that I have studied and planned everything in detail, the market, the place, the resources, the phases of growth, the targets, the prospects, the time it will take, and have everything ready. But if I keep postponing to initiate the venture, it will not get started. And if I do not start, I will achieve nothing but frustration. There is nothing more frustrating than inaction, and no amount of planning is worth anything if it has not been acted upon. A small dream accomplished is better than a big dream dreamt. In everyday life, we come across many such situations where a good idea never got materialized for want of initiative. A friend of mine once told me how she wanted to quit her job and go into a business of her own. She was working for a garment export company and knew the tricks of the trade well. She knew everything that needed to be known and was well equipped to have an export house of her own. When I met her again after a gap of 5 years, she was still working on her job, and her dream of having her own business was still a dream. Her only accomplishment till then was her enthusiasm and confidence had diminished considerably. When I asked for the reason for this delay, she said, Mridula, you know how busy I am. I just never got the opportunity to quit my job and venture on my own. I have family commitments, you know. My husband is a busy man and we need my salary. If I start my own business, I will have to put in longer.
and certain hours, and it will also take some time before I can go into profit. And I cannot afford that, you know. My friend is waiting for the right time to get started. She thinks she cannot afford to quit her job at this point of time. She is unable to realize that her job is proving to be too expensive for her. It is costing her her dream. A more determined person is a similar situation would have found always planning her time better, cut down on her expenses, and arranged for a loan which she could repay after the business went into profit. She could have hired help or asked her husband to take time out if she could, and then taken the plunge and reaped the harvest. The reason my friend had for her ability to carry out her plans was similar to what a lot of us have, and beautiful plans get wasted. But there are also a few enterprising people who are able to find solutions to such everyday problems. They are able to take their challenge, and in most cases, they succeed. In most common handicap in not being able to realize one's potential is not lack of opportunity or vision, but lack of initiative. The number one dampener the initiative is lack of confidence in one's ability to get one's idea through. This is typically true of people with a lot of talent who are working in secure jobs. They want to venture out on their own, but are never able to do so. Their dreams are always a distant possibility to be realized someday, but that day is never today. They are always hesitating to jump into the fray. They are not sure of their ability to handle the problems they may encounter on their way, and they never do. They have a secure job, a comfortable home, and a loving family. They want to make it big in this world, but are afraid to disturb the smooth running of their lives. They are afraid of the unknown and are unable to bring themselves together to get started on their ambitious plans. Their dreams always remain dreams, only to frustrate them in later years. A great deal of talent is lost in this world for the want of a little courage. Sydney Smith. The best builder of confidence is action. The best generator of idea is action. The best way to reach your goal is action. The best way to make your dream come true is also action. Action leads to action. This is the law of motion. It is unchangeable and universal. Every success is an idea acted upon, and every successful person is a man of action. This achiever acts, and the non achiever starts action. The achiever says here and now, and non achiever says some other time, some other day. If not today, it is not the right day for you, then tomorrow will also be not so. Life is a continuous process. If you have one set of problems today, you will have another set of problems tomorrow. If you want to wait for all your problems to be stored out before you undertake your project, your wait will never end. The man of action is the one who will find ways of doing things no matter how difficult they may be or what obstacles he may encounter. The saying, where there is a will, there is a way, is for him, and he firmly believes in what you want to do, you can do. And also, what you want to do today, do it now. The non action man who will let you tell how he understands this doctrine and is always keen to follow it. But he will also tell you that there is no way in which he can do it now. He always feels helpless in the face of adversity, be it real or perceived. Above all, today is never the right day for him. And we all know, as well as he does, his tomorrow never comes. Life is a continuous process, and so are opportunities and difficulties. We can never wait for the right time. We have to create it for ourselves. We have to look for opportunities and start working on them. Difficulties can be solved when they arrive, but opportunities once missed may be lost forever. You can't start walking till you stand up and take first step. You can't write till you pick up a pen and book.
You can't start walking till you stand up and take the first step. You can't write till you pick up a pen and put it to paper. Your fan won't work till you switch it on. You can't cook till you light the gas. You can't work till you lift your hand. Nothing will get done till you take the initiative to do it. Writers are said to have phases of mental block, times when they are unable to get ideas to write. But every writer can meet his deadline if he picks up a pen and starts writing. Procrastination is the best friend of hesitation. The more you postpone, the more hesitant you become. If you are afraid of facing a situation, Don't postpone it. Just go and tackle it. And when you do so, you will find yourself relaxed and confident for having accomplished a difficult task. If you are feeling hesitant about going to the bank for a loan for your new project, your hesitation will not help you in any way. The more you postpone, the more apprehensive you will become. Just walk into the bank and talk to the bank manager. There is a possibility that you will come out successful. And even if you are not, you will be more confident and relaxed in itself. And even if you are not successful the first time, it gives you a little more experience in handling a similar situation in future. By making an attempt, you win both ways. You either get what you want or you become wiser. The one sure way of getting things done is not to postpone getting started. If you are having self doubts, go through your plans again. See if there is something that is worrying you and needs your attention. Set it right and proceed. Get started. You may feel hesitant or unsure of yourself in the beginning, but when you persist, you will soon find that you are increasingly getting in control of the situation and gaining confidence. You will soon find yourself marching towards your goal and to success. People can generally be classified in two categories. Some are leaders, others are followers. Leaders, as can be known by the very nature of their quality, are few and far between. The rest are followers. Leaders are people with courage. The rest are followers. Uh, Leaders are people with courage, are always ready to make the first move they lead. They are sure of themselves and their capacity to get things done. They are not afraid to take the first step and, as such, are ahead of others. The followers are hesitant people, less sure of themselves, never willing to try anything new. They feel more confident when they tread on the beaten path they follow. They lack the confidence that it takes to be the first, and they never are. Most of us belong to this category. Jack Mariton says, a coward flees backward, away from new things. A man of courage flees forward in the midst of new things. Look at all the
See how they take initiative in everything they do. Successful people do not understand by waiting for someone else to come forward and help them. Rather, it is they who will come forward and help others where possible. As the saying goes, if you want to get anything done, give it to the busiest man. A busy man is a man of action. It is he who will be able to get your work done too, not the one who is himself waiting for his work to be done by someone else. The successful are busy and unsuccessful feel busy. The successful have time for everything. The unsuccessful will never have time for anything. If next time you feel you do not have time for what you want to do, just stop and see if it is an excuse for action. Excuse is the worst enemy of initiative. Instead of working on his plan, the non achiever will list any number of reasons for being unable to do his task in spite of all his good intentions. He will tell you how his responsibilities are coming in his way, how his job leaves little time for him to pursue his goals, how his health won't permit him, how his spouse is not cooperating, how his boss is bossing over him, etc. All these reasons for inaction, according to him, are beyond his control and he feels helpless. The only way to get out of this mindset is to look at the situation straight in the eye and go ahead and get started. The best way to make your dreams come true is to wake up
and sprint. Always remember, it is you and only you who has to make the start. Just keep a few tips in mind and get going. Be a man of action. Do not hesitate to take the first step. Every end has to have a beginning. If you want to be a leader, take the first step and start moving. A good idea has no meaning unless it has been acted upon. It is better to build a small cottage than a big castle in the air. The worst enemy of initiative is lack of courage, and getting started is the best way to overcome it. Do today what you plan for tomorrow and see how it works wonders.
Self-esteem, not a swollen head. A swollen head is like being obese. It shows how sick you are. Oftentimes, nothing profits more than self-esteem, grounded on what is just and right, Nelson. We are all born unique. No two individuals are alike. Honoring and respecting this uniqueness is what esteem is all about. Self-esteem is how we look at ourselves, are comfortable, be in our minds, inner eye. It is the grading we give ourselves. It is the confidence we have in our abilities. It is our opinion of self and our individuality. How comfortable we are with ourselves has a direct bearing on our performance in every area of our lives. Having high self-esteem is not only desirable but also necessary for achieving success and being happy. No one can feel successful and happy unless he has a healthy respect for self, and no one can achieve meaningful success unless he has confidence in his capabilities. If we do not have high self esteem, we will not be able to respect our work and ourselves. Having high self esteem does not mean having a bloated ego or being arrogant and obnoxious with a swollen head. It is simply means being satisfied and contented with being what we are. When you are happy with yourself, you work with confidence. A swollen head, on the other hand, is the result of an insecure inner self that is craving to project itself big without being sure of its real worth. Behind everyone who behaves as if he were superior to others, we can suspect a feeling of inferiority, which calls for a very special effort of concealment. Alfred Adler, a swollen head is in fact a reaction to low self-esteem. When a man tries to hide his feelings of inferiority, he behaves big and tries to feel superior to all. An individual who is conscious of his short height will try and walk tall by stretching himself up. A plain Jane who feels threatened in front of beautiful women will take extra care to dress well. A man who is not sure of people listening to him will talk loudly. There is a Russian proverb that says men carry their superiority inside, animals outside. Self-esteem is knowing your truth and honoring it. It is being content with oneself as an individual who is special and unique. I know of a young man who is too short to be called handsome, but he is least bothered about this quality of his. He treats it as his special feature, which is really is. This acceptance of this reality helps him in feeling confident as a person, and he does not have to try and stretch himself for nothing. When you are in a situation like this and you have the confidence to say, yes, I am short and would have liked to be tall if I had the choice. But this is not so, and I am happy as I am. How much more confident and happy you would be. At the same time, if you deny the reality that the society finds height a more desirable trait, you would go into unnecessary denial and achieve nothing. Honoring your truth is not denial but acceptance of what you are and with respect. When we come into this world, we come here with our very own set of traits that may or may not be in accordance with the qualities most sought after in the social setup we live in. Here, I am not talking of any criminal disposition that an individual may claim to have inherited through.
Here I am not talking of any criminal disposition that an individual may claim to have inherited through his genes. We know that criminal tendencies are seldom transmitted. I'm talking of qualities that are individual characteristics of his life, his IQ, looks, physical attributes, strengths, the country, class, and race he belongs to, etc. They may not be the best according to the standards his society has set, but these are his individual traits that make him unique, and he should learn to respect his uniqueness. Giles has wisely said, esteem cannot be where there is no confidence, and there can be no confidence where there is no respect. We as individuals have our own interests, requirements, qualities, and priorities. We should learn to honor and respect them. Only then we will be able to truly love and respect ourselves. The best way to honor yourself is to accept who you are, where you are, and what you are. If you cannot respect yourself, who else can? No one else can accept you better than you can. Seeking acceptance from others will not only be a futile exercise, it will also take its toll on you and it will drain you of your energies and limit your choices. It is more satisfying to be a beautiful flowering bush than to be an ugly tree. We often come across people from the socially underprivileged class trying to compensate for their perceived misfortune by going out of their way to dress and behave in a manner more acceptable to their privileged peers. But in doing so, they are never able to achieve the desired result, and this puts unnecessary strain on them. By trying to be different from what they really are, they also run the risk of looking phony and being made fun of. Had they honored their truth and accepted it as it is, they would have found themselves easily accepted by others, more confident of themselves, and better equipped to pursue their chosen goals without the extra burden of trying to be what they are not. As Addison says, the chief ingredients in the composition of those qualities that gain esteem and praise are good nature, truth, good sense, and good breeding. A plain looking woman dressed up in her own style, looking confident of herself, who knows and accepts her truth is bound to be more impressive and attractive than her more beautiful counterpart, who is not comfortable with herself. Remember, no one can make you feel inferior without your own consent. According to Rose Foucault, esteem has more ongoing charm than friendship and even love. It captivates, hurts better, and never makes ingrates. This does not mean that one has to be conceited or deny the qualities in others, or refuse to look at one's own faults, which is necessary for learning and growth. It only means to accept oneself as one is, learn and appreciate what is good in others, and move ahead. A confident man never feels threatened by looking at his own mistakes. His confidence in himself is there to protect him. He is also better prepared to look at the qualities of others, learn from them where required, and equip himself better. It is easy for him to share his own faults and inculcate the good qualities of his fellow men. What you appreciate in others rubs on you too. Only a man with high self esteem can learn, improve, and change easily. Imagine a situation where you are making a public speech. You are essentially reading out a written text prepared by someone else and do not have any clear idea of what you are talking of or reading about to your audience. Now, the audience wants to discuss your talk with you. What will your reaction be? You will try to evade all questions because you will feel threatened by them and you will want to cut everyone short. You may also snap at them in your frustration. You do this because you do not want to let your audience know that you were not prepared for this talk. On the other hand, Had you prepared your own text, were sure of what you were saying, and had enough knowledge of your subject, you would have welcomed all discussion on your talk and enjoyed it too.
Were sane and had enough knowledge of your subject, you would have welcomed all discussion on your talk and enjoyed it too. Confidence is necessary to open your mind. It is only when we are in the tune with our inner self and we can open up to the world of learning and improving. If you are unable to accept yourself, you will look for others to accept you. In trying to seek acceptance from others, you will deviate from the path of your progress. Your decisions will be get influenced by what you think others want from you, not by what you think is right for you. And the more you deviate from your path, the more it will make you like yourself less. And your entire endeavor will be on useless life of life. Seeking acceptance from others will do nothing but drain your energies and limit your choices. To be accepted by others, you have to accept yourself first. The wise man endeavors to shine himself, the fool to outshine others. The wise man is happy when he gains his own approbation, and the fool when he recommends himself to the applause of those about him. Research has shown that if we praise kids too much, especially for qualities that are not in them, in the hope of encouraging them, they become praise dependent to boost their self esteem, and this hampers the growth. Praise is an external force that is not in your hands. You have to depend on others for it. And however much you may feel you deserve it, you may still not get it. We are least expected to shower praise on those who seek it the most. Confidence is an internal need and it is in your control. You can build it in yourself, but remember, confidence needs a solid base. You can't fool yourself into it. Moreover, praise is an external force, and external forces can never satisfy internal needs. Overpraised kids become praise dependent, which in turn makes them a tool in the hands of forces beyond their control. They are always seeking praise from the outside world to boost their confidence in themselves, and this affects the choices they make and it stalls the growth as well. Rochefort puts it straight when it says, if we have not peace within ourselves, it is vain to seek it from the outward sources. The same law applies to self esteem also. Praise dependent youngsters tend to become arrogant too. They want to be praised for everything they do, and if they do not get it, they boast about their achievements, real or imaginary. And this comes in the path of success. Arrogance can never replace self esteem, and we should realize the subtle and glaring difference. When you trust yourself, you discover your truth. When you honor that truth, you can seek your authentic path. Following your authentic path will lead you to the vision of prosperity that ultimately will engage your mind, ignite your art, and cause your soul to sing. I self-esteem is an accent. A swollen head is a liability. One is a positive trait and the other a negative one. Esteem is acceptance of reality, arrogance is denial of reality, and the two can never meet. Just keep these points in mind before you proceed further. Always have a high regard for yourself. Do not be arrogant with a swollen head. Have a healthy regard for what you are. Having high self-esteem is knowing your truth and honoring it. It is knowing that you are unique in this world. You do not have to be anything else. Never try to be what you are not. It will bring pain, not pleasure. Looking for praise and acceptance from others should not affect your choices. Outside forces can never satisfy inner needs. When you respect yourself, less you look at others to accept you. But always remember, no one can respect you more than you do yourself.
Honor your commitments. Be in control of yourself. He who is his own master has no master. Most powerful is he who has himself in his own power. Cynic. If you cannot be taken for your word, you cannot have much meaning. When you commit to something, you are expected to stay committed. No commitment has any significance unless it is honored. A commitment is a pledge and obligation, a promise that has to be kept, and this restricts freedom and discipline in all is all about limitations. To be disciplined is to be refined too. When you honor your commitments either to yourself or to others, you become disciplined. It is easier to honor your commitments to others as they put restrictions on you and can question you or even take you to court for your lacks. if required. But to honor commitments to oneself takes more dedication and determination. There is no one to pursue or compel you, and as such, you tend to take it easy and can fall short of your promise. No meaningful success can result out of indiscipline. If you cannot control yourself, you cannot control others too. Those who command themselves command others as well. Self discipline is to follow your own rules, to obey the dictates of your mind, to have control over yourself. It is your ability to do what needs to be done, when it needs to be done, as it needs to be done. It is your strength to honor your resolve and do what you have decided to do, even when you do not want to do it then. Discipline is getting up at 4 in the morning to finish your assignment on time. It is practicing your music lesson in the evening when your friends are out in the fields playing football. It is following the doctor's advice and not eating food that are harmful for your health. It is refraining you from buying something you want to buy when you are on a tight budget. A disciplined person feels and always is in control of himself and his surroundings. Self discipline is essential for proper growth and success. If we are not disciplined, we will not be able to pursue our goals the way we would want to. Our other priorities would keep coming in our way.
So our about this would keep coming in our way. For want of self-restraint, many men are engaged all their lives in fighting with difficulties of their own making and rendering success impossible by their own cross-grained ungentleness, which others may be much less gifted, make their way and achieve success by simple patience, equanimity, and self-control. Indiscipline can be our worst enemy. If we are not properly disciplined, we will find adhering to our schedules difficult. We will not be able to force ourselves to be focused on our goals. But indiscipline is a symptom, not the disease. Though we often confuse it to the main problem. Every day we come across people who tell us that the real obstacle on their way to success is that they are not self-disciplined, that they are not able to do what they really want to do, when they want to do as they want to do. That other important things take their time and energy and they are unable to focus on what they want for themselves. They feel they are victims either of time or circumstances or their own indisciplined self. No man is free who cannot command himself. Pythagoras was lacking in self-discipline at one time, and it cost me a number of useful years to learn my lesson, to know and understand my real problem. I had been writing for newspapers for some time. I did it off and on for a few years, but I did not have a fixed time schedule for my writing. I did it as and when I liked it. I knew that one could achieve nothing substantial in writing unless one had daily schedule that one adhered to with conviction. But daily schedule that one adhered to this conviction, but I had no time schedule of my own. Chatting on the phone, going out to kitty parties, watching TV, visiting neighbors was more important to me than my work. I thought I could get away by being a little flexible. I would find excuses for not being able to do what I had planned for the day, though deep inside I knew that this was not right. But I was helpless and this was hampering my work. I was writing at random and that was it. Forcing myself to be more focused did not work. I did not know at that time that I was working on the symptoms, not the disease. How could I help? The main problem with discipline is not indiscipline, but disrespect. Disrespect for yourself and your work. Disrespect for your work comes when you do not know what you really want. The absence of a clear personal mission and not having a well-defined goal in harmony with your inner self is the root cause of the problem. You
And your inner self are not clear about what you want and how you are going to achieve it. What do you do in a situation like this? You simply do not do the work, and postponing is the best way to do just that. And I must admit to you here that in the days I just mentioned,
I never really had a well defined goal for my writings, but I was not consciously aware of it myself. I wanted to do more serious work, but was not sure of what I wanted to do. I was not confident of myself, and as a result, I did not respect my work or myself enough to be able to adhere to my schedule. And this was a problem. But now that I am focused, I know exactly what I want. I respect my work enough to be able to adhere to any schedule, however difficult it may seem to be. I have become disciplined and it has brought its own rewards. When you get up at 4 in the morning for your assignment, you have to respect your assignment enough to be able to leave the comfort of your bed so early in the morning. When you practice your music lesson, while your friends are out in the fields playing, you may have to be focused on your music with the desire and the confidence to be able to excel in the future. When you do not eat what is not good for you have to respect your future health enough. And when you do not buy what you think you cannot afford, at this point of time, you have to be committed to not going into debt. When you respect yourself and your goal, you will stay focused and disciplined. Discipline is the ability to make yourself to do what you want to do, irrespective of the fact that you do not want them to do it at then. And when you really want to do something, you will find nothing tempting enough to stop you from doing just that. The real glory springs from the silent conquest of ourselves, without that the conqueror is only the first slave by counsel. All meaningful things in life are done by people who do things on their own. Success of any significance is achieved when we work in areas that are not controlled by others. No one can force you to create anything new, to plan a new venture, to discover or invent something, to write a book, in short, to do anything that is not a routine. You have to be motivated from within, and to be able to sustain this motivation, you have to be disciplined enough so as not to quit midway or stray from your goal. And discipline, is being focused. It is said that to like others, you have to first like yourself. And to truly like yourself in the right way, you have to have mastery over yourself. Self mastery promotes self confidence, which in turn promotes self discipline.
which is the basis of true independence. Independence, courage, and cooperation are essential to mature and balanced handling of every situation and in making it possible to pursue our goals with conviction. To be disciplined means overcoming our weakness and fears and working towards what we really want. To rule self and subdue our passions is more praiseworthy because so few know how to do it. To be committed to our work does not mean we have to have rigid schedules or to ignore our responsibilities. It simply means to honor our schedules and our resolves along with our responsibilities. To have mastery over our desires and our wants that are not in harmony with our true selves, to know what is right for us, and to be able to do what we ought to do so that we can achieve what we want to achieve. This does not mean we have to lose focus of our responsibilities. It simply means we should not use our responsibilities as excuses for losing the focus of our goals. Students have shown that children who learn the lesson of discipline early in life do better when they grow up. This is because a child who is self disciplined has already learned to define his goals and to keep them in mind. His goals are also likely to be in harmony with his inner self, and he does not need outside restrictions to keep him focused on them. And he carries this quality with him when he grows up. To be able to honor your commitments, you have to be committed to your commitments. Just keep these facts in mind. You cannot achieve anything significant in life till you are committed to your work. To be committed to your work, you have to be disciplined. To be disciplined, you have to have your goals set in accordance with your values and be focused on them. You should respect yourself and your work enough so as not to be distracted by other temptations.
Take charge of your life. Do not let others or circumstances control you. The hand that holds the strings controls the swings. Responsibility educates. Wendell Phillips. Once there were two farmers. They had
winnowing fields. When it was time to sow, they tilled their land and plant the seeds. Soon the seeds sprout the strength growing, and it was time to water them. But monsoon was not good that year, and the little plants started to wilt. The farmers became worried. They looked at the sky and prayed for rain, but heavens did not reply. Seeing this, one farmer strained digging a well to get water. He asked his sons to help him, and together they would dig every day, from sunrise to sunset. The other farmer and his sons continued to pray to God. They had faith in him. Soon the first farmer hit water and his well filled up in time for him to save his plants. He had a crop that year. The other farmer's field dried and he had to face drought. The question here it was the first farmer lucky or did he bring lucky to himself? Can good help you if you do not help yourself? Always remember your life is your life and only you are the chief player in it. You are the hero of your life and no one, absolutely no one, can display you from your place. Flip C. as Lewis says, you are uncomfortable or from your life, good or bad, successful or unsuccessful, happy or sad, fair or unfair. You own your life. If you are a grown up leading in independent life or simply self then let me tell you that whatever has happened to you in the past and whatever is happening to you today is the result of the choice you have made during the course of your life. It is the outcome of your personal decision to the very situation you have comes across, and every situation can be provided. Differently, you know everything good, bad, or indifferent.
Fortunate or unfortunate, your success or failures are the result of the choices you have made. You could have done this directly or indirectly, knowingly or unknowingly. But all that you have got today, or that has happened to you, or is happening to you, is the result of the choices you have made and acted upon, or even not acted upon. When you choose not to act, that also is a choice you made, and you are responsible for the outcome, whatever it may be. Now, you could be feeling outraged by my suggestion of your responsibility for the wrongs that have happened in your life, and you could be wanting to say, I am in no way going to take these suggestions of yours. I am definitely not accountable for all the mess in my life. After all, I am a victim of my circumstances and my misfortunes, and you hold me responsible for all that was beyond my control. No, I can never accept this nonsense. To this, let me tell you, dear reader, you are not the only one likely to feel this way. Majority of the readers would. After all, it is human nature not to own responsibility for any mistake. No one wants to be blamed for the chaos of in his life, but is keen to take the credit anyway. I will like to point out to you here that accepting responsibility for your behavior does not amount to blaming yourself. It is in fact the opposite of it. Accepting responsibility, do not having faith in yourself and your ability to learn and change. It is getting out of the negative mindset of a victim. It means becoming a victor instead. Now, I shall ask you to pause for a moment and reflect very carefully on what I have to say to you. Just relax and clear your mind of all prejudice you may have to any suggestion of accepting the responsibility for your life. Open your mind to new ways of looking at things. You know that if you want to change your future, you will have to change your present. You will have to change your way of interpreting situations and reacting to them. Now return to what you have just to read about your role in your life. Are you feeling assaulted by my suggestion of your accountability? If so, this reaction is your choice. Are you feeling miserable that this may really be so? This again is your choice. Are you feeling confident that if it is so, You can improve your life and move ahead. This also is your choice.
Are you feeling happy and in control of your life? This is your choice too. See how your different reactions to the same suggestions are doing and will influence the outcome. In the first two situations, your reaction is of a victim and it does not help anyone to play the victim. In the other two situations, your reaction is of a victor where you are in control of the situation. As you are reacted differently to this single suggestion, you perceive and react differently to every situation in your life too. And this influences what you get out of your life. You may now say that you are mishandled as a child, were abused or neglected by those who were entrusted with your care, and it has left its scars on you. And this is what is coming in the life of your progress, and you are unable to do what you really want to do. Abuse of children is very tragic and unfortunate reality. That does happen, and children are victims without being in any way responsible for what happens to them. Children are always innocent. They are very accountable for the behavior of the adults in their lives. And they can be victims of the worst kind of abuse that can definitely leave scars on them. We do come across people who are unfortunate as children and now, as adults, are unable to cope with their lives. And if you are one of those unfortunate ones, then it is indeed lamentable that it is so. But now that you are a grown up adult in control of your thoughts and your life, you should try and figure out how you can best help yourself and come out of this abuse. It is important that you heal yourself. Self healing is in your hands. It may be difficult, but it can be done, however difficult or complicated it may be. This I can assure you. The past has happened and sealed itself, and your future is yet to take shape. Not to continue to be a victim of your past is in your hands now. I know it is easier said than done, but it can be done, and that is what should matter to you now. This is your biggest hope. This in no way amounts of condoning the behavior of the wrongdoer. It is only a way to bring you out of control he will continue to have on you as long as you are not able to heal yourself. You will continue being a victim till you forget him and move on. To be able to do this is the greatest power you have. Use it. Fill the colors on the canvas of your future yourself. A little help from a person, especially trained for this, can be a great help here. Leaving your unhappy past behind and marching ahead will give you the freedom and courage you need to transform yourself into a new person. You may also at times feel like a victim of yourself, a difficult boss, non cooperative spouse.
Lack of opportunities in your life, sudden death in the family that place responsibilities on you, your bad health, sex, class, and race all could influence the choices that you are making. But as long as you have choices, you have hope. You will find many successful people who had similar problems like you have, but they were able to get over them, and you can too. The problem with feeling a victim is that it provides a false sense of security. It absolves you of your part in your misfortune. You feel you are not the creator of the mess that your life is in, and this makes you feel good in a very negative way. But like every negative trait, it cannot bring positive results. Recognizing your accountability is crucial to your success. When you know how you influence your past and how you can influence your future, it gives you a sense of power and hope. Responsibility walks hand in hand with capacity and power. Taking this power in your hand is not as difficult as you may think. The best way to do it is to reflect on a situation from your past where you strongly feel you were a victim of your circumstances or the people around you, or both. Replay the whole event in your mind and see what happened and how it happened. See if there was anything you could have done differently to alter the situation or to prevent it. Or could you even have interpreted it differently so that it had a different impact on you? See if it was really as bad as it hurts, or is it that you are hurting more than you ought to? Negative reactions to any situation have a tendency to grow with time.
We feed them with the resulting negative thoughts. Do this exercise with every situation that is hurting you and is coming in your way to success. This is crucial in helping you to recognize your role in your life and to make you understand that it is you and only you who can change your destiny and achieve your goals, whatever they may be. Blaming others may absolve you of your responsibility, but it can achieve nothing except to frustrate you and make you bitter, and that is not what you are aiming at when you want to improve. And as you are holding this book in your hands, it is evidence of your being serious about improving your life and emerging a victor. Recognizing your mistakes may be painful for some time, but it also brings hope along with it, and that is its greatest reward. I know you could be finding it difficult to accept and to follow what I am telling you to do. After all, it is so much easier to blame all the wrongs of your life on someone else.
Be it parents, teachers, friends, neighbors, associates, genes, luck, and whatnot, than to take the accountability on yourself. It is human to look for and put the blame on others, and the more we do it, the more proficient we become, and the more distant we move from our goal too. Researchers are trying to find answer to every problem in our genes. They are also there looking for every solution in our behavior. Some will tell us how our medical problems are also of our making. Others will tell us how we inherit criminal tendencies as well. It is up to us to listen to whomsoever we like. This too is our choice. Just keep this in mind. When you blame others, you may feel good for some time, but you do not have hope and you don't improve. When you blame yourself, you may feel bad for some time, but you have hope and you improve. On its highest level, man's contemporary desire to escape responsibility express itself, not in emphasis on luck or emotional submission to fate, but in a true going, deterministic theory ascribing all personal qualities to heredity and environment. Harry Emerson quotes it. However much you may like it or even enjoy it, playing the victim cannot take you anywhere. It will be negative satisfaction, and negative satisfactions are always marked with frustration and resentment, never success. Taking accountability, on the other hand, will open the doors to improvement and build your self confidence. This is the only way to change what you want to change, the way you want to change when you want to change. This will lead you to your road to success, drafting your problems on the way. Accepting accountability of your life is crucial to our success. Keep these points in mind and march on your roads to success. Always know that your life is your life and no one else is accountable for it. Never play the victim, it never helps. Even if you were a victim as a child, try to come out of your past and move ahead. This is the only way to get out of the evil grip that could be holding you back. Analyze your past situation and see how you could be responsible for what happened and how you can change for the future. It is up to you to understand your role in your life and work on it. When you have your life in your control, you can march to success.
Mr. Sambat, the Printer of Malgudi by R.K. Narayan. Chapter 1. Unless you had an expert knowledge of the locality, you would not reach the offices of the banner. The market road was the lifeline of Malgudi, but it had a tendency to take abrupt turns and disrupt itself into side streets, which wove a network of crazy lanes behind the facade of buildings on the main road. Kabir Lane was one such. If you took an inadvertent turn off the market road, if a market road you entered it, so you might not if you intended to reach it. And then it split itself further into first lane, a second lane, and so on. If you kept turning left and right, you were suddenly assailed by groans of the treadle in the truth printing works. And from its top floor, a stout enamelled blue board shot out over the street bearing the sign, the banner. It was the home of the truth and vision. So you might take time to accept the claim. You climbed a flight of wooden stairs, more a ladder, and its last rung was the threshold of the banner. It was a good deal better than most garrets. You would not knock your head on roof tiles unless you hoisted yourself on a table. You could still see something of the sky, though a northern window, and hear the far off rustle of the river. Although the other three windows opened on the courtyards of tenement houses below. The owners of the tenements had obtained a permanent legal injunction that the three windows should not be opened in order that the dwellers below might have their privacy. There was a reference to this in the very first issue of the banner. The editor said, "We won't think that the persons concerned need have gone to the trouble of going to the court for it, since no one would open these windows and volunteer to behold on the spectacle below." This stimulated a regular feature entitled Open Window, which, which stood for the abolition of slums and contention. It described the tenements, the fixtures constructed for the human dwellings in the corners of the town by rapacious landlords. It became an enemy of landlords. In fact, it constituted itself an enemy of a great many institutions and conditions. Within 12 pages of Pulskap, it attempted to set the world right. From the garret of the banner, the world did not appear to be commonplace. There always seemed to be something drastic to be done about it. It had all the appearance of the structure half raised, and other half might either go up or not at all. Someday the banner felt it must either go down or go up. It can't be left standing as it is indefinitely. There was a considerable amount of demolition to be done and a new way to be indicated. The possibilities of perfection seemed infinite, so mysterious, and yet there was a terrible kind of pig-headedness in people that prevented their going the right way. The banner thus had twin work to do. On the one hand, attacking ruthlessly big-headedness wherever found, and on the other prodding humanity into pursuing an ever receding perfection. It was an immense task for everyone, with every conceivable equipment and support. It would be a tall order to give an editor, but in this case, it worked because the editor had to take orders from only himself, and he felt that after all, he had not made such a fool of himself and his as his well wishers had feared, although the enterprise went although almost nothing to him financially. In 1938, when the papers were full of anticipation of a world war, he wrote, "The banner has nothing special to note about any war, past or future. It's only concerned with the war that is always going on between man's inside and outside. Till the forces are equalized, the struggle will always go on."
Reading it over a couple of weeks later, Srinivas smiled to himself. There was a touch of comicality in his bombast. It struck him as an old mixture of the sublime and ridiculous. There is a curse hanging over an editorial table. Why charity everything a man wishes to say? I can say I want a cup of coffee without appearing to be slightly pompous donkey. He told himself, I wish I could write all that stuff here. He reflected lying on his mat at home, going to an office, sitting up in a chair at the table. There was something wrong with the entire procedure. I wish I could do all my writing here, he said to himself again and looked forlornly about him. The house was very quiet now because it was 11 at night and all the nerve-wracked neighbors and their children were asleep. There were four other families living in the same house. The owner of the house himself lived in a small room in the Adderson Lane. On an old widower who tried to earn the maximum money and spent less than 10 rupee a month on himself. He had several sons and daughters, all of them in various prosperous activities all over the country, from the Himalayas down to the south. He had a daughter in Malgudi with whom he was not on speaking terms. He had led a happy family life in this house till the death of his wife, when the family scattered and disrupted. Thereafter, the old man, with the help of a carpenter, partitioned off the entire house so that half a dozen families might be lodged in it. Thus, and it screens and partitions, creating an illusion that each unit was living in a home with privacy for food, sleep, and washing. It was said that he bathed at the street tap and fed himself on cooked rice, which was distributed at a charity in the nearby temple. He was he was known to have declared to everyone concerned, the true sannyasi has no need to live in anything more than living of God. He made himself out to be an atheist. He collected the rent on the second of each month, took away the entire amount, and placed it in Sarayu Street Post Office Bank. It was said that he never paid any rent for his room in Lane. The story was that he had advanced a small loan to the owner of the house, which multiplied with interest and became an unrecognizable figure to the borrower to due course. When his wife died, the old man moved to occupy the room in his debater's house at such a low rent that he could stay there for only 20 years working off the loan. The very first time Srinivas met him, he was the old man bathing at the street tap, while a circle of citizens at Anderson Lane stood around watching the scene. They were all waiting for the tap to be free, but the old man had usurped it and held his place. Srinivas felt attracted to him when he saw his spraying water on the crowd as an answer to his comment. The crowd jeered. He abused his back when they drew nearer. He sprayed the water on them and kept them off. All the while going through his ablution calmly, Srinivas asked someone in the crowd, "What is the matter? Look at him, sir. This is the same story every day. So many of us wait here to fill our vessels, and he spends hours bathing there, performing all his prayer. Why should he come to the tap bill for us poor people? We can't even touch it till he has done with it. Perhaps he has no other place." "No place?" a woman exclaimed. "He is a rich man with many houses and relations." The mansion of the house Srinivas picked up his ears. He was desperately searching for a house. All his waking hours were spent on this task. The old man came out of his bath dripping, clad only in a loin cloth. He told the crowd, "Now go and drain off all the water you like. I don't care." Srinivas felt it might be useful to ingratiate himself in his favor and asked, do you do this?"
Every day, the old man looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" It is a profound question. What more can answer it? "You're joking with me, are you?" The old man said, briskly moving off. Srinivas watched the wet old man going away angrily. It seemed to him, watching his back, that the chance of lifetime was residing for an irresistible feeling of jeopardy or perhaps going to place the gulf between him and this man, who might have provided a solution to his housing problem. "Half a moment, please," he cried and ran after him. "I have an answer for you. At the moment, I am a fantastic house planter." The other halted. His face was changed. "Why didn't you say so? I will give you off if you are prepared to abide by all the rules I mentioned. Make up your mind. I don't want to meet intermediate souls." "What is your rent?" asked Srinivas. "Tell me what you will pay." "I have 175, 130. 50 can, 50 try one. What is wrong? I will tell you technically, but perhaps you might first like to go home and dry yourself. Home? Home? You laugh. I have no home. Didn't I tell you that I am a sannyasi? Though I don't wear those things. Come, come with me. I live in a small room which a friend has given me. He went through the lane, pulled out and thin, sweet mustard paste in bread, turned it to the lock and opened the door of a small room. It was roofed with old cobweb covered tiles, with the windows, one huge square opening at the top of the wall. There was another window opening on the road. He stopped in through narrow doorway. Srinivas followed him. Sit down, said the old man. You have to sit on the floor. I have not even a mat. Srinivas sat down, leaning against the wall. A few children from the main house came and stood by the doorway, looking in. The old man was spreading out his wet clothes on a board tied across the wall. He opened a small wooden box and took out a dry dhoti and towel. A box containing ingredients for making his forehead and rosary. He proceeded to decorate his forehead with a symbol, looking into hand mirror. The children stood in the doorway, looking it. The old man turned from the mirror with his hand. Get away. What are you doing here? Do you think there is going on? The children turned and ran away, shaking mischievously. Grandfather is angry. Srinivas felt hurt by the old man's conduct. Why are you hard upon those children? Because I don't want them. Children are bad. I must tell this fellow not to let them lose one knee. They call you grandfather, Srinivas said. They will call you uncle presently. How do you like it? I am only tenant here. I had all children. I have had enough trouble from my own children. I don't want any more from strangers. Are you in the habit of praying? Srinivas fumbled for a reply. Not exactly. Well, I am. I am going to pray for about 15 minutes. You will have no way. You have to wait. Srinivas settled down. The other took out his beads, shook his eyes, his lips muttering. Srinivas watched him for a moment and felt bored. He sat looking out. Someone was passing in and out of the main house. Children were dashing to and fro. The old man said, without opening his eyes, if you are a lover of children, you have plenty to watch. All the children of the town seems to be concentrated in his spirit. In this, after this, he continued his silent prayers. Srinivas reflected. Who will know? I'm your hooked up in a fell with monster old man. If I think at this moment, no one would know what had happened to me, my wife and son and brother. His thought went back to the home he had felt. His elder brother could never understand what he was up to. He was every right to think I am a fool. He reflected. Man has no significance except as he
And as an economic unit, as a respectable of responsibilities. But what I can do, I have a different notion of human beings. I have given their notions for fair trial. He thought of all these years when he had tried to fit in it one with or another as other did, married like the rest, tried to balance the family budget and build up a bank balance, agriculture, respectabilities in a bank, teaching, law, he gave everything a trial once, but with every passing month, he felt excruciating pain of losing time. The passage of time depressed him. The ruthless with which he felt on a swift, a continuous movement, his own feeling of letting it go helplessly, of engaging all his hours in a trial round of actions at home and outside. Every New Year day, he felt depressed and unhappy. All around, he felt there was a sign that a visit inundation was moving forward. carrying an individual before it. And before knowing where one was, one would find himself senile or in the grave. With so little understood and realized, he felt depressed at the sight of his son. It seems as though it was an hour ago and that he was born, but already he was in second form, nagging history and the geography and dreaming of cricket scores. What exactly is it that you want to do? His brother asked him one day. The answer is late in the coming, but you will get it, Srinivas replied, feeling rather than awkward. The question of career seemed to him as embarrassing as a psychological details. His brother was the head of the family, an advocate with a middling practice, a life of constant struggle with rustic clients and magistrate in that small town, Talapur, where he had slipped to his position after his father's death. His father had been an advocate in his time and had a grand practice, acquired extensive property in the surrounding villages, and had become a very respectable citizen. The family tradition was that they should graduate a mobility in the Albert Mission College, spend 2 years in Madras for higher studies in the law, and then return east to his town room in their ancient sprawling house. This sedated Srinivas up to a point, but he always felt suffocated in the atmosphere of that small town. His wife had to put up with endless misery at home, though his ways and his little son looked ragged. They put up with his eyes for a considerable time before shooting the question at him. He remembered the day clearly, even now. He had settled down his room with a copy of the Unpunished in his hand. As he grew absorbed in it, he forgot his surroundings. He wouldn't demand anything more of his life for fortnight more. And then he observed his elder brother standing for him. He lowered the book, muttering, I didn't hear you come in. Finished your coat? And his brother asked, what exactly is it that you wish to do in life? Srinivasa fluttered for a moment, but regained his composure and answered, don't you see? There are 10 principles Upanishads. I should like to complete series, but this is the third. You are the past 37 with a family of your own. Don't imagine I am not willing to look after them, but they will be far happier if you think of doing something for their sake. They must not feel they are unwanted by you. Don't you think I wish to relieve my responsibilities? It was a fact his elder brother looked after entire the family without making any distinction. Such a question should not be fired me again. He said himself after his brother had felt the room. He tried to get reabsorbed in the Upanishad he was reading. His mind echoed with the interview. Perhaps something had been happening in the house. His mind wandered from the speculation to another, but he gathered it back to its task. Knowing the self as without body among the embodied, the abiding among the transitory, great and all pervading, said the text before him. On reading it, all his domestic
Worries and all these questions of prestige seem ridiculously petty. My children, my family, my responsibility. Must God but my prestige and do my duties to my family. Who am I? This is a far more serious problem than any I have known before. It is a big problem and I have to face it. Till I know who I am. How can I know what I should be? However, some sort of answer should be ready before my brother questions me again. The solution appeared to him in a flash. He knew what he ought to do with himself. Within 24 hours, he sat in the train for Malguni. After sending away his wife and son to her parents' house in the village, the old man came out of his prayer and said, would it be any use asking who you are? I am from Thalapur and I am starting a paper here. What for? Asked the man suspiciously. Just to make money, Srinivas replied with a deliberate cynicism which was lost on the old man. He looked pleased and relieved. How much will it bring you? Say about 2,000 a month, Srinivas said and muttered under his breath. Is this the only thing you understand? Eh, what? Come along, show me a house. They started out. The old man elaborately locked up his cell and took him through a sub-lane to the back of Anderson Lane. As he came before a house, he cried to someone who was driving a nail in the wall. Do you want to ruin my wall? I will give you notice to quit if you damage my house. Srinivas received a very confused impression of the whole house. It had a wet central courtyard with a water pipe, and a lot of people were standing around it, 4 children.
Waiting to wash their hands, three women to draw water, and three men who had eaten their food were waiting also to wash their hands. In addition to these, there was a little boy with a miserable puppy tied to a string, waiting to bathe her pet. On seeing the old man, one woman turned on him and asked, "Ah, here you are. Can't you do something about this dog? Should it be washed in the same pipe as the one we use for our drinking water?" The young boy tugged his dog nearer the tap. Somebody tried to drag it away, and the boy said, "Bite them," at which the dog set up a bark and wriggled at the end of its tether, and people grew restless and shouted at each other. The old man tried to pass on without paying attention to what they were saying. One of the men dashed up, held him by the elbow, and demanded, "Are you going to give us another water tap or are you not? Are you going to give us another water tap or are you not? No, you can quit the house." "It is not how you should talk to a tenant," said the other, falling back. The old man explained to Srinivas, "I tell you, people have no gratitude. In these days of housing difficulties, I give them a house, only to be shouted at in this manner." "It must be heartbreaking," agreed Srinivas. The old man looked pleased and stopped before a doorway in a dark passage and said, "This is going to be your position. It is an independent house by itself." He turned the key, flung the door open. Darkness seemed to flow out of the room. "It only requires a little airing. Nobody to help me in any of these things. I have to go round and do everything myself." He hurried forward and threw open a couple of window shutters. "Come in, come in." The old man invited Srinivas, who was still hesitating in the passage. Srinivas stepped in. The walls were of mud, lime covered with an uneven and globular surface. Bamboo splinters showed in some places the skeleton on which the mud had been laid. The lime had
Turned brown and black with time. The old man ran his hand proudly over the wall and said, "Old style, but strong as iron. Even dynamite couldn't break it." "That's obvious," Srinivas replied. "They must have built it in the days of Mohenjo-daro. The same building skill. What is that? Oh, very rare specimens of building thousands of years ago. They have spent lakhs of rupees to bring them to light. Walls like these? Exactly." The old man looked gratified. How wise of them. It is only the Europeans who can understand the value of some of these things. We have many things to learn from our Asians. Can our modern cement stand comparison with this? He waited for an answer, and Srinivas replied, "Cement walls crumple like rice flour when dynamite is applied. You see, that is why I look after my house so carefully. I don't allow any nail to be driven into a wall. The moment I see a tenant driving a nail into the wall, I lose myself in anger. I hope you have no pictures." "Oh no, I have no faith in pictures." "Quite right," said the old man, finding another point of agreement. "I don't understand the common craze for covering walls with pictures. Most of them representations of gods by Ravi Verma. His pictures of gods are wonderful. He must have seen them in visions, that gifted man," remarked the old man. "And yet, some people who know about pictures say that they aren't very good or high class.
Oh, they say it, do they? The old man exclaimed. Then, why do people base their money on the pictures and disfigure their words? I have not seen a single house in our country without a picture of Krishna, Lakshmi, Saraswati on it.
Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, must brighten every home. Saraswati, the goddess of intelligence and learning, must also be there. Well, don't you talk so lightly of these? You would get no rent, or you have to wait to collect it if it were not for the two goddesses. So be careful. That is a very clever interpretation, the old man said, and added a Sanskrit epitaph to support the same ideas. Srinivas found that his house consisted of a small hall with two little rooms to serve their kitchen and store. This is my best flat. I have refused it to score of people. Such a glamour for it. Quite spacious, isn't it? The old man asked, looking about. How big is your family? We are three. Oh, you will be very comfortable, I'm sure. There was once a man who lived here with 11 children. He pointed out of the window. You have a very fine view from there. See the plants outside. A half-withered citrus plant drooped in the yard-wide strip of garden outside. You must see it when it is in bloom, he added, seeing the plant, then much of an impression of his prospective tenant. You have a glorious view of the temple top, he said, pointing far off, where the grey spire of Ishvara's temple rose above, huddling the tent, with its gold chest shining in the sky. But Srinivas fumbled. What about water? Single trap? Oh, it's very easy. Only a little adjustment. If you get up a little earlier than the rest. All the matter of adjustment. Those others are savages. On the very first day that he moved in with his trunk and roll of bedding, a fellow tenant dropped in for a chat. He was a clerk in a bank, maintaining a family consisting of his father, mother, and numerous little brothers and sisters. On a month income of about 40 rupees. He paid a rent of 2 rupees for one room in which his entire family was cooked off. The children spent most of their time on the pile of the house at the end of the street. Now, ever since Srinivas had come, this man looked happy, as though Srinivas had settled there solely to provide him with much needed sitting room. He spent most of his time sitting on Srinivas' mat and watching him. He had been the very first tenant to befriend Srinivas, he said. Do you know why the old devil agreed to give this to for 15 rupees? No, because nobody would come here. It's been unaccompanied for 2 years now. A tenant who had been here hanged himself in that room, a only bachelor. Nobody knows much about him, but one morning we found him swimming from the roof. Srinivas felt disquieted of his information. Why did he do that? Some trouble or other? I suppose. A moody fellow, rather lonely. Every day, the only question he asked was whether there was any letter for him. He died. The police took away his body and we heard nothing further about it. One or two tenants who came heard nothing further about it. One or two tenants came after him, cleared out rather abruptly. About this, his ghost was still there. Srinivas remained thoughtfully. The other asked, "Why are you afraid?" "Not afraid? I am probably see it depart, and even if it stays on, I won't mind. I don't see much difference between a ghost and a living person, and all of us are skin covered ghosts for that matter." Since his boyhood, he had listened dozens of ghost stories that their cook at home used to tell them. The cook dared Srinivas once to go to sleep under the tamarind tree in the school compound. He went there one evening, stayed till 8 with a slight palpitating heart, softly calling out to the ghost to appeal not to bother him.
In any way, I think I shall be able to manage this course quite well, he said. I think good people become good ghosts and bad fellows. I dread to contemplate what kind of ghost he will turn out to be when our general manager dies. Who is he? Edward Schilling, a huge fellow, made of beef and whiskey. He keeps a bottle, even in his office room. I am his personal crowd. God, what terror it strikes in me when the buzzer sounds. I fear some day he's going to strike me dead. He explodes. Jam, jam every few minutes. If there is the slightest mistake in taking dictation, he bangs the table. My heart flutters like a. He went on talking thus, and Srinivasan learned to leave him alone and go through his business uninterrupted. At first, he sat listening sympathetically, but later found that this was unpractical. Though the man had numerous dependents, he had less to say about them than about his beefy master. His master seemed to possess his soul completely, so that the young man was incapable of thinking of anything else, night or day. He seemed to have grown emaciated and dazed through his spiritual oppression. Srinivas had learned all that was to be learned about him within the first 2 or 3 days of his talk with him. So thought he felt he felt much sympathy for him. He felt it unnecessary to interrupt his normal occupation for the sake of hearing a variation of a single theme. He was setting up a new home and he had numerous things to do. He took the landlord's advice and got up at 5 o'clock and bathed at the tap before the other tenants were up. He went out for a cup of coffee after that, while the town was still asleep. He discovered that in Market Road, a hotel opened at that hour, a very tiny restaurant off the market fountain, which meant half a mile's walk. He returned directly.
To his room after coffee, he prayed for a moment before a small image of Nataraja, which his grandmother had given him when he was a boy. This was one of the possessions he had valued most for years. It seemed to be a refuge from the oppression of time. It was of sandalwood, which had deepened a darker shade with years, just 4 inches high. The carving represented Nataraja with one foot raised and one foot pressing down a demon, his forearms outstretched with his hair flying, the eyes wrapped in contemplation and exquisitely poised figure. His grandmother had given it to him on his 8th birthday. She had got it from her father, who discovered it in a packet of saffron they had brought from the shop. On a certain day, it had never left Srinivas since that birthday. It was on his own table at home, or in the hostel. Wherever he might be, it had become a part of him. This little image he often sat before it, contemplated its proportions, and addressed it thus: "O God, you are trampling a demon under your foot, and you show us a riddle. Though you appear to be still, I grasp the symbol but vaguely. You hold a flare in your hand. May a ray of that light illumine my mind." He silently addressed it thus. It had been his first duty for decades now. He never started his day without spending a few minutes before this image. After this, he took out his papers. He was about to usher his banner into the world, and he had an immense amount of preparatory work to do. He had a thin exercise book and a copying pencil. He covered the pages of the exercise book with minute jottings connected with a journal. The problems connected with its birth seemed to be innumerable. He did not want to overlook even the slightest one. He put down each problem with a number and on an interleaf against it put down a possible solution. For instance, problem number 20 in his notebooks was, should the page be made up as three columns with 8-point type or a double column with 10 points? The latter will provide easier reading for the eye, but the former would be more true to its purpose, in that it will give more reading matter. Must consult the printer about it. He made the entry problem 20. The answer has been unexpectedly simplified. The printer says he favors neither two columns nor three columns. In fact, he has no arrangement whatever for printing in columns. Nor has he anything but 12 point in English, a type that looks like the headings in a Government of India Gazette. He insists upon saying that it is the best type in the whole country. No other press in the world has it. I fear that with this type and without the columns, my paper is going to look like an auctioneer's list. But that can't be helped at this stage. On the day his printer delivered the first dummy copy, which had to go before a magistrate, his heart sank. It was nowhere near what he had imagined. He had hoped that it would look like an auctioneer's list. But now he found that it looked like a handbill of a wrestling tournament. One came across this kind of thing at weekends, and the thin transparent paper with the portraits of two muscular men on it. The print soaking though, it had always seemed to him the worst specimen of printing. But then the promoters of wrestling bouts could not be fastidious. But the bank, he said timidly to his printer. Don't you think we ought to? The printer said with a smile, no, even before he completed his sentence. This is very good. You cannot get this finished in the whole of South India. He spoke so very persuasively that Srinivas himself began to feel that his own view might not be quite correct. The printer was a vociferous, effusive man. When he took a sheet from the press, he handled it with such delicacy, carrying it on his palms as if it were a newborn infant, saying, see the finish, in such a tone that his customers were half hypnotized into agreeing with him. He never let anyone look through the curtain behind him. I don't like my staff to watch me talking to my customers. He often explained. He spoke to his staff with grace.
Right, and criminals also showing us never got a precise idea of how many it includes, nor what exactly they denote that. Printed cartoon on which we responded. A purple lion attacking a spotted deer. Srinivas would not validly conjecture how many might be working there. All that he could hear was the sound of the trading. Of even this he could not always be certain. Some days the printer appeared in khaki shorts with grease spots on his hand and explained, the best dress for my type of work. I'm going on the machine today. You see, I solved the labor problem by not being a slave to it. My workman, when it comes to a pinch, I can do every bit of work myself, including union and pasture. He helps was invaluable to Srinath. He felt he was being more and more bound to him by ties of gratitude. The printer declared, when a customer enters our premise, he is in our interview. A best of the truth printing works where you think the banner is yours. Is it? I view it's my own to act up to this principle in the weeks preceding the launch of the banner. He had learned all his normal work and set aside a cooperating society, balance sheet for wedding invitation, and a small volume of verse, of all of which were urgent according to those who had ordered them. He delayed with all his customers and adding, but to no purpose. You will get the proof positively this evening, and to now you may come for the finished copy. Sorry for the delay. My staff is somewhat overworked at the moment. They have instructions to give you the maximum cooperation. With all this service, he was not to be found in his place at the appointed hour. He threw a scarf around his throat, donned a fur scarf, and was out on one or other the duties connected with the banner. He arranged for the supply of paper and he went round with Srinas carrying sub-subscribers. The very first thing he did was to print 1,000 handbills setting forth the purpose of nature of the banner. He had spent 4 nights and days reserving the layout for it. Finally, he decided upon green paper and red lettering when Srinivas saw it. His heart sank with him. But the printer explained, this is the best possible layout for it. It must catch people's eye. I won't bill you for it except some nominal charge for paper. He also printed a dozen tiny receipts books. He scattered the green and red notice widely all over the town into every possible home, and then followed it up with a visit with the receipt book in hand. He worked out the annual subscription at uh, about 10 rupees and managed to collect 1,000 rupees even before the legal dummy was ready. Srivas was confused that he would never have got through the legal formalities, but for his printer he had always disliked courts and magistrates, and he was really fearful as to how he would get through it all. The dummy to be placed before the magistrate was ready. Srivas and probing him, please make another copy. Is this the paper we are going to use? Oh, you don't like this paper? Norway bond. I have refused it to some of our oldest customers. You know, it is the strongest parchment in the market, but the income's through. Oh, we will check that. I have put a little extra ink on this because magistrates usually like the title to be very dark. They like to carry some printer's ink on their thumbs. I suppose, he said, you had better live in this legislative business to me. He walked into the hall of the court at race course, rode, adjusted his cap, stood before the court seat, and handed up his application. Can you swear that all your statements in this are true? The printer of the banner. Yes, I'm the printer. The critic sliced the paper once more. As he was standing there, the printer took out of
his pocket a pod of white fried groundnut, cracked its shell, and put the nut into his mouth. Srinivas was shocked. He feared he might be charged with contempt of court. The printer's eyes shone with satisfaction. He put his finger into his pocket, took out another bite, and held it out for Srinivas under the table. Srinivas looked away, at which the printer cracked it gently and ate that also. All around there were people, lawyers sitting at horseshoe table, poring over books and papers or wool gathering, police in the doorway, prisoners waiting for a hearing at the door. Srinivas felt that they were going to be thrown out with that printer of his cracking nutshells. They were standing immediately below the magistrate's table, but the printer was rubbed and combed with his nuts and it passed off unnoticed. The clerk fixed his gaze on Srinivas and asked, your name? You declare yourself the editor and publisher of the banner? Yes, are you absolutely speaking the whole truth? Absolutely. The clerk picked up the papers and handed them up to the magistrate, who seemed to be looking at nothing in particular. The magistrate's lips moved. The clerk asked, will you promise to avoid all sedition and libel? The printer quickly answered, oh, on behalf of both of us, we promise. The magistrate's lips moved again. The clerk asked, are you going to deal in politics? Once again, the printer answered stiffly, no, it is a literary magazine. The magistrate slowly nodded his head, and then the clerk pressed a couple of rubber stamps on the papers, and the magistrate signed on the dots indicating by him. It was over. The permission was secure. Before they crossed the court compound, Srinivas protested, why did you say it was going to be literally? Far from it. I shall certainly not avoid politics. While I don't set out to deal only in politics, I can't blind myself revolution or whatever you like, but you can't say so in a court. If you do, they may ask for deposits, and you will have all kinds of trouble and worries. You know, I have achieved an ambition in life. I've always wanted to crack nuts and eat them in a court, something to foil the terrible gloom of the place. I have done it today. His brother's letter reached him. Addressed to the office, he had not written home ever since he came to Malgudi. His brother wrote, I'm very pleased to know your whereabouts through your paper, the first issue of which you have been good enough to send me. I've read the explanations you have given in your first editorial, but don't you think that you have set yourself an all ambitious task? Don't you have to give some more reading for the 4 annas you have demanding? As it is, magazine is over too quickly, and we have to wait for a whole week again. And then, will you allow me this criticism? You're showing yourself to be pugnacious fellow. Almost every line of your paper is an attack on something. You give a page for politics, and it is all abuse. And you don't seem to approve of any party or any leader. You give another page for local affairs, and it is nothing but abuse again. Then a column for cinema and arts. And even here you deal hard knocks. Current publications, the same thing. What's the matter with you? Though different articles are appearing under different initials and pen names, all of them seem to be written remarkable alike. However, be careful. That is all I wish to say. It wouldn't at all to get into label suits with your first effort. Srinivas pondered over his letter. Sitting in his office, he admired his brother for detecting the similarity in all the
contributions. All of them were written by himself. Heaven knew what difficulties he went through. On one side, turning up the matter for 12 pages, and on the other, keeping in check the printer, who threatened to overflow onto the editorial side. Not content with appointing himself a dictator in matters of format and business, he was trying to take a hand in the editorial also, but Srinivas dealt with him tactfully and nicely. He did not pass a copy downstairs without feeling like a schoolboy presenting a competition to his master. He waited with suspense as the printer scrutinized it before passing it on. You wouldn't like me to address you here, I suppose? No, Srinivas said, meaning it by trying to make it sound humorous. Well, all right, but you see, sir, that twin was not produced at Bombay, but as a Calcutta stadium. Oh, in that case, Srinivas hastily snatched it back and scrutinized it again. Sorry for the blunder. It is quite all right, natural, replied the printer expansively, forgivingly, as if to suggest that anyone who was forced to write about so many things himself was bound to commit such foolish mistakes. Srinivas did not very much like the situation, but he had to accept it with the resignation. It was true he was putting his hand to too many departments, but there was no way of helping. He could not afford to engage anyone to assist him, and his program was more or less as follows. Monday, first page. Tuesday, second page. Wednesday, cinema and arts. Thursday, correspondence and main editorial. Friday, cleaning, comments, and Mrs. Leonis. This virtuous calendar was constantly getting upset, and all of the items jammed into each other. And he had found himself doing everything every day. And all things on Friday, the printer shouting from the bottom of the staircase for copy every 5 minutes. He flung the matter down the stairs as each page got ready, and the printer picked it up and ran in. He shouted again from the bottom of the staircase. At 4 o'clock, the last form went down and the major worries were over. The theatre was silenced and fixed, and peace descended suddenly on the community at Kabinett. The intellectual portion of the work was now over, signified by the passing of the editor down the stairs, after which he stepped into the press to attend the dispatch of copies. The printer lent him a hand in his town. 500 copies of the banner were all over the floor of the printer's office. They squatted down and gummed, labeled and stamped the copies with feverish speed, and loaded them on the back of a very young printer's jeep, who ran with his burden to the post office at the railway station, where it could always be posted without late fee till 8 p.m. This brought him against the RMS. It took him time to understand what RMS meant, but he had to go familiar with it. He received a letter in his mail bag on one day saying, you are requested to see the undeserved grand during the working hours on any convenient to you. He was writing his editorial on the new housing policy for Malgudi. Plenty of labor from the other district had been fought in because the district board and the municipality had launched a feverish scheme of road development and tank building, and 3 or 4 cotton mills had suddenly sprung into existence. Overnight, as it were, Mulberry passed from a semi-agricultural town to a semi-industrial town with a sudden influx of population of all sorts. The labor gangs brought in from other districts spread themselves out in the open spaces. Babies sleeping in hammocks made of odd pieces of wood moved over tree branches. Women cooking for food on the roadside, men sleeping on pavements. This became a common sight in all parts of Mulberry. The place was beginning to look more and more like a gypsy camp. Srinivas made his mission to attack the conditions in the
In every issue. The municipality feared that they were being made at the laughingstock of the whole country and decided to take note of the editorials appearing in the banner. And they received an old plan, which they have shelved years ago, of stabilizing the development of a new town on the eastern outskirts. It was gratifying to the editor of the banner to see the effect of his words. He felt that after all something he was saying had gone home. He had the pressure of reflecting on these lines when he received a note from the municipality. The president would like to meet the editor at any time convenient to him on any working day. He opened the next and read the RMS would like to meet him. God, how many people must I go and meet? When have I the time? On working day and other days, he had to sit in the garret and manufacture coffee. If there was the slightest delay, the smoothness of life was affected. That life went on smoothly and indicated by the purring of the gentle below. All went well as long as the sound lasted. The moment it paused, he knew he would hear the printer's voice calling from the bottom of the staircase. Editor, matter. He worked under a continuous nightmare of not being able to meet his partner's demand. That meant continuous work, night and day. Although the week and every on a Sunday, he seldom approved of what he wrote and would rewrite and tear up and rewrite. But it was always the printer's call that decided the final shape. When it's so hard pressed for time, I can't be bothered in this way, he remarked to himself and tossed away the lost letters to a further corner of his table, where they lost their individualities in a great wilderness of paper. He had learned to deal with the bulk of correspondence in this way. Till I can afford to have a secretary, an assistant editor, and a personal representative, an accountant, office boy, and above all, a typewriter or correspondence must wait, he said to his neighbor. Every post brought him a great many letters. He flung away unopened everything that came to him in a long envelope. He shoved it away out of sight under the table. He knew what the long envelope contained. Unsolved contributed poems, essays, sketches. It was surprising how many people volunteered to write without any other incentive than just seeing themselves in print. And then an equal number of letters demanding to be told what had happened to the contributions and why there were no reply. Even the postage was enclosed. It was not enough, my friend, Srinivas said to them mentally. I must have a fair compensation for looking at your hard work. That is why I don't open the envelope. Anytime you free, you can come and collect it from under my table. And there were letters from readers, marriage invitations from unknown people, sample packs of ink powder and other things for favor of an option, and copies of government and municipal notifications on thin manfold paper. The last provided him with of unwanted information. Note that from the 13th and to 15th, the railway level crossing will be crossed from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., said one note. Well, I noted for what it is worth. What next? Srinivas said. The municipality sent him statements of average rainfall and maximum and minimum temperatures. Some days sent him calendars, someone else the information that a grandchild was born to him. Why do they think all this concerns me? He first asked, rather terrified, but gradually he grew hardened and learned to put them away. Most of his correspondence was sniffed out in this manner, but not the RMS and the municipal chairman. Very soon he had another letter from the RMS. Your kind attention is to draw our previous letter dated and early replace located. Don't imagine I am a member of the red tape clan, he said, putting away the letter once again. The municipal
Also wrote again, but he had changed his subject matter. I have pleasure in enclosing copy of our Malgudi extension scheme for favor of your perusal. You will doubtless see that the question engaged our attention even as far back as 1930. The question had to be shelved owing to practical difficulties, and so the letter continued. He glanced through the scheme. It visualized the garden city at the eastern end of the town, with its own market, business premises, cinema, schools, and perfect houses. Somebody had evidently been dreaming about the town. He went through it feeling happy that the banner had roused the municipal conscience to the extent of making it pull something off a shelf. He studied the pamphlet carefully, and it provided him matter for an article under the heading Visions on the Shelf. The RMS turned out to be more aggressive in their subsequent correspondence. Our repeated efforts to contact you have borne no fruit. Please take note that by posting your journal in a mass at the last clearing time, you are causing great dislocation and blocking the RMS work. It would facilitate RMS work if the dispatch were distributed throughout the day, if possible throughout the week. Reading this, Srinivas was aghast at their ignorance. Did they imagine that the bundles were ready all through the week? He could not resist writing an immediate reply. Sir, Friday 8 o'clock is our posting time at present. If acted up to your suggestion, it would result in something like the following. At 12 midday, we should be posting the fourth page. At 1 p.m., the sixth page. At 5 p.m., ninth and 10th. 7 p.m., 11th, and at 8 p.m., 12th page. Since our readers would doubtless have a great objection to receiving the journal piecemeal, we are forced to post the journal in its entirety at 8 p.m. Posting the journal on other days is not practicable, since no part of it's ready on those days. To which he received the reply, it would be considered a favor if you will kindly meet the undersigned on any day during working hours. This brought the question back to the starting point, and he did what he did with the first letter, obliterated it, and the RMS continued to suffer. He hurt his thumb while pinning up a set of proofs. He put away the paper to suck the drop of blood that appeared on his thumb and sat back. He cracked his fingers. They felt cramped. The tips of his fingers were discolored with the printer's ink transferred from rubbed through sheets. His joints ached. He realized that he had been sitting hunched up for several hours correcting proofs. He rose to his feet, picking up the proofs, folded, folded them and heaved them downstairs with a shout. Proofs, directed towards the printer. He paused for a moment at the northern window, looking at a patch of blue sky, and turned away. He paced up and down. He was searching for the right word. He had been writing a series, Life's Background. The entire middle page had been occupied with it for some numbers. He had tried to summarize, in terms of modern living, some of the messages he had implied from the Upanishads on the conduct of life, a restatement of subjective value in relation to a social outlook. This statement was very necessary for his questioning mind, for while he thundered against municipal or social shortcomings, a voice went on asking, life and the world and all this is passing. Why bother about anything? The perfect and the imperfect are all the same. Why really bother? He had to find an answer to the question, and that he did in this series. He felt that this was a rather heavy theme for a weekly.
Reading public, and he was doing his best to word it in an essay manner in terms of actual experience. It was no easy task, and that entire Thursday he spent in thinking of it, pacing up and down, pricking himself with a pin through absent mindedness. He roamed his little attic round and round like a sleepwalker, paused at the farthest window to listen to the rumble of Saryasu. It seemed ages since he had gone to the river. He resolved to remedy this lapse very soon. When he came to the window, he could hear the uproar emanating from the tenements below. He always spent a few minutes listening to the melody of voices. He wished he could open the window and take a look at the strife below, just to see what had the legal injunctions against it. His mind dwelt for a brief moment on landlords. Awaiting the right sentence for his philosophy, he had spent several hours. He must complete the article by the evening if he was to avoid serious dislocation in the press. Tomorrow there were other things to do. He suddenly flung out his arm and cried, I've got it, just the right, and turned towards his table in a rush. He picked up his pen, and the sentence was shaping so very delicately. He felt he had to wait upon it carefully, tenderly, lest it should elude him once again. It was something like the very first moment when a face emerges on the printing press in the developing tray, something tender and fluid. One had to be very careful if one were not to lose it forever. He posed his pen as if he were listening to some faint voice and talking direction. He held his breath for fear that he might lose the thread and concentrated all his being on the sentence when he heard a terrific clatter up the stairs. He gnashed his teeth. The demons are always waiting around to create a disturbance. They are terrified of any mental concentration. The printer appeared in the doorway, his face beaming. He came in, extended his hand. Congratulations, I bring you jolly news. Your wife and son are waiting downstairs. Srinivas pushed back his chair and rose. What? What? He became incoherent and ran out on the landing and looked down. There he saw his wife and son standing below with their trunks and luggage piled up on the ground. Oh, he cried. Oh, he repeated louder. Come up, come up. He felt foolish and guilty. His wife was struggling hard to keep a cheerful face. She came in and stood uncertainly near the only chair in the room with the son behind her. She looked weary with the journey. Her face was begrimed with railway smoke. With considerable difficulty, she essayed a smile. The printer said effusively, Take a seat, madam. You should not keep standing. It was evident that she was very tired, and she immediately acted on this advice. She sat down at the table and viewed it with bewilderment. Why? Why have you come so suddenly? Why didn't you write to me? I wrote 4 letters, and my father wrote 2, she said quietly. He looked helplessly at the printer. He knew what it meant. He must have put them in a company of unopened letters. The boy said, Grandfather wrote this address, but we didn't know any other. His mother finished the sentence. There was a certain strain and artificiality in the air, and the printer turned without a word and went downstairs muttering, I'll send the boy to fetch some coffee and tiffin. Now his wife burst into a sob and she asked, What is the matter with you? Why do you neglect us in this way? You have not written for months. What have I done that I should be treated like this? Her voice was cracked with sorrow. Srinivasan was baffled. No, no. Look here. You should not have worried. I was.
Being single-handed and having to do everything myself, but just one postcard. You could have at least have told us your address. You treated me as if I were dead and made me the laughing stock of our entire village. I have had to write to you 4 times to ask to finally come. The boy said, Grandfather got your address from a copy of the paper. The boy spoke as if he had been doing a piece of detective work. Oh, I see. But such a lot of letters from here. Sometimes it happens, he named it. His wife stopped crying, surveyed the room, and asked, Is this where you live? Oh no, I have a house. Let's go there. His eye fell on the sheet of paper on the table. You couldn't afford to leave it now, he asked. How did you find your way here? It must have been difficult. We arrived here at the station at 2 o'clock, and for over 3 hours we went about searching for you, and then a student brought us here. Her voice shook, and she was on the point of crying once again. She got down a sob and said, This little fellow, Ramu, he was like an elder. I never knew he could take charge of me so well. She looked proudly at her son. Srinivas cast him a smile and patted his back. He scrutinized his son. He seemed to have grown an inch or two since we saw him last. The coat he wore was too small for him, during the stopped at his waist. His sleeves stopped 4 inches beyond the wrist. The collar was straight. He had neglected his family. He cast a look at his wife. She wore a very inferior, discolored cotton sari, patched here and there. Am I guilty of the charges of neglect? He asked himself. Family duties come before any other duty. Is it an absolute law? What if I don't accept the position? I'm sure if I stick to my deeper conviction, other things like this will adjust themselves. There was a moment's silence as he ruminated over this question. His wife had already risen, ready to start up. He muttered, just a minute, took his pen, dipped it in ink and wrote, notes for article for third week. Family life. With the philosopher in family's lives, all absorbing nature, and he tried for relief from his nightmare. Family preoccupation is no better than occupying oneself solely with one's body and keeping it in a flourishing condition. Man is content to be charged with neglect, either here or in the heavens. Let me choose. Let him choose that he would rather face the calendar. He had completed the sentence when the printer came in again, blowing out the remark. I say, Srinivas, you are trying them too much. And here, keeping them waiting. Srinivas put away his pen, explaining apologetically. I had to note down something at once, otherwise I'm in danger of losing it forever. Now a boy entered, bearing plates and cups on a tray. The printer said, take a seat, madam, and have coffee, and have some coffee. No, no, she protested. I'm not a maid. She was shy and inarticulate in the presence of the printer. Ramu watching the scene with his second brother. He kept throwing at the tray hungry side glances, hoping that his mother's refusal would not lead to the removal of the tray. Noticing it, the printer said, come on, young man, and handed him a plate. He then rose, saying to Srinivas, please persuade your wife to cook something. She has had a tiring journey. He went down the steps. Srinivas held the plate to his wife. Come on, hotel food. I can't, she said. She brought it in a very orthodox manner in her little village. And I can't eat any food without a breakfast. It'd be unthinkable. The boy tried to say through his full mouth, Mother has been fasting since yesterday. Won't take anything on the way. Why? Asked Srinivas. Srinivas, she replied.
What foolish nonsense is this? Srinivas cried. He stood looking at her for a moment as if she were an embodiment of naughty problems. He knew what it was, rigorous, unbringing fear of pollution touched by undercast, orthodox impulses, all tolerating miscompartmenting of human beings. He looked at her with despair. Look here, I don't like all this. You eat that stuff. What does it matter who has prepared it as long as it is clean and ungrateful? It's from a Brahmin hotel. If it isn't, you have got to eat it, provided it is clean and the sort of thing you eat. We have all been eating it, and I assure you, we have neither felt poison in this life nor lost a plate for a feast to place in heaven. You could share the same fate with us, I think. He pressed the plate into her hand and compelled her to accept it. The boy added, it is quite good, mother, eat it. Have been used to spacious courtyards and halls of their village home, his wife stood speechless when she built her home at the back of Anderson Lane. The very first question she asked was, how can we live here? Oh, you'll get it used to it, Srinivas replied. But what small rooms and partitions? Oh, yes, yes. He's a rapacious rascal, our landlord. You are welcome to tackle him whenever you like. But what a locality. Couldn't you get? Yes, it is a horrible locality, but a lot of men, women, and children are living here. We are one of them. Meanwhile, they call Ramu Hussain. Looking about Srinivas saw him engaged in a deep conversation with a boy of his own age, living in an adjoining block of woods. They saw Ramu open his friend's wooden box and dive into it and bring out something. He seems to know already where everything is kept in that house. Srinivas said, Ramu, come here, he called. His son came up with his friend behind him. This is our house, Srinivas told him. Ramu seemed very pleased to hear it. Do you like it? Ramu looked about at his friend and they both giggled. What is your friend's name? Ramu said, I don't know. Can I go to the same school as your father? Certainly, yes, yes, Srinivas said. It seemed to have excited the entire community that Srinivas' wife had arrived. Everybody seemed relieved to see Srinivas' home life return to its normal shape. They said, your husband was paying your rent here unnecessarily. Your part of the house was always looked up all day long. He doesn't seem to have cared for anything except his work. Even the old landlord turned up to see her. He said, I'm an elder, listen to my advice. I have experience of life enough to go for. You should never leave your husband's side. Whatever happens, make yourself comfortable. Don't write names into the work. I don't like it. Srinivas found domestic duties an extra burden. What a round of demands. He could clearly see that his wife was being driven to despair by his habits. This was the first time was that he was in sole charge of his wife and son, and he found that it gave him a clear view of them. All along in the joint family home, they had been looked after by others, and he had no occasion to view his wife as a sole dependent. But now he found that it was so with the Benegans, and every turn he found he was violating some principle or other of domestic duty. This is going to leave me no time for attending to the paper. hundreds and hundreds of people who did so much in the world in spite of a domestic life, even when many moved to make defense upon them. There's perhaps some technique of existence which I've not understood, he told himself. If I get at it, I shall perhaps be able to manage things. And
I'm such an idiot that I cannot manage these things better. He often reflected. Here I am seeking harmony in life, and yet with such a discord at the start of the day itself. His troubles began then. Somehow his wife didn't seem to like the idea of his waking up so early and going out for coffee. When you have a house, why should you go out for coffee? What will people say if they find the master of the house going out for coffee? You are the master of the house, he replied jokingly. So it doesn't matter if I go out. Don't joke about it, she said annoyedly. Don't you see, people will think it odd. It seemed to him an appealing state of affairs to have no better hiding than life than other people's appearance. This they so rarely do. He felt with an extravagant seriousness that a whole civilization had come to an abrupt stillness because its men had no better basis of living than public opinion, raved against their upbringing. His wife, as a child, must have praised her grandmother by her behavior and been rewarded for it. The child's life was reduced to a mere upward behavior in the midst of father, mother, grandmother, and uncles, and later in life parents-in-law, husband, and so on, and on endlessly, till one had no opportunity to think of one's own views on any matter, till it grew into a mania as in his wife. She didn't want him to get up and go out early in the day, lest it should upset the neighbors. She didn't want to raise her own voice in her own house, lest the neighbors should think of her as a terror. She wouldn't send a little fellow out to play with some children in the neighborhood because they were too rare, and there were still others who might think her pleasant. He himself wondered that he had observed so little of her in their years of married life. He suffered silently since he kept his opinions to himself and ruminated upon these questions in the garage of the palace. The moment he stepped past the threshold of his home, he had to face an annoyed injury. Do you forget that you have a home? What does it matter? He asked, going on to his coat stand, removing his coat or upper coat and putting it on the cooker. He found his son already asleep on a mat in the front room. Uh, while his wife sat in a corner reading some obscure novel. It was unnecessary for him to ask, what is the matter? He knew that it must be the same set of forces over and over again. First and foremost, his late coming. Secondly, his lack of interest in home management. Thirdly, his apparent neglect of his child. Fourthly, insufficient mind and so on and so on, stretched on to infinity. He didn't receive a reply and he preferred not to press his questions further, for he saw outlined against the opposite window the bank clerk's number, doubtless waiting to follow the progress of the exchange between them. He passed under the dining room. There are a couple of leaves for spread out ready. Why can't you sit down and eat when you are hungry? He said, instead of sitting up like this for me, I certainly can do that. She retorted, put away her novel and rose without a smile, carrying the lamp in her hand. The leaf spread under the window was for him. He sat down before it. The fingers were ink-stained and cramped. Please wash your fingers, he implored. That ink may be poisonous. I've tried, I should have this scrub off my skin. That stain won't do it. I seem to be born with it. He said, feeling pleased with the idea. The lamp was placed in the middle doorway so that there should be light both in the front door, where the child was sleeping and in the kitchen. She served him rice, remarking apologetically, don't blame me if you find the dinner there. I couldn't get even the simplest vegetable. That's all right, he said. You know I don't bother about this.
So good to be swallowing bare rice morning and night. I don't know what has happened to all vegetable sellers. I can't find anyone to go up to the street and get it. I tried to pursue Ramu to go and buy 3 pies worth of coriander leaves, but he came back without them. He's a such child, Srinivas said, throwing a look at sleeping form in the chowdy hall. His wife was argumentative about it. But who else is there to go? If we can't, why don't you go out and do the shopping yourself? It will give you a such nice outing too. Srinivas said. She looked up at him, puzzled whether to take his remark literally or as a joke. And finally she said, I don't know, but if someone escorts me, I could go and do shopping. It would be the best thing to do. Chapter 3. Srinivas had just cleared his table of bundle of books. He had finished writing his editorial and some of the contributions and letters to the editor. He cracked his aching fingers, leaned back in his chair,
got up and backed a few steps up and down, and then stood in the dowry looking at the lake. He was surprised to see his neighbor, the bank clerk, walking down the lane. He called out his name, Ravi, Ravi. The other looked up, hesitated. Srinivas said, Come up, the banner. The other came up looking timidly around. He said, I'm not disturbing you. Not now, Srinivas replied. I'm fairly free. What brought you here? Have you movies? The other seemed reluctant to notice so many questions. He merely pursed his lips, drew up the pin cushion, and started pulling out pin and rearranging them. Srinivas observed him for a while and asked, How is your boss? Bad as ever. He replied, Today I want an hour off. And how he shouted when he heard it. My eardrum asked him trembling. He let you off? Oh, yes. He exhausted himself so much that he banged the table and said, Damn it. You are persistent, but don't do it again. So I am here. I'm laughing. It is his usual way of blessing any idea that I can keep. I have grown used to it. Rarely do people come up this way, Srinivas said testingly. Ravi pushed away the pin cushions, picked up a paper weight, and tried to make it stand on its top before answering. You doubtless wish to know why I am here. I came to look for someone I lost sight of ages ago. As it seems, Srinivas smiled and didn't want to press the question further. He scanned some complexity. Meanwhile, Ravi picked up a few minutes, pushed the paper across. Well, this is the person, he said. It was a perfect pencil sketch of a girl of about 90. The pencil outline was thin and firm. Hair a light caught by the gem on her earring, and a spot of light caught by the pupil of her eyes. Enos became breathless at the sight of it. I said this is. He sought and fumbled for a correct expression, but could not get anything more than. This is wonderful. I never knew you could draw so well. Drawing is not required in a bank, Ravi replied. He picked up the picture, gazed at it, tore off an edge, and wrote it. Don't tear it, Shinos cried. Snatching it back, he gazed at it. I almost feel like returning the smile on her lips, he exclaimed.
That's her expression, Ravi said enthusiastically. She always smiled very lightly, but you know what a power it has. Who is she? Why go into all of that now? Ravi said with a sigh. It was some years ago. I saw her one evening coming out of Ishwara's temple. What were you doing there? I was very religious then. For months I went there without noticing anything. But that day I saw her, suddenly as in a vision. She stood framed on the threshold of the temple. There were just 6 stars in the sky, and the great tower rose among them. She had a flower in her hand, and a silver tray balanced ever so elegantly on her palm, so tall and slender. I don't know how to describe. I saw her just as I was about to go into the temple. I stood arrested on the spot. The boy brought in coffee. Srinivas pushed a cup across the other. They sipped their coffee in silence, while the treadle groaned below a hawker and a hawker's voice rang along the street. There we are. Would you like me to continue my story? Yes, yes, certainly. I used to meet her regularly after that at the temple. I started to make an oil portrait of her at home at the end of each day. It is an unfinished picture now because I suddenly lost sight of her. Oh, you didn't know where she lived? Yes, I knew. They were in Part-3. Did you visit them? Oh no, they would have thrown me out. Her father was a severe-looking man. I used to hurry off whenever I saw him standing at the door. But I passed that day several times every day. What was her name? He shook his head sadly. I don't know. I couldn't ask. You were friends? I don't know. We were friends in the sense that he was used to seeing me at the temple. And once he gave me a piece of coconut offered to the god. Oh, how I treasure it. But how long can a piece of coconut be? Was she married? I don't know. I didn't ask. Oh, what excitement it was for me. Following her back home every day at a distance of about 10 yards, not a word passed between us. But I was there every day at the temple, and she looked for me, I think. And at her gate, she just turned her head slightly and passed me. And I ran straight off to my house and worked on the picture. It was so difficult without such light. I never knew you were an artist, she never declared. I'm not. I'm only a bank clerk. In those days, it was different. I was a student in college. My father was in good health and was a lawyer. Nobody bothered about what I did in those days. All the family responsibility came on me rather suddenly. When my father was stricken with paralysis. What happened to the picture you were working on? Nothing. I had to drop it. She appeared one day and with that the picture ended. And I put away my paint box forever. The picture is still there at the bottom of a number box. What happened to the girl? I missed her one evening at the temple, and then I waited there till late in the evening. I still remember what a fool I must have been to passers-by. I waited there till about 8 p.m. and went to Car Street. Their house was dark. I later learned that they had left the town. I lost all trace of them for years. Yesterday, as I sat at my table, I saw through the window someone looking like her father going by in the park. And at once I left the office to find out if they were back here. I have been here for over over the town this afternoon, looking here and there. This is the first thing I've done after that. Oh,
He added half humorously. Now that you've done that sketch, you'll keep it with you and keep your eyes open. If you ever you see her, you must. Oh yes, certainly, I will tell you. Ravi's eye lit up with joy and mention of its possibility. He leaned over the table and gripped my arm and said, "You will tell me, won't you? You will say me. I promise I will draw hundreds of sketches. Only if you tell me that she is here and that you have seen her." After that, Ravi began to drop in the office now and then, just to ask for news. It was Srinivas' greatest dread lest anyone should disturb him on a Friday, the day on which the journal emerged in its final shape. Was in a state of acute tension on that day. He was dreaded with any footsteps on the cracking wood staircase, but Ravi seemed to just choose those days. Directly in his office, close, he came there. Closed the threshold, grinning a little nervously. Srinivas looked up with a very brief, lifeless smile and returned to the papers on his table. As Ravi seated himself at the stool at the end of the other room, he felt annoyed at his interruption and wanted to say aloud, "Why do you pester me? All of a days to day." But as a matter of self-discipline, he tried to smoother even the thought. Some corner of his mind said, "Don't be such an uncivilized brute. He is suffering silently. It is a duty, as a fellow being, to give him asylum." And he looked up in the mind and murmured, "Office over?" "Yes," the other said, and trimly added, "How is the sketch?" Srinivas put away the pen and looked at him with a smile and then put over a cardboard fire in which he carefully preserved the sketch. He brought it out and gazed at it and transformed the entire situation. The light emanating from the eyes of the portrait touched with an exhalation and the artist sitting before him and gave him a new structure. He was no longer a pretty hat-written bank clerk or an unwelcome, thoughtless visitor, but a personality, a creative artist, fit to take the rank among the celestials. Srinivas knew that what silent suffering was going on within the shabby frame. He knew that inspiration had gone out in his life. Yes, no doubt, a home, mother, and brothers and sisters, but all significant nothing. His heart was not there for any more, and it was in the bank. Srinivas felt pity for them and murmured as if he apologized to him. "You see, this is a day of pressure," and the other replied, "Yes, a day of pressure. Yes, I shall be very quiet. Don't disturb yourself. I came here to know how you're faring," which is false. Since Srinivas very well knew that he was came there only for the hope of the news about his lost love. The Srinivas knew that how is the sketch? Through his precinct of the question, tended to treat as street value and handed it to the other standard. Ravi and returned it to duties for a long hour or more. Ravi sat there, gazing at the pencil sketch in the fading, even light as Srinivas grew more and more sunk in his papers and work. When the final proof had gone, Srinivas got up, saying, going down for the press. Ravi handed him back the sketch. Srinivas locked it up in his drawer again, and they went downstairs. The printer looked at him and expressed curiosity. Srinivas explained, a friend of mine, a neighbor, and the printer ostensibly said, come in, please, come in, you are welcome. There's a four where heaped copies of the banner waiting to be folded and posted. The editor sat down along with the printer and Silvan to accomplish this task. The trader continued to grind away more copies. The printer shouting from where he was, boys, goes on slowly, watch the ink. And this made Srinivas wonder as he again and again wondered how many people might be slaving at the task of turning out the banner beyond the people's purpose screen, for he knew never could plug it.
Could pluck up enough courage to peer into the sanctum, since he always heard the printer declare with considerable emphasis, that is the one point on which I am always very strict. The best of my friends and relations have not seen inside that. For instance, you have never seen my machine room, sir, and how much I appreciate your respecting my principles. I have pointed out your examples to hundreds of my customers. A statement which made Srinivas keep away from that room more than ever. He remembered that at Chitambram temple there was a grand secret. Beyond the semi-dark holy of holies, beyond the twinkling lights of the inner shrine, he had always wondered what it might be, but those who attempted to probe it too deliberately lost their sight, if not their lives. There was a symbolism in it. It seemed to be expressive of existence itself, and Srinivas saw no reason why he should grudge the printer his mysterious existence and uses beyond the purple curtain. Ravi sat in a chair scanning the page of a copy, the banner, while the others were busily packing and coming. The printer threw him a look once or twice and then held up a folded paper to him. Mister, I have not the pleasure of knowing your name. Ravi. What a fine name, Mr. Ravi. Will you please apply this gum lightly here and press it? Ravi did as he was told, and the next stage for him was to share the task with the others. And he received no small encouragement from the printer. That's right, we must all pull together. Why do I do this when my business should be over with the printing of the copies? It is because I treat it as a national duty. It is neither the editor's nor anybody else's. It is the country's, and every man who calls himself a true son of the country should do his bit for it. Srinivas felt that this was a flamboyant sentiment. No, no, nothing as so grand about it. I assure you, it is just a small weekly paper. That is all. It is not right to call everything a national service. The printer brushed him aside. With modesty has done no good to anyone in this world. As I told a customer only this morning, he started reading over some slight delay in the matter of a visiting card. I told him, you can offer me a lakh of rupees, but that will not tempt me to do anything other than banner work on banner press week. Srinivas wended his way home through the dark, in mixed lanes. Ravi followed him silently. Isn't it very late for you? Srinivas asked. It is all the same. The other remarked, I really enjoyed being in your office. In fact, I love this whole place. He pointed at the soft stabs of fever, flickering light emanating from door chinks and the windows of humble homes. The only light available here, since the municipal lighting shop and market road, I like this lighting. I feel like doing an entire picture with half light and shadows someday. I don't know when. His aged mother waited at the door anxiously. Ravi, she exclaimed anxiously, "Why are you so late?" His youngest brother and sister clung to his arms and as he turned into his portion of the house without a word. With a copy of the latest banner rolled in his hands, Srinivas entered his home. His wife sat by the lamplight reading her novel. He held his latest copy to her with the remark, "I hope you will find something to interest you at least this week." She hastily opened it, ran her eyes through, and put it away with, "I will read it later." And he went in to get his dinner ready. He had accommodated herself to his habits fairly well now and accepted his hours without much grumbling. But she was an uncompromising critic to his journal. She always glanced through the copy he brought in and said, "Why don't you put in something to interest us? If you keep on reading it, you will find it interesting," he said, and loathed himself for appearing to be so superior. He felt that in all the welfare of economic, municipal, social, and
Stretching out, he was making the journal somewhat heavy, that he was putting himself one remove from his public. This was a pathological mood that seized him now and then. Whenever he thought of his journal, he was never very happy on the day his journal came out. He ate his dinner silently, ruminating over it. His wife stooped over his leaf to serve him. He had fried potato chips in ghee for him and some cucumber served in curd. He had spent the day in the excitement of preparing these and was now disappointed to see him take so little notice of them. She watched him for a moment as he mechanically picked up the bits and stuffed them into his mouth. He was thinking, "There is some deficiency in the banner. I wish I knew what it was. Something makes it not quite acceptable to the people for whom it is intended. There is a lot of truth in my wife's complaint." She watched him for a moment and asked, "Do you remember what you have just been eating?" He came to himself with a start and smiled uncomfortably. She could not be put off with that. She insisted, "Tell me what you have eaten of that corner." He looked at the corner of the leaf helplessly and answered, "Some fried stuff." "Yes, what vegetable?" He puffed his brow in effort to recollect. He knew how much it would hurt his wife. He felt rather pained. "I'm sorry, I was thinking of something else." "Was it raw plantain?" She tightly patted her brow with her hand and said, "Raw plantain, what an irony. Here I have spent the whole evening ransacking my money box and procuring your potato for frying. And you see no difference between it and raw plantain. Why should we take all this trouble if it makes a little difference?" He looked up at her. By the dim light, he saw that her face was slightly flushed. Clearly, she was annoyed at his indifference. He felt angry with himself. "I don't know the art of family life. There is something lacking in me, as in the journal, which leaves the feeling of dissatisfaction in people's mind." He saw that unless he was careful, he might irritate her. He merely said, "Don't make much of all this," and cut her short. He went through his meal silently, washed his hands, sat down on his mat with the banner held close to the lamp. He glanced through it again, line by line, in order to decide what changes he should adopt for his next issue. And corner of his brain was noticing the noise in the kitchen. His wife scrubbing the floor, and the clanking of vessels are restored to their places, and the bowling of the kitchen lamp, and finally the shutting of the kitchen door. She paused before him at the moment and went to her bed and lay down beside their sleeping son. Srinivas noted it and felt pity for her. He viewed her life as it was a lonely, bare life. He had not the slightest notion how she was spending her days and probably spent awaiting his return from the office. She was justified if she felt her grievance were there. For I have neglected her lately. It seems ages since I touched her. For when all is said and done, a husband wife relationship is peculiar to itself, being the most tactile of all human relationships. Perhaps he is wilting away without the careless and silly items softly whispered in the ear. He hesitated for a moment, undecided whether to follow this realization. But he put away the question for the moment to finish the work on hand. Reached out for tablet on which to note down his points. Srinivas decided to spend the next day completely at home. The day after the issue of the journal must be a holiday. I must remember I am finally a man, he told himself. Next morning, he surprised his wife by laying on bed. His wife woke him at 7:30. Don't you have to get up? No, my dear son, he said. It's a holiday. I won't go to the office, near to the office today. She let out a quiet little cry of happiness. Will you be at home all day?
Absolutely. She called. Damo, Damo, and their little son came in from somewhere. What is it, mother? Your father is not going to his office today. Why, father? He asked, looking at him dubiously. Srinivas had no ready answer to give. He was really very pleased to see the effect of his decision. Then, now run off. I will sleep for half an hour more and then you will know. The boy picked up his top and string and ran and again. Srinivas shut his eyes and let him just downtrodden in the luxury of inactivity. Mixed sounds reached him. His wife in the kitchen, his son's voice far off, arguing with a friend. The clamor of assertions and abuse on the water tap. A, a, a peddler woman crying, brinjals and greens in the street. All these sounds mingled and worked into each other, following each one to its root and source. One could trace it to a human aspiration and outlook. The vegetable seller is fine because in her background is her home and children whose welfare is molded by the amount of brinjals she is able to scatter into society. And there now somebody is calling her and haggling with her. Some old man, very fond of them, some schoolboy making a bright face over the brinjal. Diversity of taste, and the housewife striking the greatest measure of agreement. And managing tasks, seeing in the trial a welcome solution to her problem of housekeeping. And now trying to give away as little of her money as possible in exchange. Therein lies her greatest satisfaction. What great human forces meet and come to grips with each other between every sunrise and sunset. Srinivas was filled with great wonder at the multitudinous and vastness of the whole picture of life that this presented, tracing each noise to its source and to its conclusion back and forth. One got a picture which was too huge even to contemplate. The vastness and infiniteness of its church Srinivas deeply. That's clearly too big, even for contemplation, he remarked to himself, because it is in that total picture we perceive God. Nothing else in creation can ever assume such proportions and diversity. This indeed ought to be religion. Alas, how I wish I could convey a particle of this experience to my readers. There are certain thoughts which are strangled by expression. If only people could realize what immense schemes there are someone saw. At this moment, he heard over everything else a woman's voice saying, I will kill that dirty dog if he comes near the tap again. If you speak about my son's dog, I will break your frog. Another voice cried, Get away, boy. I've been here for half an hour for a glass of water. Now they formed to him a very different picture. A man's voice ordered, I will remove this cat if you are all going to. It was the voice of the old landlord and quietened the people. One heard only the noise of water falling in a pot. Next moment, the old man appeared in the doorway, peeped in and called, Mr. Srinivas. Oh, still sleeping, not keeping well. He walked up to Srinivas, lying in bed, and stood over him. I thought you would be getting ready to go out. He sat down on the floor beside his bed and said, I'll tell you, I sometimes feel I ought to blow up all my houses and send away all those people. They seem to be so unworthy of any consideration. What consideration do you show them? I've given them a water tap which they have not learned to use without hearing each other. I sometimes feel so sick of seeing all these
To the case that I blame God for keeping me in this world so long. If it makes you saucy, why don't you put up a couple of tabs more? Give them 20 more tabs. They would still behave in the same manner, he said irrelevantly. I have known days when people managed without any tab at all. There used to be only a single well for a whole village. It doesn't depend upon that, but people have lost all neighbors with this.
Taste that is all. He went on with further generalizations. Srinivas felt that it would be useless to remain in bed any longer. He got up, rolled up his bed, and picked his green-handled toothbrush and paste from the little wall shelf and unscrewed the toothpaste tube. The old man remarked, "What is the world coming to? Everybody has taken a fancy to these toothbrushes. They are made up of pigtails. I am told, why should we orphans, poor Ardians, go in for those things? Have you ever tried Margosa or Daniel twigs? They are the best, and they were not fools who wrote about them in Sastras. They knew more science than any of us today. You see the teeth? He bared his teeth. How do you like them? Most of them are missing, Srinivas said. Never mind the missing ones, but they stayed long enough when they did. And you know what I have used? Srinivas didn't wait for him to finish his sentence, but made his way towards the bathroom. He stayed in the bathroom just a little longer, hoping that the old man would have left by then. But he found him still there when he turned, sitting just as he had left. He came rubbing a towel over his face, and the old man asked, "What are these towels looking like? Some hairy insects. Must be very costly." "Yes, if you are still thinking of your own days," said Srinivas. "You are right. Do you know I used to buy 20 towels to a rupee, the Malayalam variety. I am still using some of them I bought in those days. It was due to bargains like yours that no industry ever found it possible to raise its head in the country." "You're right," said the old man without comprehending the other statements. "They should not try to rob us all if we have their prices." Srinivas moved to the window sill, on which was a small looking glass. There was a small wooden comb beside. He ran it through his graying hair mechanically, as by immemorial custom, wondering what comment this was going to provoke in the old man. It was not long in combining his sip with a clinical leave. Fancy men parting and combing their hair like women. How beautiful and manly it was in those days when at your age you had only a very small tuft and shape of the head. That's why people in those days were so clear headed. Yes, but we don't get the same amount of cooperation from our barbers these days. That is the worst of it, said Srinivas. And so we are compelled to go from stupidity to stupidity. Then the old man laughed at the joke and said, "You have not yet asked me my purpose in visiting you today." "Just a minute," Srinivas said, and went into the small kitchen. His wife was a little off at the little oven frying a rice cake. His eyes seemed swollen with smoke, but he seemed to be in great spirits. She was sitting with her back to him, humming a tune with herself, and she turned the cake. The place was fragrant with the smell of the burning ghee. Srinivas stood in the doorway for a moment and listened. "This is a nice bit of singing," he said. She turned to him with a smile. "I'm making these cakes for you. Don't bring up your coffee yet." He had never been given gift tiffin in the morning except today, and he understood that he was celebrating his holiday. He was disturbed for a moment by the thought that his holiday pleased her so much more than his letter. When all his pride and seriousness were bestowed on the letter, "Your meal will be late today," she explained. "I am going to give you away for your dinner. Ramu has gone out to the market to buy the vegetables for it. A stew of over a dozen vegetables. Srinivas was very fond of it. His mother used to feed him with it whenever he came home during vacation in those days. How the girl remembered his particular taste in all these things, and with what care she tended him now. He was touched for a moment, but all his acts an additional burden wanted more.
He told himself. He asked, I have a guest. Can you make some coffee for him? Yes, who is he? He held the door slightly open for her to see through. Oh, that man, she exclaimed.
Why has he come? Have you not paid the rent? She added. Not in a pocket would do, Taylor said. But when Mr. Cantor's poor fellow put up the sitting plans, the old man was overjoyed when he heard the invitation. He became nearly incoherent with joy. He was torn between the attraction of the offer and shyness. For the first time, Srinivas observed that the man could be moved by shyness. No, no, I never eat anywhere. Oh, don't trouble yourself about it. No, no, he said. But all the same, he got up and followed Srinivas into the kitchen. He grinned at that way at Srinivas's wife and commented flatteringly. I have always thought about people to come and observe this lady for a model. How well she looks after the house. I wish modern girls were all like her. Srinivas gently toppled him to a plank on which he sat down. He observed from his wife's face that she was pleased with the compliment, and Srinivas felt that the old man's pocket was now assured him. His wife came out with a tumbler of water and two leaves and set them in front of them. He then served a couple of cakes on each leaf, and the old man rubbed his hands with joy of anticipation. At a signal from Srinivas, he felt them, and Srinivas wondered how long it was since the other had been put. What do you eat at night? He asked questioningly. The old man tore off a piece of cake and stuck it in his mouth and swallowed it before he answered, shaking his head. I'm not a youth. Time was when I used to eat 3 meals a day, 3 full meals a day, and used to eat chicken twice a day. Do you know? That's remarkable. Existing was unmarried with me. But now what do you do? I'm a sannyasi, my dear young man, and no true sannyasi should eat more than once a day, he said pompously. He ate the cakes with great relish. Then, noting the tumbler of coffee was placed beside him, he looked lovingly at it and said, a sannyasi has given up coffee completely, but it is a sin not to have that instinct from offer, he said. You're right, Srinivas replied and added. So drink it up now. The old man raised the tumbler, tilted back his head, and poured the fluid down his throat. He put down the tumbler and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He shook his head appreciatively and murmured, if somebody is going to make coffee as good as this, it will prove very difficult for people like me who wish to give it up. Srinivas acknowledged the compliment with a smile and asked, half peeping out of the doorway, when are you going to give us on the tap? Oh, cried the old man. How many people ask this question every morning? I have to fill up every vessel at 3 in the morning. Even then, people try to be there earlier, she said. The old man made a noise of sympathy, taking his tongue, got to his feet, and passed on to the washing room without a word. After cleaning his hands and face, he went down to the front room and sat down on the mat. Srinivas still sat on the plank, saying something to his wife, and the old man's voice reached him from the heart. Just one small piece of welfare, please. Cannot do without it after eating anything. One bad habit which I am not able to conquer. Srinivas asked his wife, have you a piece of rationale anywhere? His wife nodded. The old man is making himself a toast yesterday, although he's so indifferent about the water tap. She went over to a cupboard, took out a small wicker basket, and gave Srinivas a pinch of spiced aroma. Srinivas transferred it immediately to his mouth. Fine stuff, he said. It's not for you, she cried. She handed him another.
Pinched and said, let him demand them immediately if he wants betel leaves also. Srinivas felt himself in a leisurely mood, the sort of relaxation he had never experienced for months now. Even an oven is given his moment of rest cool. He told himself, it's senseless to go on working and forging this delicious feeling of doing nothing. He muttered to himself as he carried the pinch of arcanat to his guest. The old man sprinkled it on his tongue and shut his eyes in an ecstasy of relish. You don't want bitter leaves and lime or tobacco. Oh no, the old man replied with a shudder. Do you want to see me make a fool of myself with my lips reddened with bitter juice at my age? He seemed to view it as a deadly sin, and Srinivas left it at that and began to wonder what he should do next. The old man now said, looking up at him, moving away a little on the mat, won't you sit down for a moment? Srinivas remained silent, wondering if he could conjure up some excuse which might be truthful and tactful and free him of the other's company. But the old man followed up. You have not yet asked me what business brought me here so early in the day.
I have come here on definite business. Srinivas sat down beside him, leaned on the wall, and stretched his legs, saying, "Do you mind my stretching before an elder?" "Not at all. It's your house as long as you pay the rent regularly," he replied. He bent over and said, "Do you know I have a granddaughter of marriageable age? I heard only recently that you had a daughter. How is it none of them come this way?" "Oh," he wriggled in despair. "Don't go into all that now. I have a granddaughter. That is all I wish to say. I would forget my daughter if possible." "That's an ungrateful brute," he said. "How many sons and daughters have you?" Srinivas persisted relentlessly. The old man glared at him angrily for a moment and asked, "Won't you leave that subject alone?" "No," Srinivas replied. "I have got to know. I'm not prepared to hear about your granddaughter unless you tell me first about your daughters and sons." "Oh, if that is so, I will tell you. I have three sons and two daughters in Karachi. I'm not concerned with her because her husband is a customs officer and she thinks it is not in keeping with her status to think of her father and the rest of us. It is over 12 years since she wrote. She pretends that she is of Persian royal descent, I suppose, and not an ordinary South Indian." He laughed at his own joke and continued, "Why should I care? I don't. It saves me a postage to forget her. Sometimes her mother used to fret about her, and for her sake I used to waste a postcard and now and then. But since the old lady's death, I have forgotten that daughter. I'm not talking about my second daughter. You have told me nothing about your two sons. Oh, won't you leave them alone? Why do you trouble sannyasi like me with such reminders?" "Where are they?" Srinivas asked. "In heaven or hell?" "What do I care?" the old man replied. "I refuse to talk about them. They are all ungrateful, rapacious brood. Why talk of them? Has the second daughter of yours I have a daughter?" At the mention of the granddaughter, his eyes glittered with joy. "You're absolutely right. Oh, what an angel she is. Whenever I want to see her, I go to the Methodist girls' school, where she reads, talk to her during the recess, and come away." His tone fell to cringing. "I wish to see her married. I have set apart 5,000 rupees for her marriage. Let them produce a good husband for her, and the amount will go to her. And they must manage the wedding celebrations as well as the dowry within that amount."
What is your
He's a teacher in the same school. So you are bound to see him also when you go there. Hmm. I never go in. I call her up from outside, see her for a moment and go away. I don't talk to that fellow, nor to that wife of his. What did they do? They neglected their mother and wouldn't spend even an Anna when she was ill. I had to pay the doctor's bill. No, 170 rupees all myself. Not an Anna was contributed by any of them. Do you know how much the old woman doted on them? I was always telling her that she was spoiling them, but she wouldn't listen. After her death, I cut off the entire root completely. I have no use for ungrateful wretches of that kind. Do you agree with me or not? Srinivas slurred over the question. The old man said, for this granddaughter of mine, why don't you find a bridegroom? I may die any moment. I'm very old, and as they say in Gita, he quoted a Sanskrit verse from Bhagavad Gita regarding mortality. He shrank his eyes to small slits and begged, I want to see this girl married. Srinivas said, I don't know what I can do. My tenant in that portion, Ravi, isn't he your friend? I have often seen him going with you. I observe all things. Why don't you persuade him to give me his horoscope? I think it will be a good match for this girl. Srinivas could hardly believe his ears. At the sound of Ravi, the entire picture of his complicated life flashed across his mind, and he didn't know what to say. Why have you pitched on Ravi? Because I have observed him. and he is in a respectable job. But he has a very large number of dependents. Yes, that's a fact. But I shall probably reduce his rent and give him another room. What can we do about his people? We'll see about it all later. But will you kindly speak to him about my granddaughter and get me his horoscope? Ever since I saw him, I have been thinking what a perfect match he would be for the girl. Tell him that the girl is beautiful and reads in sixth form. Srinivas promised to do his best without much conviction. The printer sat down on the stool before Srinivas' table and said, I rather like the friend you brought in the other evening. Who is he? Srinivas told him about him. He took out the sketch and passed it on to the other for his scrutiny, saying, do you know, there are few in India who can do that with a pencil. Fine girl. The printer agreed, shaking his head as if appreciating a piece of music or a landscape. Who is she? God knows. They were in a car street, and they are no longer there. That's all he knows. He lost sight of her and will not go till he finds her again. He drew this because he thought they were back here. The printer pondered over it deeply. What a fool to be running after an unknown girl. A man must shut his eyes tight if it proves useless to look any longer. That's my principle in life. This was the first time Srinivas had heard the other talk in this strain. He had known very little of his family, except that sometimes he referred to his home. Away there by a crossroad in the new extension containing a wife and five children, Srinivas opened his lips to ask something and hesitated. The printer seemed to read his mind and said with a smile, I'm not such a bad, the table and said, I thought there was something funny about that young man. These artists are futile. They can neither get along with their jobs properly nor forget a face. But Srinivas said, I wish he could get that girl back, if it is only to make him go on with his drawing.
You think it is so important? Asked the printer. Why I can get a score of fellows to do this sort of thing. He scrutinized it again, making an honest effort to see what there might be in it. Well, anyway, it is not his profession. What is there to sorrow about? Srinivas stared at him for a moment and rapped the table with his palm as if to get the other's fullest attention. Don't you see what a great artist we are losing? He's an artist. Don't you see that? Oh, the other exclaimed, as if the truth were dawning upon him for the first time. Oh, he added, yes, you're right. He looked at the sketch intently, as if comparing it better now. You just leave him to me. I will tackle him. You will see him drawing these pictures one after another till you cry enough, no more. A few days later, going down to the press one evening, he saw Ravi sitting in a chair opposite the printer. Srinivas was rather surprised. Ravi, who would usually come up and occupy his stool, had now been short circuited by the printer. By the look on the artist's face, Srinivas understood that they had been in a conclave for a long while. The moment Srinivas appeared, the artist rose, gripped his arm, and cried, pointing at the other, oh, he knows, he knows. His voice trembled with joy, and his hands shook. The printer said, with his eyes twinkling, he has promised to come and draw a picture of my little son tomorrow evening. Would you like to have any done for you? When he went home, the artist accompanied him. The printer saw them off at the door, effusively as ever. His parting word to the artist as they stepped into the street was, the baby will be ready to receive you at 7 o'clock sharp. Fourth Cross Road, new extension. I'll wait at the gate. The artist chatted happily all the way. Tomorrow, I must leave home pretty early, a couple of hours at the printer's house, and from there on to the office direct. I shall be just there in time. I hope that child is sketchable. What sort of child is he? Have you seen? No, replied Srinivas. And what else did he tell you? Oh, my friend, I never knew I was so near help. All that I want is just another look at that girl and that will transform my entire life. I never knew that our printer was a man who could be so helpful. What a fine man he is. Srinivas didn't like to pursue the matter further and remained silent. He somehow felt disinclined to speak about the printer. When he passed the last crossing in Market Road and turned down Anderson Lane, he ventured to ask, what would be your reaction if someone seriously proposed his daughter to you? I would kill him. The other replied promptly and recklessly. Srinivas left it at that, feeling that he had discharged the duty laid upon him by the old man. The old man appeared just as he was hurrying to his office. He turned the corner of the street, and the old man hailed from him from under the street tape where he had been parking. Mr. Editor, oh Mr. Editor, he called from the tap, and his cry ran past a ring of spectators waiting for the tap to be free. Srinivas turned and wished he would clear the entire street at a jump. But it was not possible. The old man came up to him, dripping with water. He shook his head disapprovingly. No, no, you must not be so very inconsiderate to an old man. Srinivas stared and said, I am in a hurry. Who is not? Asked the old man promptly. Every creature is in a hurry. Every ant is in a hurry. Every bird is in a hurry. Every fellow I meet is in a hurry. The sun is in a hurry. The moon is in a hurry. All except the slave of God, I suppose. Srinivas was too much engrossed in his own thoughts to say anything in reply. He said, now I will be off. I will.
And he tried to cover the rest of the street at one stride, but the old man would not let him go. He almost cantered behind him and caught up with him. He was panting with the effort. His chest heaved. Srinivas felt that if the old man dropped down dead on the spot, the responsibility would be his, and made a quick decision to change his route from that day. The old man panted. Have you forgotten that I have such a thing as a granddaughter? I haven't, said Srinivas. I remember your request, but the time is not yet. Are you going to tell me that you have not seen the boy? Srinivas paused to consider if he might make such an evasion. But the old man went on. Don't say that, because some evenings ago I saw you both going home. Didn't you turn the street together? I may be old, but not too old, to see by streetlight when there is something to see. Srinivas felt exasperated. Why is this man plaguing me like this? He had left home a few minutes earlier in order to clear up some heavy work in the office. He looked hard at the old man and said, the boy doesn't seem to be in a good mood to marry anyone, that's all. The old man gripped his arm and said, do you think I believe a word of what you say? He gazed on Srinivas's face, with his eyes half covered with water drops, and attempted to express a magic twinkling at the same time. Fellows are always shy about marriage. They will not say so. In fact, do you know, when they came and proposed I should marry, I tried to hide myself in the paddy barn on the wedding day. I was just 12, but he is 28. Bah, what an age, the other commented. What can a fellow decide at 28? And why have they left him unmarried for so long? All this is due to the idiotic things they say about child marriage. I was 11 when I married, and my wife 9. And yet, what was wrong with our marriage? Srinivas said, I will positively come and see you tonight in your room. I promise. I'm in a hurry now. All right, go. I like people who attend to their duties properly. Don't forget that I have a granddaughter. Srinivas almost broke into a run for fear he might be stopped again. The artist dropped in one afternoon, went straight to his stool, drew it near the window, turned his back on Srinivas, and sat looking out. Srinivas was, as usual, submerged in his papers. His mind noted the steps on the creaking staircase, but he did not like to interrupt himself or allow his mind to speculate about the visitor. He went on writing and correcting without lifting his head. He laid his pen aside, rolled up a manuscript, and flung it downstairs. He returned to his seat, leaned back, and asked, Ravi, are you asleep or awake? Neither am dead, the other replied, and came nearer, dragging the stool. He planted the stool right in front of the table and cleared his throat as a prelude to her harangue. Srinivas knew he would have to listen to a great deal now. He kept himself 15. He felt it was his duty to give every possible encouragement to the other. Now that he had shown an inclination to go on with his drawing as a sort of lead, he asked, "Well, how far are you progressing with your sketch?" Ravi leaned over and asked, "Of that child?" indicating his finger down the staircase. "Don't you see that I have avoided him and come up direct?" "Not finished it yet. It will never be finished," he replied in a hushed voice. "But I dare not tell him." "Why? What is wrong?" "It is an awful subject. I won't go on with it. But I hear that you go there every day."
Yes, yes.
Every day I go and sit before the child, study it for an hour in hope of discovering even the faintest thing to hold on to. But I definitely didn't give up. Nothing is right about it. All its lines are wrong. Its expression is awfully dull and lifeless. It is a pity. But the poor fellow is hoping that every day that you are going to do it. That's why I'm trying to avoid him. Though I've got to see him. How am I to manage it? I can't tell him about his child, can I? No, no. That hurt any parent. I'd wish I could get the view of a parent. "You haven't seen the child." Srinivas didn't answer. His mind went off on another line. He wondered if he should tell the printer. No, he told himself. There is no sense in interfering in the other people's life. His mind perceived in a balance of power in human relationships. He marveled in an invisible power force of the universe which maintained his stable balance in all matters. It was so perfect that it seemed to be unnecessary for anybody to do anything. For a moment, it seemed to him a fertile and presumptuous occupation to analyze, criticize, and attempt to set things right anywhere. As an example, here was the printer telling Ravi imaginary stories about his ability to find other sweetheart. Ravi's head was in clouds of an account of those stories, and he was the artist helping the printer to also to keep the head in the same cloud line with promises of sketching his child. These two seemed to balance each other so nicely that Srinivas felt astounded at the arrangement by the gods. If only one could get the comprehensive view of all humanity, one would get a correct view of the world, things being neither particularly wrong nor right, but just balancing themselves. Just the required number of wrongdoers, and there are people who deserve the wrong deeds, just as many policemen to bring them their senses, if possible, and just many years again to keep the police employed, and so on in an infinite concentric circle. He seized his pen and jolted down a few lines under the heading Balance of Power. He occupied for full 15 minutes. He said, "Don't mistake me, Ravi. I had to jot down some ideas just as they came. Otherwise, I'd lose them forever." He felt thrilled by the thoughts that stood on the threshold for some revolutionary discoveries in the realm of human existence. Solutions to many of the problems that I had been teasing his mind for years. He merely said, "You see, I'm gathering new ideas which may entirely change our banner." Chapter 4. The expected revolution in the banner came in another way. On a Friday, when the editor flung down the manuscript with matter, the shout came back from the bottom of the staircase. "Editor, you have to spare me a few minutes today." And the printer came upstairs. His face didn't have unusual radiance. He learned that and said, "Your farmers are not going in." "What is the matter?" My men have gone on strike today." Srinivas was aghast. He would jump to his feet, crying, "We can't let down our subscribers." "Yes, I know," said the printer. "We got to do something." "I don't know. Labor trouble? We are helpless against the labor anywhere." "How many?" Srinivas asked, hope that at least now he'd know how many work behind the purple curtain. "All of them are on strike," replied the printer, and I shattered in hope. "All of them, the entire lot," they gave no.
It and went on a lightning strike at midnight. Even the first storm for the day had gone on the machine. They walked out in a body. Srinivas' mind once again wondered how many workers would form a strike, and his speculations lay lashed mainly against that purple dotted curtain. He looked helplessly down the stairway and ruminated over the hollow silence that reigned in the cradle room. The printer pushed away a few papers and seated himself on the edge of the table. Srinivas' head was buzzing with alternative suggestions. His mind ran all over the available presses in the town, the Crown Electric, the City Power, Acharya Printing, Sharp Printing Works, and so on and so forth. He had gone the round once before when starting the journal and recollected what a hopeless task it had proved to get any press to undertake the printing of his journal. There was a press law which terrified most printers. They understood a very little of it, but always seemed to feel it's safer not to go near a periodical publication. They had not enough confidence to read the articles and judge whether they would land themselves in trouble or not. The printer being in a willy-nilly partner by virtue of the government's order in all that an editor or publisher might do. They avoided trouble by confining themselves to visiting cards, catalogs, and wedding invitations. Everywhere, cinemas got the same reply. Journal, weekly. "Oh, sorry, we are not sure we should be able to print the issues in time." "Oh, sorry, we cannot undertake it." It was only the printer who said at once, "Leave it to me. I will manage somehow." Going around the town in search of a printer, Srinivas had wasted nearly a week, and wary of the stock reply. He had gone up and down and accidentally met this man at the Bombay Anand Bhavan in Market Road, where he had gone in for a cup of coffee. Srinivas had by now almost decided to give up all ideas of printing his works in Malgudi as he sat gloomily in the noisy hall of Bombay Anand Bhavan, sipping his coffee. He was attracted to his future printer by his voice, a rich baritone which hovered above the babble of the heart like a drone. Srinivas understood a little of what he had been saying, since he spoke Hindi and could be easily mistaken for North Indian. With his fur cap and scarf flung around his neck, he sat in a chair next to a proprietor at the counter and seemed to be receiving special attention. By the way, waiters were carrying him plates and cups and pressing all sorts of things on him. Apparently, he said something amusing to everyone who went near him, since everyone came away from grinning. He seemed to be keeping the whole establishment in excellent humor, including the fat puppeteers. Srinivas was so much struck by his personality that he asked a boy at his table, "Who is that man?" "He is our puppeteer's friend. He prints all our bill books and invoices." "What? Prints? Has he has he a friend?" Well, next moment he felt had left his half-finished cup of coffee on the table and gone over to the counter. He looked at the printer and asked, "I wish to talk to you." "To me? Well, I am all attention. Will you kindly come with me for a minute? Let us sit over there." "Oh, yes." He descended from the counter with great dignity. He appeared to take charge of Srinivas immediately, although he had come at the latter's invitation. It was as if he were arranging a grand reception.
He carries something to the puppeteer in the northern Indian accents and then calls someone and send him running upstairs. He sent someone else running in another direction. He kept the whole place spinning around. His voice commanded, people hithered and thither, and held itself monarch about the din. People turned their heads and stared at them. Presently he said, with an elaborate,
Note of invitation in his voice, pointing up staircase. This way, please. Srinivas felt embraced and uttered a mild protest, which the other brushed aside gently and said, "You will be more comfortable there. We can talk quietly." Srinivas began to be troubled by an uneasy feeling that he had perhaps given a total false and grand impression of himself. Perhaps the other was completely mistaken. He proceeded to say that once, stopping halfway up the step. "You see, it is nothing." So, the others would not allow him to proceed. He categorically said, "I know all that. Please go off." They came to a closely furnished room upstairs, a very special room, as a board hanging outside it said, "For ladies and families only." Srinivas halted before it, finding another excuse. "We are neither ladies nor families. How can we go in?" "These rules are not for me," the other said. He unhooked the board and handed it to the passing servant and said, "Take to it to Sajid and tell him not to send any ladies or families or anyone into the room while I'm there, and come back." The servant hesitated, at which the other went over in some northern language. After that, he led Srinivas into a special room, drew up a cushioned chair for him, and seated him on it. He then proceeded to give up elaborate orders to a server who was waiting at the door. The table was presently littered with plates and cups, and he would not allow Srinivas to speak a word till they had their repast. After that, he called a servant to clear her table. He ordered pan and cigarettes. He lit a cigarette, blew out, and smoked, leaned back in his chair, and said, "Well, sir, I am at your service. What can I do for you?" Srinivas was stunned by all this hospitality. He said, "You are extremely kind of me." The other asked, "Do you think so?" With such earnestness that Srinivas felt constrained to explain. "I am after all a stranger. There are no strangers for Sampath." "Who is Sampath?" asked Srinivas, and rather puzzled. Speaking, the other said, as if into a telephone. Srinivas looked up at him for a moment and cried, "Oh!" and burst into a laugh. The other joined unreservedly. He said, "I tell you, sir, I am an optimist in life. I believe in keeping people happy. I have the pleasure of knowing your name. Name is—" The other cut him short. "The immaterial to me. I don't want it. What am I going to do with your name? Shall I at least state my business?" "If it pleases you. I am the editor of Unborn Journal. Can you print it?" "Do you want me to print it?" "Yes." "Well, in that case, I have nothing to say. Customers are God messengers. In my humble opinion, if I serve them aright, I make some money in the world and also acquire merit for the next. All the printers in the town seem to be afraid of talking up my journal. The worst lot of printers in any part of the world is to be found in this town." Someone said, "They seem to be afraid of breaking the law." The other said, "By look of you, I don't think you would wish to see me in the jail. But if you ever, as an editor, get into trouble, it will be my business to share your trouble." When a person becomes a customer, he becomes a sort of blood relation of mine. Do you understand? But first of all, let us go to the press. See, that was Srinivas' first entrance to the Kabir lane. It was within a few minutes' walk of a hotel.
After twisting their way through some lanes of Sampath went a little ahead, stepped on his threshold, and said, "You are welcome to the Truth Printing Works, Mr. Editor." The riddle was grinding away.
The griddle was grinding away out of sight. The printer pointed out a seat to Srinivas and then cried, "John! John!" There was no response. The machine was whirring away inside, but there was no sign of John. "Boy! Boy!" he cried. "Yes, sir," answered a thin, youngish voice, and the machine ceased. The curtain behind the printer parted and the head peeped out of a very young fellow. He waited for a moment, watching the back of his employer, and then withdrew his head and disappeared softly. Presently, the rattle of the machine began again. "Well, sir, I thought I could introduce my staff to you, but they seem to be. Oh, don't disturb them. Let them go on with their work. How many have you there?" The printer turned and took a brief look at the curtain behind him, and said with an air of confidence, jerking his thumb in the direction of the other room, "I tell you, labor is not what it used to be. We have to go very cautiously with them, otherwise we invite trouble. Well, sir, I am at your service. Here is a sample of my work." He opened a cupboard and threw down on the table a few handbills, notices, pamphlets, and letterheads. He held up each one of them delicately with a comment. "I didn't like this, sir," he said, holding up a letter paper. "I don't approve of this style, but the customer wanted it. Printing this Printing is one of the finest arts in the world, sir, but how few understand it." At this moment there appeared at the door a middle-aged man wearing a close coat and turban. His face was rigid, and with a finger he was flicking his mustache. At the sight of him, the printer jumped out of his seat and dashed towards him with a lusty cry of welcome. "What an honor this is today for truth printing. I'm tired of sending my clerk and getting your evasive answers. That is why I have come myself." "What a blessing! What a blessing!" cried the printer and took him by the hand and pulled him to a chair. "I don't want all this," the other said curtly. "Are you going to give me your printed form today or not? I must know that immediately." "Of course you are getting it," said the printer, turning and going back to his seat. "Meet our editor. He is going to print his weekly here." The other looked at Srinivas condescendingly, his second finger still on his mustache, his face still rigid, and asked, "What sort of weekly? Humorous or?" Srinivas turned away, looked at the printer, and asked with a cold, calculated indifference, "Who is he? You have not told me." "Haven't I?" cried the printer, almost in a panic. "He is our district board president, Mr. Soma Sundaram. I am one of the few privileged to call him Mr. Somu." Mr. Somu's face slightly relaxed, and a suspicion of a smile appeared somewhere near his ears. "Here," he said rather grimly, "you promised me the printed speech 10 days ago, and I don't think you have started it at all. The function is coming off on Wednesday." Saffet explained to Srinivas. "He is opening a bridge 5 miles from here, across the Saraya, a grand function.
Do you know that it is going to transform our entire Malgudi district? This is going to be the busiest district in South India. Do you know what odds we had to face? With the government on one side and the public on the other? Mr. Somo added. Mr. Editor, public life is a thankless business. If you knew how much they oppose this thing, it is a history by itself, Sampath continued. It is all in his speech. It is going to create a sensation. The other pleaded. But please, let me have it in time. Sampath said, my dear sir, I don't know what you think of me, but I treat this bridge opening as my own business. When a customer steps over this threshold, all his business becomes mine. If you have trust in Sampath, you will be free.
From many unnecessary worries, the other was completely softened by now. He wailed, I have come to you of all printers in this town. Doesn't it show you how I value your service? Sampath bowed ceremoniously, acknowledging the sentiment. But the function only 5 days ahead, you have not yet given me the proof, began the other. Don't I know it? There is a very special reason why I have not given you the proof yet. You will not get it till a day before the function. That's settled. Why? Why? Sampath took no notice of the question. He rummaged among the papers in a tray and brought out a manuscript. He opened the manuscript and said, now listen, ladies and gentlemen, as if addressing a gathering. It was masterly declamation giving a history of the Sarayu Bridge and all its politics. The idea of putting up a bridge over the Sarayu was as old as humanity. Sarayu was one of the loveliest rivers in India, coming down from the heights of Mempi Hills and bending its way through the northern sector of Malgudi, an ornament as well as a means of irrigating tens of thousands of acres. The preamble consisted of a long dissertation of the river Sarayu, followed by a history of the whole idea of bridging it. Started a short note by a collector, Mr. Frederick Lawley, later Sir Frederick, in a district gazetteer nearly a century old and culminating in Mr. Somu's own enthusiasms and struggles. It was a hodge and podge of history, mythology, politics, and opinion. It was clear that several hands had written that speech for Mr. Somu. The district board president's face was beaming by this time. He listened appreciatively to his own speech, nodding his head in great approbation. He constantly looked up at Srinivas in order to punctuate the reading with an explanation. You see, it refers to the government note issued at that time. Oh, public life is thankless business. Do you know what they tried to do when the voting was demanded? Sometimes people stoop to the lowest means to gain their ends. It was quite half an hour before Sampath put down the speech and leaned back to his chair. He let out a slight cough before saying, Mr. Somu, do you now see why I can't give you the proof until a day before the show? The president scratched his head and tried to make out what the reason could be. He turned to Srinivas and said, don't you think that the speech is very good? Srinivas simpered non-committally and district board president looked greatly pleased. He begged, Sampath, if you will kindly give it to me in time, I can go through it and make any additions. That's one of the reasons why I am holding up your proof. I don't want you to touch up the speech, which is very good as it is. And then, do you note that your reference in the third paragraph to your predecessor in office cannot yet be printed? Why so? In my view, you may have to put everything into the past tense, and I don't want to waste paper and stationery. Don't you know that he has had heart attack and it is seriously ill? I didn't know he was so bad, said the president, pausing. I can't take risks, sir. You would have got the 2,000 printed copies delivered to my 12 days ago. I even set up a page, but then I heard that Mr. So and so was ill. I at once put it away and sent my boy running so ascertain how he was. It is very considerate of you. Thank you, sir. I have a great responsibility as a printer, sir. If there is any blunder in the speech, it is the printer who will be laughed at. True, true, the other agreed, completely carried off his feet. I never delay unnecessarily without sufficient reason. You may rest assured of it. Sampath said in a tone full of representment, and the president said, I am sorry, Mr. Sampath, I didn't mean to.
They do mention it. Sambad said, you are perfectly within your rights. In his duty, it is your duty. Your speech will be in your hands. In time, sir. He said formally. The other was too pleased to say anything. He showed signs of making his exit. And Sambad just it for him by saying, I will go with you a little way. When he was gone, Srinivas found himself all alone and surveyed the room. A small table and chair blocking the door, way which was curtained off, beyond which lay a great mystery. The sound of a machine could be heard. He felt tempted to part the curtain and peep in, but he dared not do. He turned over in his mind the recent scene he had watched between the printer and his customer, and he felt greatly puzzled about the future printer. He speculated, suppose he does the same thing with the weekly when it is out. He felt a little uneasy, but told himself presently, I have no right to disbelieve what I have heard and seen. He may have genuine feelings for the president's predecessor, all the same, I must take care that some such things doesn't happen to the weekly and the due date. If I don't accept these services, where is the alternative? Anyway, God alone must save me. Just at this moment, the printer returned, apologizing profusely for his absence, and said, Sir, let us go on with our journal. It went smoothly on until this moment when Sampath came to announce the strike which had taken place among his men. For Srinivas, the world seemed to be coming to a sudden end. He was facing the most disgraceful situation in his life. What explanation was he to give to those hundreds of subscribers? He looked at his table, littered with proofs and manuscripts. Only the editorial and one or two other features remain to be set up today. His editorial entitled To All Whom It May Concern, dealing with profound subject, the relation between God and the state, was almost finished. He had only other paragraph to add. After assimilating how much space was available on the page, now he pushed across the manuscript and asked, will this fit up the first page or can I add other paragraph? The printer squinted in, measured his lines, make your paragraph short, and we can now squeeze it in. If you have something important to say, how can we omit it? Thank you. Wait a moment, said Srinivas. He seized off his pen and dashed off the concluding paragraph. If you are going to reserve a seat for various representatives of minorities, you could as well reserve a seat for the greatest minority in the world, namely God. A seat must be reserved for him in every council and assembly and cabinet. Then we shall perhaps see things going right in the world. The printer read it again and said, well, sir, I'm beaten now. I can't make out a line of what you have written. However, this is none of my business. But how are we going to print it? I will help you. Do it somehow. How is it possible, sir? He remained brooding for a while and then said, with a great deal of determination in his voice, well, sir, I will do my best. If it costs my life, I can be defeated by a man, and in grades, I have them a bonus last year. But I don't think we can catch tonight's train. We shall probably have the bundles ready for tomorrow morning. But that will mean a day's delay, Louis Srinivas. Don't you think, Mr. Editor, that your leaders would prefer it to not getting the journal at all? He looked at his watch and said, we have only 3 hours for the night train. Impossible. Even if we employ supernatural powers. Now, sir, give me the stuff and I will start. Srinivas was very happy to see Sampath and his legal skills again. Come on, I will help you in the pressing. Sister, no, sir. I have never heard of any printer using an editor.
to assist him. No, sir, I should make myself the laughing stock of the entire printing community. Please stay where you are. He hesitantly got up and went out. Srinivas picked up the pages of his manuscript and followed him without a word downstairs. The printer flung off his coat and took out a blue overall which had lain folded up in the cupboard with elaborate care. He put it on and tied up the strings, rolled his sleeves, smiled, and without a word parted the purple dotted curtain and passed in Srinivas hesitated for a while, wondering what he should do. He wondered how far he could make bold to push that curtain aside and follow. Sampath's often repeated compliment that that he had told many people the editor had never seen beyond the curtain range in his ears. But he told himself, I'm not going to be beaten by a compliment. This seemed a golden chance to enter the great mystery. He felt on the verge of an unknown discovery and let his impulse carry him on. He pushed through the curtain, a corner of his mind still troubled whether he would find himself thrown out next moment. He found himself in a small room with no window whatever, in which stood a cutting machine, a stitching machine, and a couple of typeboards. The printer was standing before one of them with a composing stick in his hand. He looked at Srinivas very casually and said, would you like to try your hand at typesetting? With pleasure, said Srinivas. And the other took him to a typeboard, put a stick in his hand, and spread out a manuscript on the board. You just go on putting these letters here, all capitals here, and the lower cases you will find here. If you can get used to seeing objects upside down or right to left, you will be an adept in on time. The printer's page was set up correctly and printed off at midnight. Srinivas, for his share, produced an Aporius proof sheet. The printer corrected it. I think it will be immensely enjoyed by your readers if you print a page of your own as it is. He remarked, laughing heartily at all the and all inverted letters and the unpronounceable words that had filled the page. It was 4 a.m. when the printing of the issue was completed. A cock crew in the neighboring house when the thread cased and Srinivas went on to learn the intricacies of stitching and folding apparatus. His fingers felt stiff and unwieldy when he knelt on the floor and wrote the address on labels and worked them around the copies, lying on the floor. His eyes smarted, his temples throbbed, and the sound of the thread remained in his ears as the copies were gathering into bundles. The trains were passing Malgudi in hours' time. The printer had become less loquacious and even a little morose through lack of sleep. His voice was thick and tired as he said, even that boy has joined the strikers. Fancy, I am afraid we shall have to help ourselves. He had a bundle on to his shoulders. Srinivas followed his example and took up the second bundle. They put out the lights, locked the front door, and started out. There was already a faint light in the eastern sky. More cocks were crowing in the neighborhood. Cows and their milkmen were on the move, and the town was stirring as they were about to turn into a market road. A figure hurtled before them. It was Srinivas' wife, accompanied by her very sleep younger sister. What are you doing here at this hour? Srinivas asked. She was visibly aback by the sight of her husband carrying a load on his shoulders. What are you doing at this hour?
One might mistake you for a robber, she cried as her son hung onto her arms, almost asleep. I was so worried all night. Well, go home now. I'm quite well. I will come home and tell you all about it. At the railway station, Sampat woke up the station master and left the bundles in his charge to be sent up with the guards of the two trains. The station master protested, but Sampat said, "It's not pleasure for us to come here at
this hour, but circumstances have forced us. Have pity on us and don't add to our troubles. You are at perfect liberty to throw these out, but please don't. You'll be making hundreds of people suffer. Just tell the guards to put these down at the station marked and they will be taken charge of." There was still a quarter of an hour for the first train to arrive, and they decided to trust the station master and go home. The thought of bed seemed sweet to Srinivas. At this moment, at the big square in Market Road, Sampath paused to say, "Good night or good morning or whatever it is, sir. This is my road to New Extension and bed. To say that I am grateful to you," began Srinivas. "All that tomorrow," said the other, moving away. He cried just a moment and came back. "Oh, I forgot to show you this, editor. I printed and put this slip into the middle page of every copy." And he handed him a green slip. Srinivas strained his aching eyes and read by the morning light, owing to some machine breakdown and general overhauling. The banner will not be issued for some time. We beg the forgiveness of our readers till it is resumed. You have done this without telling me? Yes, I set it up while you were busy and I did not like to bother you with it. But, but there is no other way, editor. We can't repeat our last night's performance next week or the week after. The readers have to go to know the position, isn't that so? Good night or good morning, sir. He turned and went away, and Srinivas dully watched him go, his brain too tired to think. He heaved a sigh and set his face homeward. The following days, during Srinivas left for his office punctually as usual every day. He took his seat, went through the mail, and sat till the evening making notes regarding the future of the banner. Sampath was hardly to be seen. The room below was locked up and there was no sign of him. Srinivas hardly had the heart to open his letters. He could anticipate what they would contain. He did not have a large circle of readers, but the few that read the paper were very enthusiastic. They exclaimed, "Dear editor, it's a pity that you should be suspending the journal. Our weekend has become too blank without it." He flattered and unhappy. His brother wrote from Talapur. It was quite taken aback to see your slip. "Why have you suspended your journal indefinitely? Have you found it financially impossible? Is that likely to be the secret?" Srinivas felt indignant. Why did these people assume that a journal was bound to land itself in financial difficulties, as if that alone were the chief item? He wrote back indigenously and a letter saying that financially it was all right, quite sound, and nobody needed concern concern himself with it. He folded the letter and put it in an envelope. He put it away for posting and went on to answer another letter and to say that the banner would resume publication in a very short time. He wrote the same message to another and another. They piled up on one side of his untidy table. It was the midday when he finished writing the letters. He looked at them again one by one as if revising and told himself, "What eyewash and falsehood. I'm not going to post these." He tore up the letters and flung them into the waste paper basket. His letter to his brother alone remained on the table. He went through it and was now assailed by doubts. He put it away and took out his accounts ledger. This was an aspect of the work to which he paid the least attention. He now examined it page by page, and great uneasiness seized him. He picked up a sheet of paper and wrote on it, "Mr. Editor," addressing himself, "why are you deluding yourself? An account that cannot lie unless you are a big businessman and want to write it up for the benefit of the income tax department. The banner ledgers have no such. Yeah,
Plain and truthful. You have neglected the accounts completely. Your printer alone must be thanked for keeping you free from all the worries regarding it. He was somehow providing the paper and printing off the sheets and dispatching copies. You received the money orders and disposed of the receipts in a very eccentric way, sometimes paying the legitimate bills, more often paying off your rent and domestic bills. The printer has been too decent to demand his money, and so let it accumulate, taking it only when he was paid. I have a great suspicion that all his trouble with the stuff was due to the banner, it being almost the major work he did, and without getting any returns for it. If it is so, Mr. Editor, your responsibility is very great in this affair. You have got to do something about it. I mean, yours truthfully, Srinivas. He folded it and put it in an envelope, pasted the flap, and wrote on it, to Mr. Samper, a favor of Brazil. He put the letter in his pocket and got up. He took his upper cloth from the nail in the wall, flung it over his shoulders, and set out. He locked the room and went downstairs. Side of the bright brass lock on the front door of the press. He crossed Cabin Lane and entered the market road. It was the midday, and the sun was beating down fiercely. A few cars and buses drove along the road, stirring up the hot afternoon dust. The languor of the afternoon lay upon the place. Some of the shops in the market were closed, the owners having gone home for a nap. The fountain of the market square sparkled in the sun, rising in weak spurts. A few mongrels lay curled up at the market gate. A couple of women sat there with their baskets. A workman was sitting under a tree, munching a handful of brown nuts he had bought from the woman. Srinivas felt suddenly drowsy. Catching the spirit of the hour himself, it was as if he were breathing in the free air of the town for the first time, for the first time opening his eyes to its atmosphere. He suddenly realized what a lot he had missed in his life, and for so long, cooped up in that room. The death of a journal as compensations, he reflected. For instance, how little did I know of life at this hour? He toyed with the idea of going to the river for a plunge. I had nearly forgotten the existence of the river. He hesitated as he came before the national stores. He would have to turn to his right here and cross into Element Street if he were going to the river, but that would take him away from his destination, which was Sampat's house at New Extension. He had 2 miles to go along the south road. He felt suddenly very tired, and his head throbbed faintly through the glare from the bleached roads. A couple of cars and lorries passed, stirring up a vast amount of dust, which hung like mist in the air. He saw a jutka coming in his direction, the horse limping along under the weight of the carriage. He called, "Here, jutka, will you take me to Lawley Extension?" The jutka man, who had a red dhoti around his waist and a towel tied around his head, with nothing over his brown body, was almost asleep with the bamboo whip tucked under his arms. He started up at the call of Jutka and pulled the reins. "Will you take me to Lawley Extension?" Srinivas repeated. He looked at Srinivas doubtfully. "Oh, yes, master. What will you give me?" "8 annas," Srinivas said without conviction. Without a word, the Jutka man flicked the whip on the horse's haunch and moved it forward. Srinivas watched it for a moment and started walking down the south road.
Jude Driver halted his carriage, looked back, and shouted, "Will you give me 14 minutes?" Srinivas stared at him for a second, scorned to give him a reply, and passed on. "I would rather get burnt in the sun than have any transaction with these fellows," he muttered to himself. A little later, he heard once again the voice of the Jirka man hailing him. "Sir, will you give me at least 12 annas? Do you know how horse grab?"
Selling now? Srinivas shouted back. I don't want to get into your judgment, even if you are going to carry me free. And walked resolutely on. He felt indignant. The fellow would not even stop and haggle, but goes away and talks to me on second thoughts. He felt surprised at his own indignation. There must be a touch of the sun in my head, I suppose. The poor fellow wants an anna or two more, and I'm behaving like it. His thoughts were interrupted by the rattling of carriage wheels behind him. He turned and saw the jet cab pulling up close at his heels. The jet car driver, an unshaven ruffian, salaamed with one hand and said, rather hurt, "You uttered a very big word, master." Srinivas was taken aback. "I say, won't you leave me alone?" "No, master, I'm 50 years old, and I have sat at the driver's seat ever since I can remember. You could give me the worst horse, and I could manage it. That's all very well. But what has that to do with me?" Srinivas asked unhappily, and tried to proceed on his way. The jet car driver would not let him go. He cried ill-temperedly, "What do you mean, sir, by going away?" Srinivas hesitated, not knowing what to do. "Why is this man pestering me?" He reflected. "The picture would be complete if my landlord also joins in the fray with petitions about his granddaughter." The jet car driver insisted. "What have you to say, master? I've never been spoken to by a single friend in all my life," and he patted his heart dramatically. "And this will never know sleep or rest till it gets a good word from you again." "You have said very harsh things about me, sir." Srinivas wondered for a moment what he should do. It was getting late for him. This man would not let him go nor take him into his vehicle. The sun was relentless. He told the car driver, "I'm a man of a few words, and whatever I say once is fine. Sir, please have pity on a poor man. The price of grass and coarse ground have gone up inhumanly. I will give you 10 annas, master's will," said the Junkaman, dusting the seat of the carriage. Srinivas heaved himself up and climbed in. The horse trotted along, and the wheels, iron bound, clattered on granite. The carriage had its good old fragrance of green grass, which was spread out on the floor, covered with a gunny sack for passengers to sit upon. The smell of grass and jutka brought back to his mind his boyhood at Chalapur. His father occasionally let him ride with him in the jutka when he went to the district court. He sat beside their driver, who let him hold the reins or flourish the whip if there were no elders around. When the carriage returned home after dropping his father at the court, some day it was going to be made quite a stylish affair, with shining brass fittings and leather seats. But it remained, as far as he could remember, green spread, gunny sack covered. The driver of that carriage used to be an equally rough-looking man called Muni, very much the man who was driving now. Srinivas wondered whether it could be the same person. It seemed so long ago, centuries ago, yet it was as if here once again was the same person, his age arrested at a particular stage. Somehow the sight of the hirsute, rough-looking driver gave him a feeling of permanence and stability in life.
The sort of sensation engendered by the sight of an old banyan tree or a rock. The smell of gas filled him with a sudden homesickness for Talapur. He decided to make use of the present lull in activities to visit his ancient home. The driver went on repeating, "The price of gram is, Master must have mercy on a poor man like me." At Lonely Extension, the driver stopped his horse and grumbled at the prospect of having to go half a mile farther to New Extension. I clearly heard you say Lonely Extension, Master. Srinivas edged towards the foothold. All right, then. I will get down and walk the rest of the distance. The driver became panicky. We almost dragged him back to his
Pleading. Master has a quick temper. Don't discredit me. And put the horse forward. He went on to say, if only grass sold as it used to, I would carry a person of your eminence for 4 annas. As it is, I heard you distinctly say lowly extension. You had better tell me, sir. Would anyone quote 14 annas for new extension? Please tell me, sir. You are a learned person, sir. Please tell me yourself, sir. Horse Graham. Sampath's house was at the third crossroad. He was standing at the gate of a small village. Sampath let out a cry of welcome on seeing Srinivas and ran forward to meet him. Srinivas halted the Jutka, paid him off briskly, and jumped out of the carriage. I was not certain of your door number, though I knew the road. Broad roads and crossroads, fields of corn stretching away towards the west, and the trunk road bounding the east, with the bungalows of Laudi extension beyond. One seemed able to see the blue sky for the first time here. Wait, a lovely area, Srinivas exclaimed. Yes, it looks all right, but if your business is in the town, it is hell. I tell you, all your time is taken up in going to and fro. What a fine bungalow, Srinivas exclaimed. Yes, but I live in the backyard in an outhouse. The owner lives in this. He led him along a sidewalk to the backyard. On the edge of the compound there was an outhouse with a gable front, a veranda screened with a bamboo terrace, and 2 rooms. It was the printer's house. Srinivas felt rather disappointed at seeing him in this setting now, having always imagined that he lived in a great style. The printer hurriedly cleared the veranda for his visitor. He rolled up a mat in a great house, kicked a roll of bedding out of sight, told some children playing there, get in, and dragged a chair hither and thither for Srinivas and a stool for himself. Srinivas noted a small table at the further end, littered with children's books and slates. A large portrait hung on the wall of a man with side whiskers, wearing a tattered felt hat, with a long pipe sticking out of the corner of his mouth. His face seemed similar, and Srinivas was wondering where he might have met him. The printer followed his eyes and said, do you recognize the portrait? Look at me closely. Srinivas observed his face. Is that your picture? Yes, you don't know perhaps that side of me. But I have not always been a printer. In fact, my heart has always been in makeup, costumes, and the stage. That was in those days. Lately, I have not had so much time for it. But even now, no amateur drama is ever put on without me in it. And what a worry it is for me to squeeze in a little hour at the rehearsal. After shutting the printing office for the day, he became reflective and morose at his thought. Then abruptly sprang up and dashed inside the return in a few minutes. Srinivas guessed his mission indoors and said, I am not in need of coffee now. Why do you worry your people at home? The printer said, oh, is that so? And addressed loudly. Someone inside the house, here, our editor, doesn't want you to be in trouble for coffee. So don't bother. He returned to hope you are satisfied. Presently, Srinivas heard footsteps in the hall. Someone was trying to draw the attention of the printer from behind the door. The printer looked round with a grin and said, what do you say? I can't follow you if you're going to talk to me in those signals. Why don't you come out of hiding? Are you a Gosa woman? He giggled at the discomfiture of the other person at the door. and went on for a while, and then the printer stepped out and said, "Well, sir, my wife is not agreeable to your proposition. She insists upon your talking coffee as well as Stephen now. She has asked me how I can disgrace our family tradition by repeating what you said about coffee." He looked at the door.
Nearly and said, Kamala, we are everywhere. The person thus addressed took a long time in coming, and the printer urged, What is the matter with you? Behaving like an orthodox old colony of 75, dodging behind doors and pointing to further. Come on, come here. There is no harm in showing yourself. Srinivas murmured, Oh, why do you trouble her? And stepped forward in order to save the lady trouble of coming out. This is my wife, the printer said, and Srinivas brought his hands together and saluted her. She returned it awkwardly, blushing invisibly. She was a frail person, about 35, neither good-looking nor bad-looking. Very short and wearing a sari of faded red, full of smoke and cushiony vines. She was nervously wiping her hands with the end of the sari, and Srinivas stood before her, not knowing what to say, and awkward silence was reigning. The princess said, Very well, good woman, you may go now. And his wife turned to go with great relief, while Srinivas leaned in his seat. In a short while, a tender voice called, Appa, Appa, and the printer looked at the boy and said, Come here, darling, what do you want? A child about 4 came through, climbed onto his knee, approached his right ear and whispered into it, All right, bring the stuff down. Let us see how you're all going to serve this uncle. Pointing at Srinivas, the child went in with a smile and came back with a tumbler of water and set it on the stool. It was followed by another child bringing another tumbler. The second child was slightly older. She complained, Look at her, she will not let me carry anything. The printer patted their backs and said, Hush, you may not fight. All of you try and bring one each. He turned to Srinivas and said, Would you like to wash your hands? Srinivas picked up the tumbler, went to the veranda, stepped and washed his hands, drying them on his handkerchief. Now he found a sort of process entering a process formed by 4 children, all daughters ranging from 9 to 8, each carrying a plate or tumbler of something, and setting it on a table and drying with each other in service. The small table was littered with plates. The printer dragged it into position before Srinivas said, Well, honor me, sir. What a worry for your wife. Doing all this, Srinivas said apologetically. She has got to do it in any case, sir. We've 5 children at home, and they constantly nag her, so this is no extra bother. Please don't worry yourself on that score. After the chicken and coffee, the printer cleared the table, hemmed himself, and went and came out bearing on his arm a small child under 2 years, who had not chilled any fear. Srinivas, by a look at the child, understood that it must be one of the artists who could not draw. Is this your last child? He asked. Yes, it is, I believe. I hope it is. The printer said and added, I'm very fond of this fellow. Being my first son, I wanted the artist to draw a picture of me. I don't know, he is somehow delaying and won't show me anything. Artists are difficult to deal with. They can't do a thing unless the right time comes to it. I thought it would be nice to hang up a sketch of this boy on the wall. Srinivas wondered for a brief second if he could tell him the truth about it, but dismissed the idea. Well, we will have some entertainment now, he said. He called Ravi, and the young child came up. He said, Come on, darling. This uncle wants to see you dance. Call your sister. She looked happy at the prospect of the demonstration and called immediately. Sister Charlie, and said number of other names till all 4 gathered. She said, Father wants to see us dance. The eldest looked shy and grumbled at which their father said, come on, don't be shy. Fetch the harmonium. The harmonium was presently placed on his lap. He pressed its bellow and the
on the mat and asked, What shall we do, father? Darting eager glances at their visitor, he thought it over and said, Well, anything you like, that thing about Krishna. He pressed a couple of keys on to indicate the tune. The eldest said, with a wry face, that we will do something else, father. All right, as you please, sing that. He suggested another song. Another child said, Oh, father, well, we will do the Krishna one, father. All right, and the printer pressed the keys of the harmonium accordingly. That there were protests and counter protests, and they stood arguing till the printer lost his temper and cried arbitrarily, Well, will you do the Krishna song or not? And that settled it. His fingers ran over the harmonium keys. Presently, his voice accompanied the tune of the song, a song of God, Krishna, and the cowherds, all of them at their boyish pranks, all of them the incarnation of a celestial group engaging themselves in a divine game. The children sang and went around each other, and the words and the tune created a pasture land with cows grazing under a bright sun, the cowherds watching from a tree branch, and Krishna conjuring up a new vision for them with his magic flute. It seemed to Srinivas a profound enchantment provided by the father and the daughters, and their mother watched it unobtrusively from behind the door with great pride. Srinivas was somehow a little saddened by the performance. There was something pathetic in the attempt to do anything in this drab, ill-fitting background. He felt tears very nearly coming to his eyes. So, two more song and dance acts followed in the same strain. So Srinivas felt an oppression in his chest and began to wish that the performance would stop. The printer pumping the harmonium on his lap, the bundles of unwashed clothes pushed into a corner, and the children themselves clad uniformly in some cheap grey skirts and shirts and looking none too bright. It all seemed too sad for words. There was another song describing the divine dance of Shiva. The printer's voice was at its loudest, and the thin voice of the children joined in a chorus. Just at this moment, someone appeared in the doorway and said, Master says he can't sleep, wants you to stop the music. And an immediate silence fell upon the gathering. The printer looked confused for a moment and then said, it says, seal up your master's doors and windows if he wants to sleep. Don't come here for it. I'm not selling sleep here. The servant turned and went away. Srinivas felt uncomfortable, wondering whether he were witnessing a very embarrassing scene. The printer turned to Srinivas, my landlord, because he has given me this house he thinks he can order us about. He laughed as if to cover the situation. He told the children, all right, you finish this dance, darlings. He resumed his harmonium and singing, and the children followed it once again as if nothing had happened. It went on for another 15 minutes, and then he put away the harmonium. Well, children, now go. Don't go and drink water now, immediately. So Srinivas felt some compliment was due to them and said, who taught them all this? Myself, I don't believe in leaving the children in professional hands. So Srinivas addressed the children generally. You all do it wonderfully well. You must all do it again for me another day. The children giggled and ran away out of sight, and the printer's wife withdrew from behind the door. The printer put away the harmonium and sat back a little, so sunk in thought. The children's voices could be heard nearly at the end of the street. They had all run out to play. The wife returned to the kitchen, and the evening sun threw a shaft of light through the bamboo trellis, checkering the opposite wall. A deep silence fell upon the company. Srinivasa took the envelope out of his pocket and gave it to the printer, who glanced through it and said, it is my duty to see that the
Warner is out again. Please wait. I will see that the journal is set up on a lino machine and printed off a rotary and dispatched in top loads every week. For this, we need a lot of money. Don't you doubt it for a moment. I am going to make a lot of money. If it is only to move on to the main building and get that man down here to live as my tenant, and if I ever catch him playing the harmonium here, I will, I will. He reveled in visions of revenge for a moment and then said, a friend of mine is starting a film company and I'm joining him. Don't look so stunned. We shall be well on our way to the Rotary when my first film is completed. Film? Film?
Srinivas gasped. I never knew that you were connected with anything. I've always been interested in films. Isn't it the fifth largest industry in our country? How can I or anyone be indifferent to it? Come along, let us go and see the studio. Which studio? Where is it? Beyond the river. They have taken 5 actors on leave. His fur cap and scarf and a coat hanging on a peg were in a moment transferred to his person. They started out, Sampath stopped a bus on the trunk road. The bus conductor appeared very differential at the sight of him and found places for him. And Srinivas at the bus moved. Sampath asked the conductor, what sort of collection have you had today? Very good, sir, he said, leaning forward. Tell your master that I traveled in this bus today. Yes, sir. Sampath turned to Srinivas and said, this is almost our own service, you know. You have printed for them, Srinivas asked. Tons of stuff, tons of stuff. Every form in their office. What will they do now? They will wait till my lottery is ready. Why, sir? The conductor asked. Is your press not working now? Old machines, they are worn out, he said easily. The bus stopped at the stand beyond Market Square. They got down. Sampath waved his arm. An old Chevrolet came up, with its engine roaring above the road traffic and its exhaust blowing off a smoke streak. They took their seats. The driver asked, Studio, sir. The car turned down Ella Man Street, wound along uneven sandy roads, and then forded at the river at Nalapaz, Mango's View. People were relaxing on the sands. Children played about. The evening sun threw slanting rays on the water. A few bullock wagons and villagers were crowding at the crossing. The bulb horn of the taxi rasped out angrily. The driver swore at the pedestrians till they stuttered, and then the wheels of the taxi splashed up the water and drenched them. Srinivas peeped out and wished that his friend would put him down there and go forward. He was seized with a longing to sit down to the edge of the river, dip his feet in it, and listen to its rumble in the pale evening light. But the Chevrolet carried him relentlessly until half a mile off it reached a gateway made of 2 coconut tree trunks, across which hung the sign Sunrise Pictures. They got out of the car. Sampath spread his arms in a circle and said, all this is ours. He indicated a vast of expanse of space enclosed with a fencing of brambles. Groups of people were working here and there. Sheets of corrugated iron lay on a pile. Some canoeing was going on. They moved through the lot and reached a brick hutment with attached roof. A man emerged from it. He let out a cry of joy on seeing Sampath. I was not sure if you were coming at all. The orange rays of the setting sun from beyond the gravel fencing touched him, and transfigured for a second even that rough-town elderly man, in whose ears sparkled 2 big diamonds, and whose cheeks came down in a slight.
He was bald and partially without eyebrows, and his spectacles frames gleamed brown. This is our editor, began someone, and Srinivas added, I have met him before at your place. Is he not Mr. Sumo, the district board president? Yes, I relinquished my office 6 months ago. It was too hard a life for ancient man. How is that bridge over Sunil? Asked Srinivas. Oh, that, the other shook his head gloomily. Somehow the functions never came off. Srinivas looked at the printer questioningly. The printer read his thought at once and hesitant it corrected. Not due to me. I printed his speech and delivered the copies in time. Oh, what a waste of the whole thing proved to be. I must somehow clear off all the printed stuff, gathering too much dust in the corner of the house, said Mr. Sunu, and added, why keep standing here? Come in, come in. He took them in. They sat round a table on iron chairs. Sampath said by way of an opening, the
editor wanted to see the studio. I never knew there was a studio here, added Srinivas. There is no encouragement of the arts in our country, Mr. Editor. Everything is an uphill task in our land. Do you know with what difficulty I acquired this 5 acres? It was possibly only one. It was possibly only because I was on the district board. I've always wanted to serve art and provide our people with healthy and wholesome entertainment. And Srinivas felt that Mr. Somu would really still give his bridge speech, which might serve with very slight modification for the opening of the studio. I'm sparing no pains to erect a first-class studio on these grounds. He has an expert on the test who is charging about 1,000 rupees a month. Come on, let us go around and see. They rumbled over the ground, and Mr. Singh pointed out various places which were still embroidered. The makeup of the department stage 1 and 2, processing and editing, production room, and so forth. When do you expect to have it ready? Very soon, the moment our equipment is landed at Bombay. Well, I am entirely depending upon our friend Sampath to help me through all this business. Sir, I want to serve people in my own humble way. In Kabir Lane, the old stone enamel board had been taken down. In its place hung the inscription Sunrise Pictures, registered offices. Over Sampath's door shone the brass inscription Director of Productions. The director was usually to be found upstairs in Sriniva's garret. Samu planted a few more chairs in Sriniva's office because, as he said, it was virtually the conference room of Sunrise Pictures. A young man in shirt sleeves, clad in white drill trousers of unknown province or even nationality, whose visiting card bore the inscription, "The River of Hollywood," was the brain behind the studio organization. He called himself CE, executive, and labeled all the other a variety of executives. He was paid a salary of 1,000 rupees a month, and Somu had so much regard for him that he constantly chuckled to himself that he had gone him deep. Sampath too felt allured by the other's technical knowledge, and left him alone. As he roamed over the 5 acres from morning to night, supervising and ordering people about, clutching in one hand a green cigarette tin. In addition to raising the studio structure and creating its department, Lee established a phraseology for the benefit of this.
Was one such. Nowadays, except in a conference, no talk was possible unless it were a discussion. There were story conferences and treatment discussions, and there were costume conferences and allied discussions. Lesser persons would probably call them by simpler names, but it seemed clear that in a world of films, an historic idiom of its own was indispensable for its dignity and development. Kabir Lane now resounded with a new jargon. They sat down around Srinivasa's table, and long stretches of silence ensued as they remained stopped, still with their faces in their palms, gazing sadly at the paperweights and pincushions. One might have thought that they were enveloped in an inexplicable way. But if one took the trouble to clarify the situation by going through 3 miles across the river and asking Camillo, he would have explained, the bosses are in a story conference. And what story emerged from it? None for several days. The talk went around and around in circles, and yet there was no story. A few heavy books appeared on the table from time to time. Seymour suddenly found himself up to his ears in the new, where he found himself involved in a problem, and what is more, began to feel it is his duty to tackle them. It took him time to realize his place in a scheme. When he did realize it is his imagination caught fire, he felt that he was acquiring a novel medium of expression. Ideas were to march straight on from him in all their pristine strength. Without the intervention of languages, ideas walking, talking, and passing into people's minds as images, like a drug entering the system through a hypodermic needle. He realized that he need not to regret the absence of the math panel. He was so excited by this discovery that he found himself unable to go on with the conference one afternoon. He suddenly rolled in his seat, declaring, I've got to do some calm thinking. I will go home now. He went straight home. Through the pleasing afternoon at Anderson Lane, he saw his wife sitting in front of Ravi's block, along with his mother and sister. A cry of surprise escaped her at the sight of her. She left their company abruptly. What is the matter? She asked eagerly, following him into his house and closing the main door. He turned on her with amusement and said, What should be the matter when a man returns to his own house? She muttered, Shall I make coffee for you? I have just finished mine. Oh, don't bother about all that. I've had coffee. Get me a pillow and a mat. I'm going to rest. Why are you ill? She asked offensively, and she pulled the pillow out of the rolls of bedding piles in a corner. The beds fell out of their order and unrolled on the floor untidily. She felt abashed, muttered carelessly, and engaged himself in rolling them up and rearranging them. While Srinivas took off his upper coat and shirt and bunion and went to the bathroom. In a little bathroom, a shaft of tap and set out a multicolored reflection from its surface. He paused to admire it for a moment, plunged his head into the tub, splashed cold water all over his face and shoulders as he came out of the bathroom. He hoped that his wife would have spread out the mat for him, but he found her still rolling up the beds. Where is my mat? He cried. I have no time to lose, dearest. I must sleep immediately. Why have you splashed all that water on yourself like an elephant at the river edge? I found my head boiling. That's why I have to do a lot of fresh thinking now. He paused before the mirror to wipe his head from the towel and comb back his hair. After that, he turned hopefully, but still found her busy with the beds. He cried impatiently, Oh, leave that alone and give me the mat. She shot him a swift look and said, The mat is there.
You can't wait till I put all this back. I hate the sight of untidy beds. She went on with her work. Srinivas picked up a mat and spread it in the corner, snatched a pillow and lay down reflecting. How near a catastrophe I have been. He looked on his wife's face, which was slightly flushed with anger. He felt he had come perilously near ruining the day. He knew her nature. She could put up with a great deal, except imperialness or an authoritarian tone in others. When she was a young music master who once tried to be severe with her for some reasons, found that he had lost her pupil forever. She just flung away her music notebook, sprang out of the room, and bade farewell to music. Everybody at her house respected her sensitiveness, and even Srinivas' mother was very cautious in talking to her. Srinivas had, on the whole, a fairly even life with her, without much friction, but the one or two minor occasions when he had seemed to give her orders turned out to be memorable occasions. His domestic life seemed to have nearly come to an end each time, and it needed a lot of readjustment on his part later. He respected her sensitiveness. He told himself now, Well, I shoot the shaft which has hurt her and brought all the blood to her face. He rebuked himself for the slight authoritative tone he had adopted in demanding the man. It's the original violence which has started a cycle, violence which goes on in undying. Waves once started, either in retaliation or as an original starting ground. The despair of Gandhi. He suddenly saw Gandhi's plea for nonviolence with a new significance as one of the parts of attaining harmony in life. It seemed to produce an agitated, undisturbed calm both in a personality and in society. His wife was still at the bed. He felt it is dirty to make it up with her. He asked, When does Ramu return from school? At 4:30, she replied curtly. Come and sit down here, he said. Make space for her. She looked at him briefly and obeyed. Her anger left her. Her face relaxed. She sat beside him. He took her hand in his. She was transformed. She sat leaning on him. He put his arm around her and pressed his face against her black sari. A faint aroma of kitchen smoke and damp was about her. He told her softly, I am taking up a new work today. He explained to her and concluded, do you realize how much we can do now? I can write about our country's past and present. A story about Gandhi's non-violence, about politics, all kinds of things. He chattered away about his plans. This, this seems so much better than the paper. She exclaimed happily, I'm sure more people will like this. That banner was so dull. You will not receive it. Can't say. Then Sampath gets a new machine with the money he's going to make. Why should you bother about it? She asked. Will this bring you a lot of money? I don't know, he said. We must have a lot more money to spend, she said. We must go and live in a better house, she pleaded. I don't know, he said, looking about helplessly. I don't know if I would care to live elsewhere. I like this place, and he smiled weakly, realizing at once what a hopeless confusion his whole outlook was. He could not define what he wanted. They went on talking till the boy knocked on the door and cried at the top of his voice, Mother, mother, why have you bolted the door? Oh, he has come, she cried, and ran up and opened the door. The boy burst in with a dozen inquiries. He flung his cap and books away and let out of a shout of joy on seeing his father and threw himself on him. His mother attempted to take him and give him his milk and tiffin, but he resisted it and announced, in our school there was a snake today. Oh, really?
But it didn't bite the master.
What else did it do? I don't know, he said. I didn't see it. A friend of mine told me about it. His mother took him by his hand and dragged him into the kitchen. Srinivas shut his eyes tight with almost a sense of duty. But his wife presently came out of the kitchen and said, take me out of this evening. Let us go to market. Oh, but Srinivas began. The boy became irresponsible. Oh, don't say but, father. Let us go. Let us go. Ask him, mother. Don't let him say but, mother. Let us go to a cinema. His mother said, yes, why not? I will finish the cooking in a moment and be ready. All right, Srinivas said, unable to refuse this duty. All night his head seethed with ideas and would not let him snatch even a wink. Half a dozen times he interrupted a possible coming sleep to get up, switch on the light, and jot down notes. He got up late next day and rushed to his office, seized his rose-colored pen holder, dipped it in the ink pot. The sheets before him piled up, and he became unconscious of the passing of time, till he had heard a car stop and the shout from below. Editor, he concluded a sentence he had begun and put away his pen as footsteps approached. Somu and Sampath sat in their chairs. We have just come from the studio, took a few test shots with the camera. Sampath pointed at Somu and said, they have taken 500 feet of our friend entering the studio. He makes such a fine screen personality, you know. Somu tried to flush and remarked, it's a good camera, sir. It has cost us 40,000. 40,000, Srinivas exclaimed. The scales of value in this world amazed him. All calculations in terms of thousands. Where do they find all this money? He wondered. Everything is ready, Sampath said. Camera at 40,000. the mellow costing 1,000 rupees a month, and other executives spending 10,000 in all waiting. But where is the story? Srinivas felt that he was somehow responsible for keeping the great engines of production waiting. Sampath added, if we have a story ready, we can go into production next month. Somu confessed, I have tried to jot down a few ideas for a story. I don't know if it will look all right. He fumbled in his pocket, but Sampath, stretching out his arm, prevented the other from bringing out his paper, saying at the same time, well, editor, we rely upon you to give us something today. Srinivas cleared his throat and said, here is an outline. See if you can use it. He read on. The others listened in stony silence. The hero of the story was one Ram Gopal who had devoted his life to the abolition of the caste system and evils of society. His ultimate ambition in life was to see his motherland freed from foreign domination. He was a disciple of Gandhi's philosophy, practicing ahimsa, non-violence, in thought, word, and deed. And his philosophy was constantly being put to the rest till in the end a dilemma occurred when through circumstances a single knife lay between him and a would-be assailant. It was within the reach of both. It was a question of killing or getting killed. Srinivas had not decided how to end his story. The other two listened in grim silence. Somu looked visibly distressed. He looked at Sampath as if for help in expressing an opinion. It is a beautiful story, editor. I wish I had the press so that we might print and broadcast it. You see, Srinivas explained, this is the greatest.
Convey the message of Gandhiji in terms of an experience. Don't you agree? Yes, Sambat replied, a little uncomfortably. Somu fidgeted in his seat. There was an uncomfortable pause, and Sambat said, but we need something different for films. Do you mean to say that this cannot be done in a film? Srinivas asked as calmly as he could. He felt slightly irritated by this cold expression, but told himself, take care not to be violent in discussing a story of non-violence. They're entitled to their view. Somu cleared his voice and ventured to mutter within his throat. You see, we must have romance in the story. Romance? Srinivas gasped. What sort of romance? You see, we are bound to engage a leading lady who will cost us at least 2,000 a month. And we have got to give her a suitable role. Sambat said, of course, the type of subject you think of need, much skill and experience in making. Only Russians or Americans would be able to tackle it. I just I have just been glancing through a book by Podukin. Demelo lent me his copy. There is a great deal in it for us to learn. But it will take time. You see, our public. Don't abuse the public, please, said Srinivas. He had got to the practical in his business. Srinivas was amazed at the speed with which they sieved to impile ready-made notes, including Pudokin, whom everyone in the studio mentioned at least once a day. It was a sort of trademark. I would like to see that book myself, Srinivas said. Yes, I will bring it down to tomorrow, Sambat said. You will see what our difficulties are. After all, we are making a start. After we have made 3 or 4 films, we shall perhaps gain confidence enough to take up a subject like yours. But now we have to move on safe ground. Somu kept up an accompanying murmur, stammering his approval on all that. Somebody was saying, Srinivas, so their point, their limitations, and their exigencies. He merely said, well, I was viewing it differently. Let us consider the question afresh.
Somu sat up, his face beamed with relief. He quickly plunged his hands into his pocket and brought out a roll of paper and his spectacle case. He put his glasses on and read too quickly. Krishna and his friends up to his killing of the demon. He looked up to add, I was talking to my grand aunt. You know how our people are a treasure house of? We can do wonderful camera tricks, and Krishna will always went on it next. The burning of Lanka by the monkey god Hanuman, the disrobing of Draupadi by the willing teaching of Bhagavad Gita, the picking of the vanity of, and so he continued for our 20 subjects, all from the vast, really a treasure house. And Somo did not hesitate to draw on it its fullest capacity. Sambat briefly dismissed each of them with, this subject is not new, already been done by others. This story has been produced 3 times over. What if it has? We shall do it again. And Mr. Somu, the public will run away on hearing the name of the story. Oh, what about this then? Has this been done by anyone before? The burning of ashes of Kama, god of love? Sambat said, no one has attempted this subject. I am sure of it. Let us hear the story. Mr. Somu narrated the story, humming and howing and clearing his throat. You see, sir, he began and looked about in a terrified way, like a man who cannot swim when he gets into water.
Go on, said Sampat encouragingly. You see, you know Shiva? Which Shiva? The god, said Sampat, unable to resist a piece of impatience. Yes, we all happen to know him fairly well. Mr. Somu was saying, you see, he was still fumbling with you, sees. And Srinivas felt that the time had come to succor him. He said in a quiet way, I happen to know the story. Shiva's a rigorous meditation where his future bride, Parvati, is ministering to his niece as a devotee and as an absolute stranger. One day, opening his eyes, he realizes that his passion is stirring within him, and looking about for the cause, he sees Kama, the Lord of Love, aiming his shaft at him. At this, enraged, he opens his third eye in the forehead and reduces Kama to ashes. Srinivasa's imagination was stirred as he narrated the story. He saw every part of it clearly. The god of love with his 5 arrows, 5 senses. His bow was made of sugarcane, his bowstring was of murmuring honeybees, and his chariot was the light summer breeze. When he attempted to try his strength on the rigorous Shiva himself, he was condemned to an invisible existence. Srinivas read a symbolic meaning in this representation of the power of love, its equipment, its limitation, and saw in the burning of Kama an act of sublimation. You are perfectly right, Somu, he cried, almost reaching out his hands across the table and patting Somu on the shoulders. Somu's face beamed with satisfaction. He looked like a child rewarded with a peppermint for a piece of good behavior. Sampath declared with great relief, I'm glad, editor, you like the subject. Now we'll have to go on with the treatment. We will fix up other things. The advantage in this is, Somu put in, there is any amount of love in the story, and people will like it. Personally, also, I never like to read any story if it has no love in it.
3 days later, the front page of most papers announced sunrise pictures invite applications from attractive young men and women for acting in the forthcoming production, The Burning of Kama. Apply with photographs. Day after day, Sinua sat working on his script. He now seemed to be camping in Kailas, the ice-capped home of Lord Shiva and his followers. Srinivas could almost feel the coolness of the place and his surroundings. He saw as in a vision before his eyes Shiva that meditated looking good, his frame a stream, his loin clad with tiger hide, his tendon enhanced. He was a tyrant god. He was the god of destruction. His dance was in the brutal ground. His swaying footsteps produced a deluge. As Srinivas described it, his mind often went back to the little image of the Raja that he had in the Indian home, before which his wife lit a small oil lamp every day. He was sketching out the scenes and felt it a peculiar good fortune to have been allowed to do his work. He never bothered anything. His wife understood and moved and listened attentively to all that he said about it at home. She knew no story, and the talk at home was all about karma and history. Srinivas constantly explained the subtle, underlying sense of the whole episode. His son too listened, with great interest and boasted before his friends that his friends knew all about Shiva's burning of the Lalpa. At his office, sheet after sheet filled up. Srinivas read and read the dialogues and description he had written. His mind had become a vegetable stage of divine beings to move the act, and he had little interest in anything else. Coffee came to him from time to time, set up by someone. He now left Srinivas alone for a great part of the day, so as to enable him to produce a story with least delay. While he chatted,
The vast volume of correspondence that resulted from the advertisements in the paper. Into this delightfully arranged world, Levi walked on the Srinivas mind notedly taking on the surface. Srinivas put away his pen and paper and received his warmly clean tears. When he visited us and progress in the kitchen, he asked, Levi shook his head. What has happened that I should grow now? Srinivas took out of his table thing that I should grow up. Third, the little step Devi had drawn, Devi looked at it and said, I can make a full length portrait in all that light of which no one else will have done in India. Give me another glimpse of my subject and the pictures is yours. Srinivas said, like you are often your third eye and third up love, so that all its glance and contrast elements are cleared away and only its essence remains that is the way to attain peace. My boy, I don't know how long you are going to suffer in this manner. You have to pull yourself together. Oh, shut up. You don't know what you are talking about. All that I am asking is another glimpse of my subject. That is all and nothing more. And you go and talk as if I were asking someone to go to the with me. Before I am able to open my head, I am then up love. I am myself like you to reduce to ask. That is the position state, and you want me to rob my business with your palm. He laughed grimly and then in this terror, Srinivas looked at him in despair. Something is seriously wrong with him. He reflected he won't change unless he pain and he can pain unless he sees him change. He can't and unless he finds that girl. And he cannot find that girl unless he can even alone knows how many more gangs and thieves are going to play out his life. He looked at him despairingly, Ravi revived silent for a moment and suddenly said with tears in the voice, I have lost my faith today.
What do you mean? Srinivas cried. It is all so hopeless, Ravi said. It is all over. I don't know, he sighed, thinking of all his dependents. I think it is finished. I have 3 months' arrears of rent to pay and the school fees of the children, and then. Don't worry about all that now, Srinivas. Don't lose heart. We will do something. Tell me, what has happened? The clerical staff of our office decided to present a memorial to our general manager asking for promotions. We were all drafting it in our office when the manager called me in urgently. You know him, that compound of beef and whiskey. He had found fault in the spelling of some word in a letter. He had previously dictated some mistake in a proper name, those wonderful names of English people. Chumley, it seems, must be spelled Chalmondley, who can understand all this devilry of the language. And he thundered and banged the table and flung the letter at me. and asked me to take the dictation again. At this moment, the others were coming towards our room to present the memorial. They were nearly thirsty, and we could hear them coming. What the hell is that noise? He remarked, and went on with his dictation. Very soon we could hear them outside the door, a scurrying of feet and restless movements outside. I hoped that they would open the door and walk in a body. We could see their feet below the half door. We could see them moving up and down and shifting but not coming in. On the other hand, we presently saw them pressing their noses against the frosted glass pane of the window, trying to look in and see if the boss was in a good mood. It was of frosted glass, and though they could not see us, we could see them on the other side. What is all this tomfoolery? What are they up to? Go and find out. Is this a peep show? I went out and told them.
Why do you shuffle and hesitate? Come in and speak to him boldly. They looked at each other nervously, and before they could decide, the boss sounded the buzzer again and called me in. What is it? They have come with a representation, sir. How many? The entire staff, sir. Damn, he exclaimed under his breath. I can't see the whole gang here. Ask them to choose someone who can talk for them. I went out and told them that. They looked at each other and would not choose anyone. They could not come to the decision about it. They were all for edging away and putting the responsibility on someone else. Even the man who held the memorial paper seemed ready to drop it and run away. I picked it up and went in. They want to come in a body, sir, I said. No, he cried. This is not a bloody assembly hall, is it? This is not the memorial they want to present, sir, I said, and put it before him. He looked at it without touching it. All right, now leave me for a time and go back to your seat. He didn't call me again. This note came to me at the end of the day when I was starting to go home. He took it out of his pocket and held it up. It was a brief typewritten message. Your services are terminated with effect from tomorrow. 1 month's salary in lieu of notice will be paid to you in due course. Srinivas went over next day to Ravi's office to see what he could do. It was very unprepossessing building in a side street beyond the market square, with a faded board hanging over a narrow doorway. Inglida Banking Corporation. A peon in a sort of white skirt, a relic of the East India Corps costume, a sports George, and a red band across his shoulder sat on the stool at the entrance. On the ground floor sat a number of Cyprus and George.
The servant pointed up the staircase. Srinivas came before a brass plate on the landing and tapped on the half door. Come in, said a heavy voice. Srinivas saw before him a red-faced man sitting in a revolving chair with a shining bald front and a mop of brown hair covering the back of his head. He nodded amiably and said, Good morning, and pointed to a chair. Srinivas announced himself. The other said, I'm very pleased to see you, Mr. Srinivas. What can I do for you? You can take back my friend Ravi into your service. It is not fair. You are friends, are you? The other continued. He paused, took out a cigarette case and held it out. I don't smoke, thanks, said Srinivas. The other pulled out a cigarette and stuck it in a corner of his mouth, reflective, and said, Yes, it is a pity he had to go, but we are retrenching our staff. Those are the instructions from a controlling office at Bombay. He is the only one to suffer, said Srinivas. Yes, at the moment, the other said with a grim smile. Srinivas burst out. You are very unfair, Mr. Shilin. You cannot sack people at short notice. I'm afraid I agree with you. But the controlling office at Bombay, this is all mere humbug. You know why you have dismissed my friend. Because you think he is an agitator. I don't know that. I would care to discuss that or I would care to discuss all that now. Other things about Mr. Srinivas, there is such a thing as being fit for a job. What can I do with a stenographer who cannot understand spelling? Why the devil do you spell Chumley with a lot of idiotic letters? You cannot penalize us for that.
Certainly warming up, the other said, quite unruffled. I quite agree with you. English spelling needs reforming, but till it is done,
Stenographers had better stay connectional. You see my point? He raised himself in his seat silently, held out his big hand, saying, "If there is nothing else I can do." Srinivas pushed his chair back and rose and said, "This is not the India of East India Company days. Remember when you were looked upon as a Sahib? When probably your grand uncle had an escort of 5 elephants whenever he strayed out. Nowadays, you have to give and take a ordinary human level. Do you understand? Forget forever, forget forever that God created Indians in order to provide clothes for the East India Company or their successors. Well, you are saying a lot. The other left his seat and came over to him. Mr. Srinivas, Mr. Srinivas, you are not helping your friend by making a scene here. I don't understand what you are driving at. Don't you see how you are treating the man? Can't you see the lack of elementary justice? He has family, family depend upon him, and you are nearly driving him to starvation. Now you must really go away, Mr. Srinivas, he said, holding up open the door. Good morning. His self-possession was a disappointment to Srinivas. He muttered weakly, "Good morning," and passed out. He ran downstairs, past the man in skirt-like dress, out into the market road. He paused for a moment at the turning of Market Road to collect his thoughts. A few cyclists rang their bells at him impatiently. The sun was warm through it was October. It still looked like June. Edward Shilling was red as blotting paper and suffocated with the heat. And yet he sat there in his shirt sleeves, worked for his controlling office, and kept his self-possession. Turning over what he had said, Srinivas felt he had spoken widely and aimlessly. "What is that I have tried to say?" he asked.
Himself, he felt that his ideas arranged themselves properly and attained perspectively only when he was writing in the banner. He wished he could sit down and spin out a page under the heading black and white, or East India Company, and trace Schilling's history from the foundation stone laying of Fort St. George. At the Kabir Lane office downstairs, Sampath was in conference with an odd assortment of people across musicians and so on, who had besigned him after the advertisement in how he was going to have a word with the other. Bill elbowed his way out. They stood at the foot of the staircase. Ravi is done with at his office. We shall have to do something for him now. Sampath was a man of many worries now. This was just one more. He rubbed his forehead and said, "I'm interviewing some of these artists. I will come up in a moment." Srinivas turned and went upstairs, feeling very confused and unhappy. He felt he would never be able to finish that third scene today. His mind was his mind was in a wheel of cross currents. I don't know how the poor fellow is going to manage things on the first of next month. He found Ravi dozing off in a corner with his head resting on the arm of a chair. He was snoring loudly. Srinivas looked at him for a moment and went to his table on tiptoe. He had left a sentence unfinished. He mechanically picked up his pen and tried to continue, but his mind wouldn't move. He found that it was impossible to pursue the scenes of Kailas at a moment like this. I had better put it away and spend my evening in some other way, he told himself, and lifted a fat dictionary which served as paperweight and laid the sheets of paper under it.
Ravi opened his eyes, sat up, and yawned. "Did you meet the bully?" "Yes, Srinivas. He did not seem to be much one for
He did not say damn or bang the table even once. Oh yes, that is the privilege he has reserved for his staff, not for his visitors. He would not take me back, I suppose. Sivas shook his head, not a chance, but do not bother. He will do something for you. It had all happened for the Ravi. Best, she said, not feeling convinced of it. And Ravi at once added, he benefits if he become known after my people has to say, and I am in the streets, the old devil will drive me out if I do not pay the rent next month. God has gifted me with art and he will not let me starve. If you are true to yourself at the maintenance of art, Ravi's eyes blast with anger and he almost let out his speech. What is the matter with you, calling? Calling me the artist and all the bottom. Go and tell it to those who are likely to feel flattered by it. He subsided into a sort of unintelligible rhythm. Sarah said nothing in reply, but merely held up the old sketch. Ravi looked at it and became somewhat frightened. He gazed at it quickly and said, if you think I am an artist on the strength of that, he added, she is really artist and not I. I picture is produced only when she appears. A flash of her eyes can make a picture. I think she could do that even today. If you saw her, you would produce a masterpiece. I'm sure a grand canvas, but where is she? Everybody deserves me. He pointed downstairs. I will even give up giving up asking him about. He is grown tired. But have you done his son pictures for him? Oh, that he became reflective. How can I? When I tell you I could not draw, presently Sampa came up and went to a chair. He looked tired. I have interviewed nearly a 50% today. Not one fit to one being seen even in a crowd scene. I do not know why they keep calling me coming like this.
Piece of paper. Has you thought of anything for me? If you have, don't speak it yet. He paused and observed the look. We Sampath looked at it. Looked at Ravi, completed the paper and threw it away. Shivani got up and started to go downstairs. Sampath followed. One scene, then rise. Ravi got up. I will be going there. I don't know, he said, and moved to the door. Shivani said, don't go away yet. I will wait him. Entered resumed his seat at the foot. At the foot of the stairs, Samson told Shivani who can soon take him in the art department. He can become an art decorator. In first, will he get enough to support him? Yes, about 100 now. Oh, that's simple. What do I? 25 rupees more than what he got it. He got in the bank. Well, well, he accepted. Ask Sanders. He doesn't talk to onwards. Below onwards. I will make him expect it and it. Said Shivangi, but don't tell him that it is anything connected with the but he but he will have to take this brush and start working on it. Otherwise it will be said just make him in some way and he will settle about his future later. For the present
for the present, take him into your take office section, just for sake, for our sake, please. Yes, I will see what I can do, but it is going to be rather difficult. It's so much. Surrounding went upstairs and took his seat. He, he felt there was no use in the choice in any matter to rub. He moved her authority tone and said, I have a job at 100 rupees for you. Where?
And how to do it is to keep the debits and credits in good shape, and they will give you 100 rupees. Yes, plan you provided. Don't expect me to draw any pictures. Not at all. How can we? You have told us of your limitations. Ravi's face shone with relief. He said, I won't even mind if there's a bully there who will worry me to death. Sampath dropped in at Srinivas' house one morning. Srinivas cried from bed. What a rare visit, so early in the day. Just left home early, and I thought I might as well drop in. Srinivas hurriedly rolled up his bed. He spread out the mat for Sampath and said, I'll be back in a minute. Before going, he called his son, who was still sleeping. Ramu opened his eyes and stared at Sampath. At his fur cap and the scarf. Who are you? Sampath grinned and answered. Uncle Sampath, have you forgotten me? He took off his cap and scarf and lifted the little fellow out of his bed and said, Now, do you see? The child rubbed his eyes wide and said, oh, you print father's paper. Oh, that was in another age, Sampath said, looking wistfully at him. Won't you give me one type? Ramu pleaded. Why one? You can have the entire lot when I can get them myself. Anyway, why do you want types? I I want to print my name very urgently on my books. Oh, what a pity. Sampath burst into a laugh. I am never able to face my customers with a straight reply. It's the same story for everyone. He laughed heartily. Ramu was puzzled. Why do you laugh? He asked.
Yes, you will get your name slip from Alina. When? Asked the boy. Sampath scratched his chin thoughtfully and said, As soon as possible. Ask your father. It all depends upon him. As soon as we have Shiva and Kama set up before the camera. Why before a camera? The boy asked, rather puzzled. We are making a cinema picture, don't you know? Srinivas asked. Yes. Will you take me there? Certainly. I will bring a car and take you there someday, provided you read your lessons well. How do you do in your classwork? There's a boy in our class named called Sambu who always stands first in all subjects. He is my friend. He added reflectively, Do you not know there was a snake in our school one day, but it did not bite any of the masters? Did it bite any of the boys? Asked Sampath. Oh no, he replied, shaking his head and smiling indulgently. Boys are not allowed to go near it. Oh, that's the rule in your school, is it? Asked Sampath. Yes, Ramu replied. Srinivas returned, bearing a plate of tiffin and a tumbler of coffee and set them down before Sampath. You have put yourself in a lot of trouble, muttered Sampath. Oh, stop all that formal courtesy, Srinivas said. All right, sir. I'm hungry and the stuff seems to be of rare quality. Ramu watched him for a moment, uttered some comment, and tried to resume his sleep. His father said, Now, little man, don't try to sleep again. Get up and get ready for school. It's 7:30. At the mention of 7:30, Ramu sprang up with a cry of, Oh, my teacher will skin me if I'm late, and ran off. When they were left alone, Sampath said, I came in here ordered to talk to you, undisturbed.
Wait a minute then, Srinivas said. Picked up the empty tumbler and plates and carried them away, and returned, closing the middle door. Oh, so much precaution is not necessary. It is only about our Somu. I wanted to say something. I don't like to be under any obligation to him. I can't go on at present rate. What has happened? Nothing, definitely. But the trouble is always there. He is the proprietor of the studio and he is prepared to give us the best service the studio can give.
Well, it is all right for everybody concerned, isn't it? Please wait till I finish my sentence, provided he is taken as a studio partner and nothing more. That is, not as the producer and investor. He has been grumbling about it for some days now. Why? He seemed quite enthusiastic about it. That he still is, but it seems to me that he wants me also to invest. His partnership will take the form of studio visor. That is all. For the rest, we will have to find the money ourselves. Why is he backing out now? It is not backing out. If he's not backing out, what else is he doing? And why are you worried about it? Srinivas found his entire financial transaction mystifying. He was trying hard to follow the threads of the problem. Sampath talked over for an hour, and Srinivas gathered from his speech that he needed money for putting the picture into production. But you must already be spending a great deal. But that's all studio count, said someone. And once again, Srinivas found his understanding floundering. It seemed to him somewhat like relativity, giving brief flashes of clarity which proved only illusory. Now he definitely gave up.
Understanding the problem, Srinivas asked point blank, so what's to be done now? I must spend 50,000 rupees if I have to produce the picture. This will enable me to go through the picture with a free and independent mind. And when it is done, or rather, even when we are halfway through it, we can realize the entire amount and more by selling the territorial rights for distributors. Srinivas was pleased to hear this note of hope. Sampath continued, I found one or two people who are prepared to join me. I just want another person who will give 10,000 and that will complete the sum. Oh, you know my position, Srinivas said apprehensively. Oh no, Sampath said, I wouldn't dream of bothering you about that. I'm told that your landlord has a lot of money. Can't you speak to him and persuade him to invest? My landlord. Oh, Srinivas burst out laughing. He checked himself presently and quietly said, he's a grey miser. He won't spend even 10 rupees on himself. That's true, but he will get about 12% a so. I don't know if anybody has succeeded in getting any money out of him. He won't spend anything on another water pipe for us. Can't you try? Oh, I have spoken to him about money. He always calls himself very poor. All the mention he has made of money with me is some 5,000 which he's reserved for his granddaughter's marriage, and that too he mentioned to me because he wanted me to recommend her to Ravi. He explained the old man's persistent pursuit of Ravi. You won't mind if I meet the old man and talk to him or some part. Not at all, why should I? But don't say that I sent you there.
When Srinivas passed that way, Ravi's aged father, who was blind, somehow sensed him and called to him. It was a it was a most painful experience for Srinivas to go into their house. The single room, crowded with Ravi's younger brothers and sisters, the smoke from the kitchen hanging over the whole place like December mist. The impossible heaping of boxes and bedding and clothes. The old man stretched out his hand to feel the hand of Srinivas, fumbled and asked almost in a cry, What? What did my son do at that office? Nothing. He made me resign, replied Srinivas. Are you sure? If he has done anything to merit punishment, he is not my son. He drew himself up proudly. Our family has gone on without a blemish on its members for 7 generations. Do you know? He asked. Whatever happens to us, we want to preserve a good name in society. The old man went on talking. The Raj children stood around and gaped. Ravi's mother came in and said, Can't you do something for the boy? He goes out somewhere and returns late every day. You get it? Thundered the old man. Get in and mind your business. I don't want you to trouble this gentleman with all your idiotic words. It is no trouble, said Srinivas. The lady said, Oh, you are standing, she told one of the boys. He is standing. Give him a mat. I won't bring the mat, said the boy sullenly and pointed to another and said, let him do it. Why should I alone do everything? The other fellow pounced upon him for making this suggestion. The quarrel came to a stop when the old man thundered at his wife. Why can't he leave this children alone? Always nagging and worrying them. The lady quietly spread out a mat on the floor and said, be seated, please. Yes, yes, pray, don't keep standing. Added the old.
And then, yes, I was saying something. What was it? Family honor. Srinivas felt like saying, but suppressed the impulse and said, don't you worry about your son. I will see him fixed up satisfactorily in a new place. He felt consolation was due to the old man. What office? The old man asked. Connected with the film production. What film production? They have recently started a studio, and he went on to explain its nature and scope. The old man said apathetically, that will never do. I wouldn't like my son to work in a place like that, among playboys and dancing girls. I won't have him go there. He's not acting, said Srinivas. If he's not, what business has he there? Asked the old man. The lady fidgeted about nervously, fearing what the old man might say at any moment. Srinivas said, he's not acting. He's going to do quite a respectable piece of work. What is that? He's going to be given a start of 100 rupees, and he may rise very fast. I don't care if he's going to earn 10,000. It is of no consequence to me. Tell me, what will he have to do to earn his salary? And then Srinivas had to blurt out, he's an artist. Probably will prove to be the greatest artist of the century someday. Art, art, the old man mimicked offensively. What does he know of art? Please do not be offended with him, begged the lady. He doesn't mean to offend you. You go in and do your cooking and don't come and interfere with us here, the old man ordered. The lady quietly went in, sighing a little as she went. The children trooped behind her with war cries. Srinivas fell in counting their
numbers, but word from going through. Since he felt that it might fill him with infinite rage against the old man said, do you know what difficulty I had in finding him a job in the bank? I went from door to door and how lightly he has thrown it up. And now he wants to pursue art. Is that it? What does he know of art? Where has he studied it? He is born with it, Srinivas said. Don't put notions into his head, please. The old man said, I would like him to keep up with the family honor and not do anything that may bring it discredit in any way. We have lived without dishonor for 7 generations, and now this fellow wants to associate with dancing girls and that sort of cat. He will be spoiled. He can't go there. That is certain. Let him beg and cringe and get back to his office. I saw the manager. It's no use, said Srinivas. The old man shook his head. Then he had a better try and do something else. For a man with his wit about him, there must be dozens of ways of making a living without becoming a performing monkey. Srinivas rose to go. He was afraid to open his lips and say anything. Everything connected with Ravi seemed to get into such complications that he wondered how he was going to survive at all. Can't you stay a few minutes more, implored the old man. I have nothing to offer you in this bare house. There was a time when our house we had 50 guests, and all of them were treated royally. It was a mistake to have left our whole old house in the village, and it was not my mistake exactly, but my father's. He always, all right, why should I think of all that now? He was saying, what was I saying before? Srinivas was in no mood to help him out of the constant difficulty into which he seemed to be getting. He merrily
Now, he did not wait for further permission from the old man. When he had gone a few yards from the house, a little girl came behind him and stopped. She was one of Ravi's numerous sisters. Mother wants to know if you can give us a loan of 10 rupees for buying rice. Your mother? Yes, she didn't want to ask before father, and so she sent me to see you. We have had no rice for 2 days, and we have been trying to eat something else. Srinivas opened his purse and put 10 rupees into her hands. Give it to your mother and tell her not to bother about returning it yet. And tell her that Ravi will soon be earning enough money to keep you all free from worry. At his office, he found Ravi sitting up as usual in a semi doze. Srinivas hung his upper cloth and on the nail, came to his seat, and said, Ravi, I had an interesting talk with your father. This is the first time I've met him, you know. An interesting man. What did he say? Ravi asked anxiously. Did he speak about me? Of course. He is about to talk about you. Well, I assured him that things will all be right. All that doesn't arise now, since you are well on your way to your new job. It seemed to be a delicate negotiation, steering him into a new job. He had to be put in without much ado, without his own knowledge, so to speak. You can go and start duties tomorrow at the office of Sunrise Pictures down below. He added for the sake of safety. They needed someone with experience in accounts. Sampath will help you pick up the work. Ravi seemed to hear the news without showing any enthusiasm. On the first day, when it was mentioned, he had seemed so enthusiastic. Today, somehow, his mood had changed. He looked
I work and earn from whom for whose benefit? Why can I not be allowed to perish as I am? Srinivas found that a little peremptoriness always helped him with Ravi. He said, we can decide all that later. You are free today. Probably from tomorrow you will be very busy. Why don't you hear me read out the story to you? Ravi sat up attentively. Srinivas picked up his manuscript sheet and started reading from the first page. Evidence of Sampath's handiwork came to light. The old landlord dropped in quite early one morning and said, tell your wife not to trouble to give me coffee or anything every time I come. I have come now on business. I can't catch you unless I come so early. Srinivas called up his wife to bring a tumbler of coffee for the old man. When the coffee arrived, the old man's eyes shone with joy. You're going to force it on me? Yes, said Srinivas. Why not? You forget, sir, that I am a very old man and a sannyasi. At that, I should never indulge in altars. Though I'm inclined that way, it is not good for my soul. This is not alcohol, after all, only coffee, said Srinivas. The old man said, what if it were alcohol? Does a man's salvation depend upon what he drinks? No, no, it depends upon. He became reflective and paused as if wondering what it really depends on. Srinivas could not resist asking, on what does it really depend? The old man looked very puzzled and said, with his fingers folded curling round the coffee tumbler, shall I drink this off before it gets cold? He lifted the tumbler, tilted back his head, and gulped it off. Srinivas asked, you would like a piece of arcanet, I'm sure, after this. Arcanet? Arcanet at my age. Oh, but how good of you to think of my needs. Who can ever forget the lovely scented? Not
the wife provides her guest. He reveled in vision of this supreme luxury. Srinivasan got up and put a little bottle containing them in his hand. He looked at it fondly and put it away with a sigh. A man should not succumb to more than one temptation. He raised his voice in a song and quoted an Upanishad which said, food is Brahman. A few children came up from Ravi's house and stood in the doorway and watched him with interest. He glared at them and said, this is what I hate about children. Their habit of hanging about and staring at people. After this, I'm not going to give my house to anyone who has children. They are a nuisance. We have all been children, Srinivasan said. Yes, yes, the old man agreed. But what of it? We don't remain children. Leave the vexed question aside. I want to tell you a happy piece of news. He lowered his voice and said, it seems that the boy is going to get 100 rupees a month. I always knew that he would rise. Who told you? Srinivas asked Srinivas. Ah, nobody can conceal such things from me. I know everything that goes on in the town, said the old man rather boastfully. Srinivas thought of Ravi with pity once again. This was another unwanted element in his already complicated life. The fate seemed to have chosen him for the greatest experiment in messing things up. Srinivas asked the old man, "Has someone seen you?" "He's a good man," the old man said. "I had not the pleasure of seeing him before, but he came to my humble room and sat there one day. I liked him at first sight. It is always my habit. Nobody can deceive me. I know when I meet a good fellow, and I know when I met a bad. Association is an important thing. Otherwise, why should I ever come in search of you and talk to you, though I have not spoken to anyone in all my life, especially if they are my tenants?"
What did somebody say? Asked Srinivas. Nothing. He showed a desire to learn a few things in Bhagavad Gita and Upanishads. Somebody seems to have told him that I have pursued this thing, and he wanted to clear some doubts. "Oh!" exclaimed Srinivas, picturing Sampath, racked with metaphysical doubts. "Why do you cry out in such surprise? There are some young men like him, even in these days, who have spiritual interest. How can we say no to them? He said he would come to me 2 or 3 days in a week whenever he found time. Do you know, he asked what fee should he pay me. I grew very angry with him and told him, I am not here to sell my knowledge as a market commodity. But he said, very well, master, but any piece of learning accepted becomes worthless, ineffectual, unless a man has given a Guru Dakshina. Master, what a reasonable argument. Yes, there is that verse. The old man quoted another scripture to prove that learning which was not being properly paid for is like water held in vessel without a bottom. Srinivas reflected that there was something unfolding, yet another surprise. The old man lowered his voice and said, Do you know he has agreed to fix up the marriage of my granddaughter with your friend? Though you forgot this old man's appeal. I have forgotten, replied Srinivas. But it seems Ravi is working under him and will listen to what he says. I knew that the girl was fortunate and would not get any husband less than one getting 100 rupees a month. You will keep all this to yourself, begged the old man, starting to go. I came here expressly to give you this piece of good news. You are my only well wisher. Who else is there to feel happy about the good things that happen to me? You make me think less and less of those blighted sons and daughters of mine, those vultures.
Ravi was very rarely to be seen nowadays. He sat making entries in ledgers in the office below. Sampath had managed to put him into the account section, transferring his accountant to the art section of the studio. That's how I have been able to manage this affair with Somu, he confessed to Srinivas. But the other man, what can he do in the art department? Asked Srinivas in genuine doubt. He will have to do something, otherwise he will lose his job. Do you know, under such a pressure, anybody will turn his hand to anything. That's how I find that most of our actors, musicians, and technicians are produced. You watch in a short time that fellow will refuse to come back to accounts because he will have bloomed into an artist. Just when Ravi is prepared to do artwork, and when I will be faced with the further complications with Somo. Do you know I'm facing peculiar difficulties with Somo nowadays? At this moment, Somu himself arrived in a big car. As soon as he entered, he said, It's so difficult to approach this place. Sampath, we must very soon look out for a good building on the main road itself. How's the story progressing, sir? He asked, turning to Srinivas. Srinivas tried to recalculate to himself Sampath's account of Somu's partnership complications and wondered in what way his present questions was connected with that. He found himself getting into a maze once again and gave up the attempt. He merely replied, All the scenes will be ready very soon. Haha, that's very good news. We must fix up an auspicious day for cranking. I want to invite our district judge to switch out. Seeing that Srinivas received the suggestion without enthusiasm, he hastened to add, Of course, you must allow us business people to do things in your own way. What's the point in asking the judge to do it?
Somo turned to Sampath and said with a very significant wink, "Tell him some time." Sampath rose to the occasion and said, "You will know soon. All this has its own value." Srinivas turned to go upstairs back to his work. He had been spending a considerable amount of time at the foot of the staircase with Sampath. They had to do all the talking here because inside Sampath's office, in an antechamber, Ravi worked, and they had to talk of certain matters without his knowledge. Srinivas now felt that the time had come for him to beat a retreat. Since the foot of staircase was threatening to become a conference room, Somu stopped him and said, "We must have another story conference shortly to see how far we have progressed. You can go ahead with your other plans. I will tell you when it is all ready. One thing, mister, I want you to remember you must not fail to introduce a comic interlude." A slight frown came on Srinivas' face. "I don't see how many comic interludes can be put into this. Please try. It will make the picture very popular. People would come again and again to laugh. Personally, do you know, I would like something that makes me laugh." The old landlord waited for Srinivas at the road bench, explaining, "I could have come to your house and caught you, but didn't. You are sure to press on me your hospitality, and what will people say? This old fellow goes there to snatch a free cup of coffee. No, sir, I don't want the reputation. I have always had honorable dealings with all my tenants, except in the matter of water taps. Oh, you always will have a word about that. All right, I will have a new tap. Not one, several, one for each block. Are you satisfied? When? When?
That's why big people always say, beware of people who write. You have not answered my question, Srinivas said. You are very difficult to satisfy, he replied, as if paying a compliment. If it were any other landlord, he would have become distracted. Well, I'm not here to talk about all that now. I have an important matter on which to consult you. You are going to your office. Shall I walk along with you? Oh, you will feel bored and tired. Coming back alone, said Srinivasan, trying to put him off. That shows you don't know me, said the old man. There's no loneliness for a sannyasi like me. If I keep repeating, oh, I have the best companion on a lonely way. Don't you know this slogan? Wherever my mind, there be a foam. Wherever my head, there be a feet. Srinivasan slowed down his pace, and the old man followed him. After several more questions, he said, "What do you think of Sampath's film company? What are they doing?" Srinivas explained as well as he could its various aspects and purposes. "Do you really think it is a very profitable concern?" Srinivasan could not easily answer the question. "I am sorry, I don't know much about that." The old man stopped for a moment to hold him by the arm and said, "Ah, how careful. You don't want to give away trade secrets, isn't that it?" He gave the other a knocking wink. Srinivas tried not to look portentous and said, "I will find out if you like from Sampath all about it." "No, no, no," the old man cried aloud. "Not that way. I don't want you to speak to Sampath about it. I don't want him to think I have been talking about it. He trusted me with the confidence. No, no, I was just thinking that if I was invested 5,000 at 12.5%, why not 10,000? Why not 50,000? Asked the old man. You see.
I have a lot of cash. He looked horror-stricken at the thought of someone thinking him rich. I have only few copper kept for the marriage of the child. If it can be multiplied without any trouble, it will mean a little more happiness for the child. Sampath is taking an interest in her, and so I thought. He meandered on, and then feeling that he had spoken too much of his finance, shut up suddenly. Well, I will get back. I thought you might be able to give me some information. He turned abruptly around, leaving Srinivas to go forward alone. Srinivas went to his office, trying to divine what exact treatment Sampath was employing with the old man. An indication of it was not long in coming. Sampath followed him upstairs to his room. Well, Mr. Editor, I think after all I can make up the capital. Srinivas did not feel it necessary to put in question since he was listening to something he already knew. He hooked up his upper cloth and went to his chair. Sampath looked at his wristwatch. Recently, a watch had appeared on his wrist, and he constantly looked at it. I can manage to stay with you for a quarter of an hour more. I have asked some people for the music department to come and meet me. Apartly, he intended to become reflective for those 15 minutes. I am really puzzled. Nowadays, Mr. Editor, I shall be obliged if you enlighten me. What am I in this scheme of things? On one side, I interview actors, artists, and musicians. I run about somewhere doing various finance and the studio. And I have the task of picture, the direction, and so on. He swelled with importance. Now, what I am? He looked so puzzled that Srinivas felt obliged to answer. How can answer the question? If you understood it, you would understand everything. He thought that perhaps some past former studies with the old man had wakened him to a new problem. This idea was soon dispelled by Sampath. Am I the producer of the picture or am I not? It was just to decide the question that I wanted capital. I think I can make it.
The amount and any art your island lord is showing an interest in the position and also clearing a lot of your philosophy doubts, I suppose. Srinivas added somewhat, laughed tearfully. Well, sir, believe me, I do wish to know something about self and the universe. What greater privilege can one have than studying at the feet of a greater master? He shut his eyes reverently and pressed his palms in a statue at the memory of his guru. And Srinivasan asked, and how are we going to fulfill your promise to see his granddaughter married? Oh, that's really a problem. I hope he lowered his voice, that our friend downstairs will help us her. But you have already promised to find him his sweetheart. Srinivas reminded him. Oh, yes, yes. He looked agonized at the number of the undertaker that weighted him down. An idea flashed into his mind and he looked relieved. Probably it was the granddaughter and he used to see at the temple. Who knows? Let us have a look at the sketch. Editor Srinivasan took out the sketch at the side of it, with its ray of light reflected off the diamond on the earlobe. Srinivas was thrilled and cried out, oh, the boy, oh, to be drawing and painting and flooding the world of his pictures. This is a poorest world without them, he sighed. Yes, sir, I agree. Even today, if he were prepared to get on that art department, I would take a place for him there. He scrutinized the picture and shook his head despondently. No, the landlord's granddaughter is different. Have you seen her? Oh, yes, daily I am coaching her in the arts. Smart girl. I wish Ravi would see sense. But he became effective type to a girl in the flesh of to be worth a dozen of paper. Can't you put some sense into him? I think he will listen to you, and it will please the old man, Srinivasan said.
Nothing in reply. Sampath remained gazing at the picture absentmindedly and suddenly cried. This race looks familiar. Wait a minute. He got up and ran downwards and returned bearing an album under his arm. He opened its leaves, placed it on the table, and pointed at a snapshot of a girl wasted in it. Under it was written, Appellant number 345, Madras name, Shanti. Srinivas looked at the face and then compared it with that in the sketch. Well, it looks very much like it. Have you got her address? Of course, we can call her up. Her face struck me as the most possible type for Parvati. Sam scrutinized her face very carefully now. I will send out a telegram. If right, we must give her a mic and camera test at once. And if that is okay, I'm sure she will do very well. We can make a star of her. Srinivas felt happy, so this means Ravi's first troubles are over. He will be so glad. Let us tell him Sampath was hesitant. Oh, please wait. She may be someone else or she may have some other problems. I think we would better wait. Well, there doesn't seem to be any harm. All that he wants is to take a look at her. That is his mind so much that we can get him to her. Sampath was very lukewarm about that proposition. He shut the album, put it under his arm and started to go. He paused in the doorway to say, No, Mr. Editor, please do not tell him anything yet. It's studio business. It's better that much things should not get complicated. You get you see we have to move consciously as you know. Somu is a funny sort of man and he made misconstrued the whole thing. He wandered on Srinivas not somewhere heading much. When Somu's name cropped up, there were always hints of vast complications, and Srinivas left it all alone. A story in conference met on the day Srinivas mentioned that.
His writing was completed. Somu was beside himself with joy, and Sampath was stung into fresh activity. Dimelo said, Well, sir, the studio only starts its real work now. He rolled up his sleeves and lit a cigarette and gave an affectionate pat to his green cigarette tin. They sat around Srinivas' table as he began in the room. Scene 1. Kailash Mountain speaks in the background, rolling peaks with eyes gleaming in vertigo. Dimelo interrupted to say, Oh, don't bother about all that detail. It is the business of the art department. You can just indicate the location. Go ahead, Mr. Srinivas, implored Somu, who looked dark-eyed and pleased. He seemed quite ready to do Srinivas's bidding at this moment. He was so awestruck by his ability to fill up 100 odd foolscap sheets with the story, but he was not prepared to confess his admiration in full. He said, Writing requires a lot of patience. You must sit down and fill up page after page, a thing which we businessmen can not afford to do. That is why we have to depend upon intellectuals like you, sir. He spoke as if he were presenting a casket and reading out the address printed on silk. Sampath cut him short with, Shan't we go on with the stories? The mellow put down a cigarette stub and pressed his shoe on it. Tobacco smoke hung in there. Srinivas read on. Second scene. Parvati, a young woman of great beauty, with her maids. The mellow interrupted. How can we be sure till we fix up the actress? Somu looked despondent. He looked pathetically at Sampath and asked, Yes, what do you say to that? In Hollywood, we never approach the story till we have fixed up the chief artist. This is not Hollywood, Srinivas said. So let us try to find the people who will do this part, do the part. But that doesn't pay, Mr. Srinivas. In films, the real silver commodity is the star value. All other things all other things are secondary. Sampath tried to smooth matters out with weaving.
Make stars if the ready ones are not available. Somehow this seemed to please the other members of the conference, and Sumo and Vilmelo said almost simultaneously, That is a very good point, Sampan. We've got to make stars. To Srinivas, it seemed it seemed as if they were going to cling to this phrase now and forever. He shuddered to think that they might be going to repeat it like a litany. Star, star, we must make a star. But he realized that the matter was proceeding on correct conference lines. It was the essence of a conference that somebody should say something, and somebody else should say something else, and a third person should throw out a catchphrase for all to pick up and wear proudly like a buttonhole. This was the approved method of a conference, and we could not object to it. And so, although he was being constantly interrupted, he curbed his own annoyance and continued his reading. He felt he was emulating a street preacher he had encouraged in his younger days in his town, a man who came to propagate Christianity and lectured to a crowd unmindful of the heckling, booing, and general discouragement. Srinivas had even seen a grass seller throwing her burden at the preacher's head, but he went on explaining the gospel. Such a faith in one's mission was needed at this moment. Srinivas persisted, since scene after scene, with the description, action, and dialogue followed. And this continuous drone lulled them into silence as darkness gathered around his room and voices rose from the tenement below. He became lost in his own narration. His listeners seemed to him just shadows. Even Vilmelo's tobacco fog rose through the web covered ceiling and paused there. Srinivas read on, inspired by his own vision, though he could not decide whether they were lost in enjoyment of his reading or were asleep. He read with difficulty in the gathering darkness, afraid to get up and switch on the lights, lest that should break the spell and set them talking.
The most important event was the opening ceremony. A special bus ran from the city to the studio on the other bank of the river. The bus was painted sunrise pictures along its whole body, and placards were hung out on its sides. The burning of karma, switching on ceremony, slowly perambulated along the market road, and anyone who carried an invitation to the function could stop it and get in. The invitation was printed on gold sprinkled cartridge sheets on which was stamped the map of India, represented as a mother with a bashful maiden kneeling at her feet, offering a sprig of flowers, entitled Burning of Karma. The maiden was presumably Sunrise Pictures. Is this your idea? Srinivas asked Sampath, who worked without food and sleep for the sake of the function. Sampath was cautious in answering. Why, is it not good? Srinivas hesitated for a moment whether he should be candid or just not answering the question. He decided against the expressing an opinion and asked, what do others say? Everybody says it's so good. Somo was in raptures when he saw it. Our boys did it. You know, something patriotic work. We offer our very best to the country, or something like that. Your idea? Srinivas asked. Sampath was rather reluctant to be cross-questioned and turned the subject to the task of printing. What a trouble it was getting this through in time. They couldn't fool me, as I sat tight and got it through. Srinivas quietly gloated over this vision of Sampath harassed by printers. I've not been home at all for 3 nights. I sat up at the brown press and handled the machine by myself. How I wish I'd be my own press now. He sighed a little. No need to worry. We are on way to getting our big press. He seemed distressed at the memory of printing and Srinivas.
Story from China. A long, long time ago, there lived an old woman in a hut in the forest. Her husband had been killed by a tiger some years ago. Life was difficult for her and her daughter Sule.
Sume's mother was old and weak, so Sume did all the cooking and cleaning herself. She also looked after the silkworms in their garden. The worms gave them fine thread to make beautiful silk. Sume sold the silk to travelers in the village markets. In this way, she got enough money to buy food and other things. One day, as Sume was returning home, it started to rain heavily. It was getting dark too. Sume ran into the first hut she saw. The door was open and there was no one inside. Is anybody in? She called loudly again and again, but there was no reply. Sume looked around the hut. The floor was very dirty. Bowls and pots were left unwashed. Sume swept the floor and washed all the bowls and pots. By the time she had finished, the hut was clean as new. By then, the rain had stopped too. I had better go home, she said to herself. Mother will be worried.
Even as a young boy, Nanak was different from the other boys of his age. He liked to sit by himself and think. He was always asking questions about God and about right and wrong. When he was 7 years old, he was sent to school. On the first day, the teacher tried to give him his first lesson, but the little boy asked his teacher, "How much have you learned?" The teacher was surprised and amused. He told the bright little boy about all the different subjects he had studied. The boy listened but was not satisfied. "But do you know God?" asked Nanak. The teacher had no answer to this. After this, it is said Nanak did not go to school. This disappointed his father. But everyone was surprised at the boy's knowledge and wisdom. The father saw that he was an unusual boy and had strange ideas. He was very different from other boys of his age. When Nanak was a little older, he helped his father in the fields. He helped him to dig the ground and plant seeds. While the crops grew tall, Nanak spent his time taking care of the cattle.
Certainly. Scientists have now found a new way to kill harmful insects, namely other insects. An example is the tiny wasp called Telchasogama. This wasp usually lays its egg in the larvae for months. As the wasp eggs grow, the larvae are killed. In this way, the wasps keep down the number of months. Scientists have found 12 species of wasps, each species growing a preference for the larvae of, of one type of month. Together, they destroy the larvae many months which harm crops. Example, the European corn border and the rice roller, the pink column, the sugarcane border and the spiny caterpillar. In China, Transociagama wasps are cultivated in large numbers by agricultural scientists. They are given to farmers to let them loose at the time of the year when months are larval stage. As many as 1,050,000 to 6 million wasps are necessarily for a hectare of rice crop and 2,030,000 to 3,010,000 for a hectare of corn. Farmers have been as successful in controlling pests by the use of Transociagama was by the use of insecticides. The roundworm called Romaninus leslie may help scientists to control the number of mosquitoes. This small white worm enters a mosquito larva by making a hole in its skin and feeds on the insect.
And there was a poor farmer who saved up a little money and bought a small field. He sowed the field with seeds of pumpkins, beans, and tomatoes. All the seeds grew into plants and became green and strong. One day, the farmer went out to take a look at his field. As he went into the field, he heard a pumpkin say, "Here comes the master of the field, ho ho." And a bean said, "Why don't you try to better yourself, you poor farmer?" And the tomato said, "Hit your stick on the ground, farmer." This frightened the farmer. He ran out of the field. He met a neighbor and said, "Come quickly with me. There is something very strange going on in my field." So the neighbor went with the farmer into the field, and the plants began to speak again. "Here comes the master of the field, ho ho," said the pumpkin. "Why don't you try to better yourself, you poor farmer?" said the bee. "Hit your stick on the ground, farmer," cried the tomato. So then the neighbor hit his stick on the ground.
The seven proud sisters were so proud of their beauty that they thought no one was good enough to marry them. They said that they would marry only the man or men who could find out what their names were. They were beautiful, so everybody tried, but no one succeeded. At last, when everyone else had failed, Tortoise said that he would find out the girl's name and win them as his wives. Everybody laughed at the idea, but Tortoise was clever and soon made a plan. The girls usually took a certain path when they went out to the forest to play. Tortoise killed an old bearded he-goat, pulled out the beard and stuck it into an axe with the juice of a gum tree. He then hid in a bush by the path, and when the girls were near enough, he pushed the axe in their path. When the eldest, who came first, saw it, she called out the next to her, Ola, I have seen something very strange. What is it, Oni? Something never seen by anyone before. An axe which has grown a beard, said Oni.
Long ago, long ago in Baghdad, there lived a man called Qasim. He was a miser who loved money more than anything else. He would never buy any new clothes. He wore the same pair of shoes and 20 years. He mended them so often that they had become huge and heavy. One day, Qasim went for a bath in the public bathrooms. He left his shoes on the steps of the bathrooms and went inside. Another man who came for a bath also left his shoes on the steps. When he saw Qasim's shoes, he told the agent, if people see Qasim's shoes here, they will never come back to use your bathroom. So the attendant brought a long stick and pushed Qasim's shoes into a corner. When Qasim came out after his bath, he did not see his shoes, but he was happy to see another pair of shoes. He said, God has left answered my prayers. I have always wanted to wear shoes like this. So he put his feet in the old man's shoes and walked away. His feet felt as light as feather. When the other man could not find his shoes, he soon guessed who had taken them. He went to Qasim and shouted, You thief, give me back my shoes or I shall call the police. Don't, don't, shouted Qasim. He took your shoes and take this money too, but please don't call the police.
Mr. Madhur lived in Lucknow, the capital of Uttar Pradesh. One day, having to go to Kanpur on business, he bought a second-class return ticket and caught the morning train. After spending a day in Kanpur, he came to the railway station to catch the train to Lucknow. The train was crowded when Mr. Madhur arrived. If he traveled second class as he planned, he would have to travel standing. If he wanted to travel comfortably, he would have to change his plan and go by first class. He noticed that there were some empty seats in the first class carriages. He decided to pay the difference when the ticket collector came to the carriage on the way to Lucknow. He got into a first class carriage and sat down in one of the two remaining empty seats. There were four other men in the carriages who appeared to be a rich businessman. They were well dressed in dark suits. Just as the train was about to start, a poorly dressed young man with a worn out suitcase jumped in and sat down. He looked as if he had no job.
Over 1,000, Sampath said, brightening, it's going to be the biggest function our city has seen. As the bus turned into Nalapa's road, far off one saw the bunting flying in the air, made up of flags of all nations, including China, Scandinavia, and the Netherlands. One could pick them out by referring on Pearson's encyclopedia. The bunting was an odd treasure belonging to the municipal council. No one could say how they had come to gather all this medley of insights, but they were very obliging and lent them for all functions, private and public. Instinctively,
and instinctively, and no gathering was complete unless it was held under the arcade of these multicolored banners. There were even a few ships' signals, including among them. The first gathering was herded into studio number one, in which hundreds of wooden folding chairs were arrayed. The switching, the switching on was fixed for 4.2 since at 4.3 an incestuous period of the day was beginning. The district judge who was to preside was not to be seen. They fidgeted and waited for him and ran a dozen times to the gate. Sampath calmed Somu by pulling him along to the microphone and announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the president is held up by some unexpected work, but he will be here very soon." Meanwhile, in order not to lose the auspicious hour, the switch would be put on. He himself passed on the camera on the tripod and asked, "Ready?" and pressed the switch. The lights were directed on to a board fixed on an easel on which the art department has chalked up sunrise pictures, proudly present their maiden effort, the burning of Carmel, and they shot 100 feet of it. The mellow cried, "Cut!" He had come in a dark suit, his mustache oiled and trimmed. Thus they caught the auspicious moment, although the big wicker chair meant for the president was still vacant. A committee of astrologers has studied the conjunction of planets and fixed the day for the inauguration ceremony.
There had been a regular conference for fixing the correct moment. For as Somu explained to the others, we cannot take risk in these matters. The planets must be beneficial to us. And he gave 3 rupees as a coconut, each one on a plate, for the Brahmins who had given him the date. The Brahmins officiated as a ceremony now, after deciding what the ritual should be. A couple of framed portraits of Shiva and a saint who was Somu's family protector were leant against the wall, smoother under flowers. The holy men sat before them with their foreheads stamped with ash and vermilion and their backs covered with hand-spun long wraps. They each wore a rosary around the throat, and they sat reading some sacred texts. In front of them were kept trays loaded with coconut, camphor, and offerings for the gods. A few minutes before the appointed moment, they rose, lit the camphor, and circled the flame before the gods. Sounding a bell, then they went to the camera and stuck a string of jasmine and a dot of sandal paste on it. Dimelo trembled when he saw this. They seemed to be so reckless in dealing with the camera. He felt crying out loudly, "It's a mixture, so please." It cost rupees 40,000, but checked himself as he confessed later. In this country, sir, one doesn't know when a religious suspiciability is likely to be hurt. A mere sneeze will take you to the stake sometimes. Better be on the safe side. The priest finished with the camera and then offered him a flower, which he did not know what to do with, but vaguely pressed it to his nose and eyes. And then they gave him a pinch of vermilion and ash, which also worried him, till he saw what others did and followed their example and rubbed it on his throat. He looked intimidated by these religious observances. It was an odd sight. DeMello in a dark suit, probably of Hollywood's cut, and his forehead colored with religious marking, it just as well. Srinivas remarked to himself, they are initiating a new religion, and that camera decked with flowers is their new god, who must be propitiated. To him, it seemed not different from the propitiation of the harvest god in field. Somo and all these people, God, at the present moment, was being who might give him profits of ruin them with a loss. With all their immense commitments, they felt they ought to be particularly careful not to displease him. As he was champion of this religious sect, there was nothing odd in Demelo's submissiveness before it. Srinivas wished he had his banner. What an article he could write under the heading, The God in the Legs.
There was once a poor old woman who lived in a village. She bought some beans and was getting ready to cook them. She made a fire, and to make fire burn better, she put in a handful of straw. As she was putting the beans into the pot, one of them escaped unnoticed and fell to the floor, where it landed beside a piece of straw. A little while later, a burning piece of coal jumped from the fire and landed not too far from the other two. The straw spoke up and said, Dear friends, where have you come from? The coal replied, Luckily for me, I jumped out of the fire. It took a great deal of effort, but if I hadn't done it, death would have been certain. I'd have been burned to ashes. The bean said, I have come off with the whole skin, but if the old woman had got me into the pot, I would have been cooked like my other friends. What do you think would have happened to me? Said the straw.
But there was no representation. Soon the Raja died. After the Raja's death, the British took him over Jhansi. But the soldiers of Jhansi fought off at the officer and made Lakshmi their
He was a miser. He ate cheap food and spent very little money. He lent money to small shopkeepers at a high rate of interest. In this way, he earned a lot of money. Every morning he went out to see the shopkeepers and came home at midday. The miser had a watchman to look after his house. The watchman lived in a hut near the pit. He liked fish and his wife cooked it for him every day. The watchman told his wife, cook the fish before midday. Our master will be out then. He doesn't eat meat or fish, and he does not like the smell of fish. One day the master came home early. He walked past the watchman's hut and caught the smell of fish. It was a nice smell and he liked it very much. That afternoon he called the watchman and asked him, What were you cooking today? The watchman said quickly, I won't do it again, sir. Please forgive me. I said, Don't be afraid, I'm not angry. What was your wife cooking? Please tell me. The watchman said, We were cooking fish.
Once an old man who had just one son, whom he loved dearly.
In his country, the greatest suffering on earth was having to work. Therefore, when the son turned 14, his father decided to send him to school to learn how to be lazy. On the same street as the old man, there lived a teacher who was famous throughout the world because he had never done any work in his life that he could avoid doing. The old man visited him and found him lying in the garden beneath a fig tree on a comfortable bed placed on the ground. Before talking to him, I must first see how he behaves, said the old man to himself, and hid behind some trees to watch the teacher. The teacher lay as still as a dead man, with his eyes closed. The only time he moved was whenever he heard the sound of a ripe fig falling on the ground near where he lay. He would put out his hand slowly, bring the fruit to his mouth, and eat it. Then he would move again only if another fig fell near him. He wouldn't move if a fig fell too far away for him to reach.
One day, Wu found a good-looking and rich young man trying a tall tree to look for bird's nest. As he looked down over the high wall of her house, he saw a beautiful girl under a willow tree. She was swaying and singing to herself. He found her voice soft and sweet. Wu Fang fell in love with her. When he came when he came back to his house, he asked his parents who was she. They told him her name was Chen Lian, and her father was a rich businessman. Wu Fang then told his parents that he wanted to marry Chen Lian. A matchmaker was sent for, and all agreements were made for the marriage. Finally, the wedding day came, but Chen was worried and sad. Even though she was beautiful, there was a ugly scar on her face, left eyebrow. She was afraid that Wu Fang would not love her anymore after he saw that scar. Before long, many people arrived with lots of lovely presents. In heavily veiled, Tianlin saw her husband smiling and laughing with his friends. Finally, the wedding was over and all people went home. The time came for Wu Fan to lift the veil from Chen Lin's face. As he did so, he saw the ugly scar on Chen Lin's left eyebrow. There was a look of unhappiness on Wu Fan's face, and Chen Lin began to cry.
Every night we close our eyes and go to another world next to it. When we wake up, it seems as if we have come back from a journey, but we do not remember what really happened first. We may not, we may know we dream, or we may know we fell, fall, or fall. But what else will we do? Do we know what is happening to our body when we sleep? One important thing that happened, of course, was that muscles of the body relaxed. If someone were to raise an arm gently when we slept, it would be quite relaxed and we would not be disturbed. One of the reasons we lie down when we go to sleep is to promote nothing relaxed. But we have a set of muscles that do not relax when we sleep. These are the muscles around the eyes and the eyelids. These muscles contract so that we can keep our eyes closed.
Now I want you to give me a magic medicine that will keep me safe and will stop all crocodiles from coming near me. Very well, said the man, nodding his head. It is not easy, but I can do it. It will cost you a lot of money. Do you have enough? Even if it costs 100 pounds, said the hunter, I must have the medicine. My dream has frightened me. It will cost just 100 pounds, and answered the witch doctor. Get the money ready. He went inside his hut and came out again with a dirty little bag.
In May 1984, At the World Karate Championship held at Zurich, Switzerland, the crowd was surprised into silence when small-built 13-year-old Neville Merriman of Bombay entered the Kobudo. The Kobudo is weapon fighting in the open class for people between 12 and 40 years of age. As the crowd watched from the edges of their seats, Neville won, beating participants from China, Japan, Korea, Europe, and America to become world champion. Neville also won another gold medal in the kata competition for the under 15 age group. The basic methods of fighting and breath control of karate are known as kata. Neville had first learned karate, which means empty hand defense and attack, at the age of 3 from Shihan Bispi Kapadia of the Goju Kai Karate School in Bombay. When Neville was still a young student at the school, Hanshi Gojen Yamaguchi, a karate red belt from Japan, visited Bombay at the invitation of Bispi Kapadia. He saw young Neville at practice and was surprised at his coordination and strength. Yamaguchi predicted that Neville would be a world champion someday.
The, tele- the, the television camera is very much like the human eye. Both the eye and the camera have a lens, and both build up pictures on a screen. In each case, the picture is made up of millions of spots of light. First, let us see how the eye works. When we look at an object, a person, a house, or whatever it may be, we do not see the object as a whole. We think that we do so, but this is not true. In fact, the eye builds up the picture for us in our brain in millions of separate parts, and all these parts are seen separately. When we look at something, rays of light reflected from all the parts of the object hit the lens of the eye. The lens then puts together the spots of light from these rays and focuses them onto a light sensitive plate, the retina at the back of the eyeball. In this way, a picture of the object is made on the retina from the spots of light.
Once a man came to see Nana Pandaves and begged him to give him a job in the Peshwa Darbar. He talked at length of his love of beauty, his sincerity, and his loyalty to the Pune court. Nana was happy and liked the young man, but he wanted to test him first. He always did this with a new candidate. It was always a hard test, but once Nana was satisfied, it would be smooth sailing for the match. Nana Pandavis would do the rest. Come again, he told the young man. He came again. Not once, but many times. Each time Nana would talk with him at length and then send him away. He would ask him to come another day but never promised him a job. The young man was about to lose his patience when one day Nana suddenly came to the point.
One of the greatest women of Indian history. Though she came from a poor family, Mahara Holkar, the great Maratha chief, chose her as a wife of his son Kandora. Kandora was killed in a war and at the early age of 21. Ahalyabai became a widow. Ahalyabai had a son and a daughter, but the son died very soon. When Ahalyabai became the ruler of Malwa after Malhola's death, she had to face many problems. Her prime minister Gandhara Yishwan was very dishonest. He wanted to be the most powerful person in the land. He advised Ahalyabai to adopt a son who would be the ruler of Malwa. He told her that she, being a woman, was not fit to rule over the state. But Ahalyabai was a strong-minded woman, and she replied, I am the daughter-in-law of Mahal Kola. I will rule the state as well as my father did in law.
Back in the last century, a family named Mosey owned a farm just outside the city of Cincinnati in the United States of America. One day, someone showed a gun to the farmer's little daughter, Annie. Annie became very interested in these guns. Decided immediately to learn how to use it. This was the beginning for Annie Oakley Mosey, who was soon to become famous throughout the world. By the time Annie was 10 years old, she could shoot very well. At the age of 16, she started traveling with Buffalo Bill at his gate, demonstrating how well she could shoot. Wherever she went, people came in thousands to see Annie shoot. Her favorite act was shooting at coins thrown out into the air. On, on one special occasion, 5,000 coins were thrown up for her at the shoot, and she hit 4,777 of them. No one else has done this before or after her, Annie.
Around the year 1820 in Denmark, an invention was made that helped to give us the telegraph. Inventors had learned that they could draw a wire around a piece of iron, send an electric current through the wire. While the current was in the wire, the iron would run fast. Next, it could pull another piece of iron to itself with a sharp clicking sound. If the electric current in the wire was turned off, the second piece of iron dropped down. If the current was put on, the electromagnet was again picked up at the piece of iron that it had dropped. Some years later, Samuel F. B. Morse, an American, was on a ship. On his way home from England on a journey, he heard about the invention of the electromagnet. That night, Morse thought for a long time about how he could use this invention to send messages over very long wires. He saw that one person could be placed near an electric battery connected to a wire.
Ancient times, the people of Philistia and the people of Israel were always at war. After many years, the Philistines won the war and took over the government of Israel. The Philistines treated the Israelites very badly, killing many of them. The Israelites were very unhappy. At that time, Samson was born into a poor Israelite family. When he grew up, he became the strongest and bravest man in the world. He fought with the Philistines and killed thousands of them. One he killed 1,000 Philistines in a day with the jawbone of a donkey. The Philistines hated him, but they were also afraid of him. One day Samson went to the city of Gaza. The Philistines knew that he was there, and they at once closed the gate of the city.
Objects in the sky that appear largest to a person on the earth are the sun and moon. The moon moves around the earth and the earth around the sun. Sometimes all the three, the sun, the moon, and the earth, come into a straight line. This can happen in two ways with the earth or the moon in the center. If the earth is in the center, it can shade a part of all of the moon, and the circular shadow of the earth can be seen to pass across the face of the moon for a few minutes. The more interesting eclipses are those that take place when the sun, moon, and earth are in a line with the moon in the center. Then we see some very special changes which are the result of a pure accident.
Once a merchant who sold horses came to Pune, bringing along with him two Arab men. They were good-looking animals, silky, white, noble, and swift. Moreover, they were as alike as two peas in a pod. One did not often see such fine horses in that part of the country, and many people wanted to buy them. Name your price, the merchant was told by many a hopeful buyer. No price was too high for these beautiful mares, but they were not for sale. They were to be presented to the ruling Peshwa, but on one condition. The two mares were mother and daughter, but there was not a sign to point out which was which. I ask a simple question, said the merchant at the Peshwa's court. Which of the two mares is the mother and which the daughter?
It was not until 1876 that Alexander Graham Bell of Boston made a telephone call. Bell had been in London and had seen the English telegraph. He had also heard about other things people in different countries were learning about electricity. So he thought he could improve the telegraph even further. He wanted to introduce sounds instead of dots and dashes. One day, a bright idea came into his mind. Could not a person talk at one end of an electric wire and have someone really hear the words at the other end? After working hard, Bell made a machine and connected it to one end of an electric wire. It had a mouthpiece and one other part. Air was made by a person speaking to the mouthpiece hit a thin piece of metal in the machine. The metal started to vibrate, and as it did so, little waves of electric current went through the wire.
Being an only child, I like playing by myself, but I like to have my mother always near me so that I could see her. One evening, she had a visitor, an aunt returning from Paris, who had brought a beautifully embroidered dress for me. Mother returned it with a smile, saying that we now wore only khadi, that is, hand spun and hand woven material. The visitor could not understand this. Looking at my mother's clothes, the only khadi you could get then was very thick and rough. She could see that wherever her skin and had rubbed against the sari, it had become sore and red. She cried out, I think you have all gone mad. You're of course a grown up, and if you want to be ill, I suppose that is your business. But you should not make the child suffer, and it is for her that I have brought the gift.
The king of Kanauj had a beautiful daughter named Samyukta. When she was old enough, the king decided that it was time for her to get married. He invited princes from many different kingdoms to his palace for the Swayamvara. In the Swayamvara, the princess would look at all the princes who had come and chose the one she liked best. But there was one handsome young man who was not asked to the Swayamvara. He was Prithviraj, the king of Delhi. The king of Kannauj hated him. He sent messages to all the other kingdoms, but not to Delhi. Prithviraj had already made up his mind to carry this beautiful princess.
Why is a diamond so valuable? Diamonds, of course, are not common, and anything uncommon has a high value. But for something to be valuable, it must also be desirable, and diamonds are very desirable indeed. The unequaled beauty and brightness of the diamond is the result of its ability to reflect light. The diamond is also the hardest material known to man. In fact, the word diamond comes from the Greek word adamas, which means unconquerable. A diamond is truly unconquerable. Nothing in the world can cut it except another diamond. Diamonds can last for thousands of years. For this reason, the diamond has become a sign of everlasting love.
When Alexander the Great was in Egypt, he ordered that a city be built on one branch of the Nile, at a point where many trade routes crossed. The city was called Alexandria. Years passed and people liked the place. Many people wanted to live there, so the city expanded. People who came there were surprised by its wide streets and its tall buildings. But the real wonders of Alexandria were the museum and the library. The museum was the home of learning. Great thinkers, scientists, and writers from everywhere lived and worked there. They gave talks which everyone could listen to. They did experiments, traveled, and wrote books. Long scrolls which they rolled up and kept in thick leather boxes.
What you can do as it moves over the ground. It is a queer animal. Most animals walk, but kangaroos hop. Why do kangaroos hop? If you ask the Aborigines of Australia that question, they will tell you this story. The earliest kangaroos didn't hop. They walked on four legs. One night, two kangaroos walked through the bush. They were Bora, a big male kangaroo, the Woma, his wife. They were the first kangaroos. They walked on four legs. They were searching for grass to eat when Bora stopped and said to Woma, look over there.
Today, almost half the people in the world go hungry. The number of people who go without food is higher than ever before. Of course, there are many more people in the world today. The world's population was over 4,500 million in 1980. It will be over 6,500 million by the year 2080. This means an increase of 2,000 million more people to feed within 20 years. But it also means many more people to work in and think to solve the world's problems.
The Atlantic is a huge ocean. It's about 5,000 kilometers wide between New York in the United States of America and Italy. Only big ships can cross the ocean safely, but two young men crossed it in a small boat. The men were George Harbour and Frank Samuelson. They built a boat about 5 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. At each end of the boat there was a fresh tank of water. A man named Fox gave a lot of money for building the boat, so they named the boat Fox after him.
Orion was a young man who liked to hunt all day in the forest with his dog Ceres. One day, Orion saw 7 young girls playing together in the forest. They were very beautiful, and he decided to follow them. He was afraid he might never see them again, and he wanted to find out where they lived. Now, Orion did not know that these lovely girls were nymphs, and that they were afraid of him because he was a mortal. They ran away from him for many miles, but at last they became tired and they begged Artemis, the goddess of the moon, to save them before Orion caught them. Artemis was filled with pity for the unhappy nymphs, and she turned them into 7 white birds, which flew up into the sky. When they reached the sky, the 7 white birds were changed into 7 stars, called the Pleiades, and they can still be seen shining faintly in the sky.
Were so proud of their beauty that they thought no one was good enough to marry them. They said that they would marry one and only man or men who could find out what their names were. They were beautiful, so everybody tried, but no one succeeded. At last, when everyone else had failed, Tortoise said that he would find out the girl's name and win them as his wife. Everybody laughed at the idea, but the tortoise was clever and soon made a plan. The girls usually took a certain path when they went out to the forest to play. Tortoise killed an old withered tree. Goat pulled out the beard and stuck it to an axe with the juice of a gum tree. He then hid a bush by the path, and when the girls were near enough, he pushed the axe in their path. When the eldest, who came near, saw it, she called out the sisters next to her, Ola, I have seen something very strange.
People build homes with whatever materials are right for the weather and are easy to get. First men lived in caves and other natural houses. Later, they learned to make huts out of leaves and branches. In the hot and rainy forests of Africa, some houses are still made this way. The next step was to make houses out of wood. In early times, stone was used only for important buildings, such as temples. The invention of bricks and mortar by the ancient Egyptians made it easier to build houses that would stand for a long time. The shape of a house is different from place to place. In hot, sunny countries, houses are often wide and box shaped with wooden covers over the windows. Such houses stay cool inside.
Tanya Evi sailed around the world alone at 19. This was a punishment given by her father. She was the youngest person ever to do it, but she missed the record. How did she miss it? Read and find out. 19-year-old Tanya Evi was a failure at school. Her father did not know what to do with her. So he thought it would be a waste of time and money to send her to college. So he spoke to her.
Once upon a time, some rabbits lived in a grassy place on a hillside behind a big farmyard. They had a comfortable home there, with a soft bed for the little rabbits. Now, every bright morning, Father and Mother Rabbit used to take the children out for a walk. One day, as they were coming home, they heard a great cackling, and when they got to their house, there was a nice fresh egg lying on the children's bed. Some old hen from the farmyard had got in and laid an egg while they were gone.
Sicily is a big island near Italy, and many Greeks lived there long ago. One of the Greeks was a man named Archimedes, a famous thinker and inventor. At that time, there lived a king in Sicily who wanted a new crown. So he gave some gold to a goldsmith and asked him to make one for him. Now the goldsmith took the gold which he had been given and set to work. Very soon his work was finished and the crown was made. Then he took the new crown to the king.
It was 8:30 on a Monday morning in a building with 24 floors in a big town. Hundreds of people were going to start work. On the 18th floor, 23-year-old Jenny was making tea for her boss.
Suddenly, she smelled something burning. Mr. Silva, she called out to her boss. Are you getting ready? The smell of smoke. Yes, replied Mr. Silva. Do you know where it is coming from? I think it's from that wall, said Jenny. Don't be afraid, I can put it out, said Mr. Silva.
Johnny was a traffic police. One afternoon, he stood at the crossroads, guiding traffic. Many cars, buses, and lorries were passing by. He had just turned the red light on. At the very last minute, a small blue car went quickly past. Instead of spotting at the red light, Johnny was very surprised as an old lady was driving the car. He wrote down the number of the car and forgot all about it.
In China, a long time ago, there was a big stone. For thousands of years, strong winds blew around it. Rain fell on it, and the sun shone on it. One day, the stone broke into half, and an egg fell out. The egg soon turned into a stone monkey. The stone monkey bowed towards the four corners of the sky. As he did this, a bright ray of light shone on him. Stone Monkey began to run, jump, and climb. He ran over hills and mountains. He ate all kinds of wild fruit and drank from mountain streams. During the day, he played with his animal friends in the forests. At night, he slept in the caves in the mountainside.
One day, a poor barber went into his field of brown peas. He picked the peas and put them into a big bag. He saw a big green grasshopper in the garden. "It's eating peas," he said. He ran and got it by the tail. The grasshopper flew up into the sky, but the barber held on to its tail. "I went right up to heaven," said Phil. There the barber made the god. "We have no barber here," said the king of the birds. "Tell me, look at our long hair and dirty clothes. What shall we do?" "I'll cut your hair," the barber said.
Butterflies are surely some of the most beautiful creatures in the world. They are beautiful because of the brilliant colors of their wings. If you look at a butterfly's wings through a magnifying glass, you will see that they are covered with very small scales. It is these scales which have color. Without these scales, the wings would be transparent. That is, you would be able to see through them. The colors on the wings make very fine patterns. If you look at pictures of butterflies, you will find that many of them have large black circles on their wings. These look like eyes. Why do butterflies have these patterns?
Many years ago, there lived a poet named Ramalinga in Vijayanagar. He was a very clever man. Ramalinga had two servants who were rogues. Ramalinga's wife had a lot of jewels. She wore them all day and at night. She put them away in a box in her bedroom. On one day, the two servants saw her putting her jewels in the box. One of them said to the other, "Let's leave the jewels tonight. At midnight, we shall get into the bedroom and take away the box."
Plant has very Plants have very many uses for man. They supply us with food and shelter, with fuel and chemicals. People and animals needed to breathe in oxygen to live. Where does the oxygen come from? Plants take in carbon dioxide that people and animals breathe out. They then give out oxygen. In this way, the amount of carbon dioxide and oxygen in the air remains the same. We eat almost all the parts of the plants. We eat roots, carrots, leaves, spinaches, flowers, cauliflower, fruits, mangoes, oranges, and seeds. Rice, wheat. The oils that we use for cooking come from peanut, corn, and safflower.
Each year from Yathrib, soon to be called Medina, made the journey to Mecca or came there with the trading caravans. The people of Medina listened to Muhammad's teachings. They understood and accepted it more readily than the people of Mecca. They went back to their homes and spoke to the people about his teachings. Soon they invited the prophet to visit them and even to make his home with them. At this, the people of Mecca became really worried and decided that nothing but the death of the prophet would put an end to this teaching.
Mathilde Loisel was the wife of a cleric who worked at the Minister of Education. Mathilde was a pretty young woman who wanted all the good things in life. One day, her husband came home with an invitation to a dance from the Minister for Education. Mrs. Loisel threw it on the table and said, "What do you want me to do with it?" "But, my dear," said her husband, "I thought you would be glad." "Yes, I would have been glad," said Mathilde, "if I had a pretty dress to wear to the dance." With great difficulty, her husband got 400 francs to buy a pretty dress for her. Mrs. Loisel then said that she would look plain without a piece of jewelry, but her husband did not have the money to buy jewelry.
Word sandwich and Captain Woodcock. About 300 words in the English language come from the name of people. Sandwich is one such word. You may know its meaning. A sandwich is made of two slices of buttered bread with some meat or egg or vegetable put in between. You have perhaps eaten sandwiches. The word sandwich comes from the name of an English nobleman, Lord Sandwich, who lived from 1780 to 1792. He loved to play cards. Often he would spend many hours playing cards. Sometimes as he played day and night for 24 hours. At such times he would not go home to eat. Someone would bring him meat and bread.
There were two American brothers. Their names were Wilbur and Oliver Wright. In 1903, these two clever brothers did something very important, so important that it changed the history of the world. They made the first helicopter with an engine. People had flown gliders before, but gliders don't have engines and they can only fly where the wind takes them. But when an aeroplane has an engine, the pilot can fly it wherever he likes. Perhaps you have traveled in an aeroplane. Even if you have not, you may have seen many aeroplanes of all shapes and sizes, and you know how comfortable they are and how very fast they can fly. They can fly at a speed of 15 kilometers every minute.
Radley lived with his mother and father in a hut near a big forest in Chesterfield. One day, his mother and father went to the village market to buy some things. Before leaving, they told him, "Don't open the door for anybody. There's a wicked fox around here. She'll take you away." Vladimir promised not to open the door, but after some time the fox appeared at the window. "Open the door, Vladimir," begged the fox in a sweet voice. "Come and play with me. I'll give you a ride on my tail."
One morning in 1863, a ship sailed slowly up the river. It stopped alongside the bank with a strange lot of passengers. The ship was carrying soldiers who had been hurt in the civil war between the southern and northern parts of the United States of America. This ship from the south had brought many hundreds of soldiers who had been held in prison hospitals. Many of them were in a bad condition. Among them was a young man under 20 who belonged to a rich family in the north. But now his body was covered with boils and dirt. He had been told that an older brother, a rich businessman whom would meet him, but he said to his friends, "I'm so changed that William will not recognize me, and if he does, he will not take me."
Just as tall men are often the most gentle, so are big trees the most friendly. The banyan is possibly the biggest and friendliest of all our trees. We do not see many banyan trees in our cities anymore. These trees like to have plenty of space in which to spread themselves out. But in our overcrowded cities, where there is barely enough living space for people, banyan trees do not have much of a chance. After all, a full-grown banyan tree take up much space as a three-story building. Of course, many parks have banyan trees, and every village has a tree farm. The banyan has what are called aerial roots, that is, its branches drop to the ground, take root again, and send out more branches on the root.
In 1941, mother took me back to Moscow. There I saw our enemies for the first time. If I remember right, nearly 20,000 German prisoners of war were to be taken in a single column to the streets of Moscow. There were lots of people on the streets, looking on from behind a line of Russian soldiers and policemen. They were mostly women, Russian women, hands hardened by work, thin shoulders bent under the load of the war. Every one of them must have had a father or a husband or a brother or a son killed by the Germans.
Go through the country in Australia, you will see thousands of rabbits. They are everywhere, in the fields and on the roads. They run across the roads in front of cars, eat the grass in the fields, and make their burrows everywhere. Farmers have to kill rabbits because they destroy the fields. They either shoot them or poison them. Eight rabbits eat as much grass as a sheep. They eat the roots of plants. This is very bad because the roots hold the earth together. They make burrows in the ground and break the earth up, and the wind and rain carry the soil away. Thus, we have soil erosion.
At the far end of a village lived a poor farmer. He lived in a small hut in the middle of a small piece of land. Years before, when he had to come and live in the village, people had tried to be friendly, but the farmer was a strange man. He did not talk much to people. Soon they went about doing their own work and left him to himself. Near the farmer's hut was an old tree. In the tree was a hole, and in a hole lived a cobra. When the days were hot, the cobra would come out of its hole, and the coil itself would shade the tree. The farmer would sit on the ground nearby until the sun had set, and he would then return to his house.
Many birds love stay in the same country all around the year. In summer, they lay their eggs and bring up their young in places which are not too hot, but these places become very cold in winter. So when winter sets in, they fly to warmer lands. Birds which lay their eggs and bring up their young ones in the northern half of the globe fly south in winter. Some go only a few hundred kilometers to where the climate is warmer. Others go right across the equator for the same reason. Birds in the south fly north. This is called migration.
In Calydon, in Greece, there once lived a girl called Atlanta. She was a fearless hunter and a great one. She went hunting along with the men. She could shoot arrows as well as any man. She could also run much faster than all men. Atlanta was also a very beautiful girl. Many young men wished to marry her, but Atlanta said, I will marry the man who wins a race against me. She wanted to make sure that only those who really loved her came forward to win a race against her. So she said that those who lost the race against her would be killed.
This is the story about the wise king Suleiman, son of Dawood. He said to have been so wise that he understood and navigated all the way under the sun. One day, two butterflies flew under a tree crown. Suleiman bin Dawood heard one say to the other, I wonder how you can talk to me like this. Don't you know that if I stand my foot all Suleiman bin Dawood's place, and this garden here will immediately disappear in the cloud of dust.
Jesus had sent his followers out to talk about God in the villages around the Sea of Galilee. And when they returned, they were followed by thousands who had heard the message. Thousands of people had come to see Jesus, to hear him teach, and to be healed of sickness. Jesus often wanted to escape from the crowds, to have time to teach his disciples, followers. One day he had and his disciples got into a boat and set out for a lonely spot where could eat, rest, talk, and be together. But those who saw them leave called to the others, and a great crowd ran along the shore of the lake.
They got to the other side ahead of the boat carrying Jesus and his followers.
Miriam and her parents lived in Egypt. They were really Hebrews, the people of Israel. But they had left Israel during a famine and come to Egypt. There they worked at slaves. In those days, the Egyptians worshipped many gods, but the Hebrews worshipped only one God. So the ruler of Egypt, the Pharaoh, was angry with them. He was also afraid of them. He thought they would one day fight the people of Egypt. So he ordered that all newborn Hebrews boys be thrown into the river. At this time, Miriam had a new baby brother. Her mother was worried about the boy. She hid him in the house for 3 months.
We all climbed into the Lucknow Express. We were moving from Dehradun to Lucknow. Grandmother took her parrot with her, so grandfather and I had brought our pets too. A young tiger, grandfather's, and a small squirrel mine. But we had to leave the python behind. We were traveling first class, so we had a fourth breath compartment to ourselves. Timothy the tiger had a whole breath to himself. Timothy did not give us any trouble on the train. Popeye the parrot did not like people putting their hands in at the windows. Before the train had moved out of the Dehradun station, he had bitten 2 fingers and pulled at the ticket inspector's ear.
Two nations processing are the most common in the desert. When they met an old man on the way, they asked him whether he had seen a camel. The old man's answers were questions. Is it an old animal? He asked. The owner said it was. Is it lame in one leg? Asked the old man. The man said it was. Is it blind in the left eye? The old man asked again. The owners were a little surprised. They said the animal was indeed blind in the left eye. Have you seen the animal? They asked the old man.
Once there was a lazy and foolish man. He was too lazy to work as a farmer. He went around the village every day and did all kinds of little things for people. He was happy to make just enough money to live from there to there. He was very good at climbing coconut trees. One day, this lazy man was walking through a coconut plantation, a place where there were a lot of coconut trees. The owner of the plantation stopped him. Good afternoon, my friend, the owner said. Do you want to make some money by climbing the coconut trees and cutting down some coconuts for me?
One day, a circus came to the city. The manager of the circus sold tickets and let people see the circus. Some people did not have the money to pay for the ticket. Bring me some small animals, the manager told them. I want to feed the lions and the tigers. One day, a man caught a little dog in the street. He brought the animal to the circus. The manager took the dog and let the man in. The manager then took the little dog to the lion's cage. He threw the dog into the cage for the lion to eat.
Sohan was in bed. The room was almost in complete darkness. The only light was from the moonbeams, which came in through the open window. It looked as if the moonbeams made a path all the way from the moon to Sohan's bed. Sohan was looking at the moonbeams, his eyes closed. He felt himself getting up from his bed and stepping onto the brightest of the moonbeams. He began walking slowly up the beam into the starlit sky. As he walked higher and higher, the lights of his town became smaller and smaller. They began to look just like the stars above him.
We were traveling across the country by wagon to our new home. We had traveled many days over the mountains and through the forest, crossing rivers, besides a fire night. We were all hungry and tired. Our food supply was getting low and the cows could not give no more milk. We got up before daylight. I went to the forest to get some wood for the fire. Then my sister prepared for the fire and took only what food we had that morning. There was no more flour put in the water. We had no milk or sugar to put in either.
Across the Mediterranean Sea lies the sunny land of Egypt. Its greatest river is the Nile. If you were to visit Egypt and follow the valley of the Nile, you would come to the pyramids. These are tombs built long ago for the kings of Egypt. The largest tomb of all is known as the Great Pyramid. Beside the Great Pyramid is a very large stone lion with the head of a man. The lion is called the Sphinx. For 5,000 years, it has stood there as though watching over the tombs of the kings. The face is that of the Egyptian ruler Khafra. Khafra had the Sphinx cut out of stone so that people in times to come might know what a great king he had been.
The missing ring. You must surely have read stories about Birbal, a wise and clever man who was a minister in Emperor Akbar's court. Here's a story in which Birbal helps Akbar catch a thief. Akbar was very fond of jewelry. He had hundreds of rings, gold rings, pearl rings, rings in which diamonds had been set, and many others. But of all the rings he had, he liked one the most. It was a large ring with a number of pearls and diamonds in it. The ring was a present to Akbar from the queen. At, the, at Akbar's palace, there were 8 servants who looked after the emperor's clothes and jewels. Every day, one of these 8 servants used to help Akbar get ready to go to the court. None other than these 8 servants could enter the emperor's room.
One day, a rich man of Baghdad sent a servant to the market to buy food. The servant returned very soon. He ran into his master's room. His whole body was shaking with fear. Master, the servant cried, as I was walking through the market, a woman knocked against me and nearly fell down. When I turned to help her, I saw that it was death. She raised her hand and was about to touch me. But I ran away and did not look back. Now I must go away from this town at once. But how did you know that this woman was dead? Asked his master.
Millions of years ago, there were many different kinds of elephants in the world. Today, however, there are only 2 kinds of elephants left. The African elephant and the Asiatic elephant. The Asiatic elephant lives in the Southeast Asia and is found in countries like India, Burma, and Sri Lanka. The Asiatic elephant is also commonly known as the Indian elephant because India has more of these than any other country in Asia. Besides, in India, the elephant has always been very much a part of our lives.
There was a prince who wanted to marry a princess, but she would have to be a real princess. He traveled around the world looking for her, but every time he met one, there was always something wrong. There were plenty of princesses, but not one of them was quite up to his taste. Something was always the matter. They just weren't real princesses. So he returned home very sad and sorry. So he had to set his heart on marrying a real princess. One evening, a storm broke over the kingdom. The lightning flashed, the thunder roared, and the rain came down in bucketfuls. In the middle of this terrible storm, someone knocked on the palace gate, and the old king himself went down to open it.
At the Olympic Games of 1928, Bobby Fields won a gold medal for a rowing race. He also won the hearts of all who saw him win. Bobby Fields was born in Sydney, Australia. His father was a great sculling champion. When Bobby was 5, he was rowing around Sydney Harbour in a small boat. At the age of 6, he won his first race, competing against 14-year-olds. By the time he was 20, Bobby was the sculling champion of Australia. The following years, he went to the Amsterdam to compete in the Olympic Games. In the finals, he competed against 10 mayors of America. From the start of the race, Bobby was in the lead. After half the race was over,
He was still leading and very much ahead of Niles. It seemed that Bobby would easily win the race. Then suddenly something happened. Bobby heard a shout from the bank and he looked over his shoulder.
It was very, very cold. It was snowing and the evening was beginning to grow dark. It was also the last evening of the year, New Year's Eve. A poor little girl was walking along the cold, dark street. Her head was uncovered and she had no shoes on her feet. In an old apron, she held a lot of matches. No one had bought any matches from her that day. No one had given her any money. Hungry and cold, she walked along looking so very sad. Snow fell on her long golden hair.
There are about 1,500 cases in the city of Bombay and at least 1 lakh cases in our country of people who die of burns each year. In fact, about 5 lakh Indians suffer from burns every year. There are many reasons for this frightening situation. Cooking over open fires leads to many burn accidents in our country. Coal and matches are a part of everyday living, and floor level cooking, so common among Indians, is particularly dangerous. The misuse of pressure stove can lead to kitchen accidents. A woman who wears loose synthetic clothes like sari while cooking puts herself in danger. Petrol and kerosene improperly stored can lead to a fire. Faulty, or old electrical wiring could burn down a house very quickly. In homes, burns caused by accidental spillings of hot water, milk, tea, coffee, or oil is very common.
We were traveling across the country by vehicle to our new home. We had traveled many days over the mountains and through the forest, crossing rivers, sleeping beside the fire at night. We were all hungry and tired. Our food supply was getting low and the cows could give no more milk. We got up before daylight. I went to the forest to get some wood for the fire. Then my sisters cooked breakfast over the fire, and the only food we had that morning was some flour cooked in water. We had no milk or sugar to put in it either.
There once was a little red toy car which lived with a small boy called Gerald. This little red toy car fitted nicely into Gerald's palm, and the two played lots of games together on his mother's carpet. Up and down the carpet, the little red car would go with great joy. Gerald would imagine that he was taking his mother to the market in his toy car. He would stop the little red toy car by the table and say, "Here are the shops, Mom. Please get down. We will wait for you." Or he would imagine that he was driving fast to catch a train, or that the car had broken down and needed repairs. The little toy car would be whatever Gerald wanted it to be, and whatever Gerald wanted it to be.
Watch a kangaroo as it moves over the ground. It is a cruel animal. Most animals walk, but kangaroos crawl. Why do kangaroos crawl? If you ask the Lamborghinis of Australia that question, they will tell you the story. Earliest kangaroos don't hop, they walk on four legs. One night, two kangaroos walked through the bush. They were Bora, a big male kangaroo, and Woma, his wife. They were the first kangaroos and they walked on four legs. They were searching for grass to eat when Bora stopped and said to Woma, "Look over there."
Let me tell you a story about one little note in the music of life on earth. In the year 1185, the Emperor of Japan was a 7-year-old boy named Anteku. The Height were fighting a long and bloody war with another samurai clan, the Genji. Each thought that the power to rule Japan rightly belonged to them. Their battle at sea with the emperor on one of the ships took place at Dano-ura in the Japanese island inland sea on 24 April 1185. Were fewer in number and were defeated. Many were killed. Those who did not die in the battle threw themselves into the sea and drowned. The Lady Ni, grandmother of the emperor, decided that she and Antaku would not be taken prisoner by the enemy. What happened next is told in the tale of the High.
Long ago, there was a great emperor of China. He had a wonderful palace and a lovely garden. His garden was so big that even the gardener did not know where it ended. A small nightingale lived in a tree in the garden. A nightingale, as you know, is a very plain looking bird, but it has a beautiful voice that delights people who hear it sing. People came from all over the world to see the emperor's palace and his garden. When they heard the nightingale singing, they all said, "Oh, that's the best we have ever heard." The emperor thought, "What's this? The nightingale? I've never heard of him." So he sent for his chief servant and asked him about the nightingale.
The storm lasted for 6 days. Then the ship hit the rocks. When I went upon the deck, I saw that our ship was stuck between two rocks. I looked for the name of the land. When I went back to my wife and friends, we suddenly looked at my ship. We came upon friends, knives, and many other things. That my third born on two of the girls. When I went on the clouds, the fountain, the boats, some and that. We had a laugh and took everything silent. The next day, we kids and my eldest son went to the woods. We saw something together, and went to the and I think was so much fun. We could in the house, the big room. Kids and boys had been made the rock and identified the brand of the we built a house high up in the branches of the tree. Afterwards, we made the volunteer the tree so that they could grow plants and vegetables.
The ship had gone round the world on a long trip. Now at last it was sailing back home. The people in the ship felt very happy. The weather was calm and pleasant. All the people came out on the deck of the ship. Among them stood a handsome boy, the 12-year-old son of the ship's captain. A large monkey was running here and there on the deck, jumping and skipping and dancing. She made faces at people and snatched things from their hands. If the people were amused, everyone was laughing. Suddenly, the monkey ran to the captain's son and snatched his cap from his head. She put on the cap on her own head and climbed the mast. Everyone laughed. It was great fun. The boy was angry, but he laughed too.
What clothes say? Clothes are important because they can tell us many things about us. They can show people what work we do. They can make us look beautiful or ugly. They can make people want to know us. For many kinds of work, people wear special clothes. When people wear special clothes which look the same, they become a kind of uniform. For men, need clothes which are light and easy to move in. For this reason, when cycling or playing tennis or football, people usually wear shorts. People wear special clothes for swimming. Again, some people who do dangerous work need to wear special clothes. People wear helmets when they walk in places where things may fall on their head.
No other animals use silk in as many ways as do the spiders. They make it into houses, lifelines, aeroplanes, and the beautiful webs that all of us know so well. Spiders are found in almost every part of the world, no matter whether the climate is hot or cold. They run on the ground, dig holes, climb plants, run on water. They even live in it. They come in many colors, from bright red, yellow, green, black, and white to dull grays and browns.
What is the picture that comes to your mind when you think of a snow leopard? Do you think of a leopard walking softly on the snow? In the wild, this large cat lives in the high mountains of Central Asia. Does he feel cold? No. He has a coat of thick, soft fur that helps him keep warm in the ice cold air. He usually walks about alone in the snow-covered mountains. He keeps himself well hidden and is hardly ever seen by human beings. Why is the snow leopard so difficult to find? Well, the coat of the snow leopard has the same colors as the rocks in the mountains. He can easily be mistaken for a rock. And this is another reason very few men have set eyes on him.
Raja Ranjit Dev ruled over Jammu about 200 years ago. Once, a washerman was washing clothes on the bank of the river Tawi. In the afternoon, he sat down to rest and waited for his midday meal. His wife brought him the food, but said, I have work to do at home and cannot wait till you finish your meal. The washerman told her that she could leave the pot with his meal and go. So she placed it on a stone near the bank of the river.
Farmer once owned a piece of land. Work very hard on the land. Nothing would grow on it. One summer came. The farmer was resting under a tree, thinking about this. Suddenly, he noticed an antler close by. From over the top of the hill, a very big head, a very big snake, raised its head. At once, the farmer understood and thought, the snake is the true owner of all this land. He has been very kind and has allowed me to come on it, but I haven't thanked him for his crops kindness. That is why his land does not grow good crops.
Bears are quite as dangerous as we think they are. Like most animals, they will do their best to keep away from us. But bears are not afraid of people. Many men who have gone out to kill bears have been killed by them. In the colder parts of the world, bears hibernate from October to April. Before hibernating, they eat a lot of food and become fat. The female bear has her cubs, usually two, towards the end of the hibernation. The cubs are blind and extremely small when they are born. They stay with their mother for a year, sometimes longer.
The redwoods are also very big. The trees are so tall and heavy that they fall over after 1,000 years. But many of them stand for 2,000 years. When a tree falls, another one grows in its place. The trees that one sees in more woods today grew from the roots of very old trees. Wood from one redwood tree goes about 1 lakh meters. Because it does not rot as easily as most wood, it's used for making tables and chairs which can be put in the garden.
Foolish Don, said his mother, be careful not to get caught in the rain with your nice clean clothes. It looks like bad weather. Don't forget to move out of the rain if it begins to fall. All right, mother, answered foolish John as he set out on his way. But he had reached the bridge over a shallow, dirty river. When the rain begins to fall, remembering what his mother had told him, foolish John wanted to get out of the rain. Standing on the bridge, he saw no place where he could keep out of the rain. So he thought and thought.
What is the picture that comes to your mind when you think of a snow leopard? Do you think of a snow leopard walking softly on the snow? In the wild, this large cat lives in the high mountains of Central Asia. Does he feel cold? No, he has a coat of thick soft fur that helps him to keep warm. In this cold, ice cold air, he usually walks about alone in the snow-covered mountains. He keeps himself well hidden and is hardly ever seen by human beings. Why is the snow leopard so difficult to find? Well, the coat of the snow leopard has some colors as the rock in these mountains. He can easily be mistaken for a rock, and this is another reason very few men have set eyes on him.
Kalu was a poor stonecutter. One day it was hot, and Kalu did not feel like working. He put his big axe down and said, I want to be rich. Suddenly, an angel came down from heaven and said, You shall be rich. And so Kalu became rich. He ate and drank all day. One day he saw a king. Everybody bowed to him. Kalu said, Money is not enough. I want to be a king. Angel came again and made him a king. Now everybody bowed to him. Kala was happy. One day he was going around his country. The hot sun burned him. Suddenly, Kala shouted, I want to be the sun.
How is this possible? Each year, there is a period of the greatest growth for a tree. In cold climates, this period is the season of spring. During this period, the cells just inside the skin of the trunk begin to divide. As you know, when cells grow, they divide. One cell into two cells. Each of these two cells divide again, etc. The new cells so formed are of two kinds. The inner cells, the ones toward the inside of the trunk, are wood cells. These now form a new ring of wood inside the trunk. The outer cells are bark cells, which these will grow again next spring.
Don't say that, my friend, said the mango tree. Look at those flowers moving fast down with the water. From where I stand, I can see little girls standing on your banks, picking them up. They will make beautiful garlands with them. Who will bring them flowers for the garlands if you don't? That's true, said the river. And here's a sweet mango that I am dropping into the water, said the tree. See how fast it's moving? Ah, there's a boy already waiting to jump in and take the mango when it comes his way. Who will give the poor boy a mango if we don't take it to him?
In a small village, there lived a rich man. He had a son who could not hear. This rich man learned that the rich man was sick. So he went one afternoon to visit the rich man. I must, I must see my son and try and make him happy. He said to himself, but I must see a what I am going to. I must say there are not so anything that can take him away. But I asked, when I are a child, he will have a fight,
A man was sitting in a train at a station. As he looked out of the window, he saw another train alongside. All at once, he thought that his train was moving. But when he looked out of the other window, he saw that he had made a mistake. His own train had not started. It was the other one that was moving. Have you ever made a mistake like that? If you so, you will understand why people long ago made a mistake about the sun. They saw the sun in the east in the morning and in the west in the evening. Which was moving, the sun or the earth?
It's a story about the kind tree and the little boy. The little boy played under the tree every day. The tree loved him very much. One day, the boy sat at the foot of the tree. There were tears in his eyes. Why are you crying? Asked the tree. Because I am hungry, said the little boy. Eat my food, said the kind tree, and bent down one of its branches. The boy ate the fruit and was happy.
The girl who wanted to leave began to cry. Suddenly, a little man appeared and said, If I if I spin your straw into gold, will you give me your firstborn child? The girl wanted to stay alive, so she had to give her promise to the little man. He spun the straw into gold and disappeared. The king was very happy and made the miller's daughter his spouse.
The two men picked up a lot of feathers. They melted some wax. They fixed the feathers together with the wax and made two pairs of very large wings. They tied the wings to their arms. Follow me closely. Daedalus told his son. If you fly too low, the sea water will make your feathers heavy and you will fall into the water. If you fly too high, the heat of the sun will melt the wax and you will fall. Father and son climbed to the top of the trison. From there, they jumped into the air and flew away. Soon Icarus flew higher and higher. Daedalus saw this. Come down, he shouted to his son.
There once a man who made glass cups that could not be broken. The glass was hard as brass, which, as you know, is a is a very hard metal and very beautiful. He made a drinking cup that was more beautiful than all the others that he made. This one is so good that I can give it to Caesar himself. He thought, it must take it to him.
Remember that long time ago, there lived a village or king, or people in this country were afraid of. But it wasn't happening. He was always ill and unhappy. Money and power could not help him be happy. The doctors in his country could not help him either. He was so angry with them that he cut their heads off.
Once the lectures of the Ramdin were all sitting and thinking about things. One of them said, "Let us make a road to heaven." Good. The other said, "That will be very useful." The idea pleased everyone. "Let's start today," they said. But one old man said, "How can we build the road to heaven?" "Yes," said the others. "How can we build the road to heaven?" They were, they, then there were a lot of thinking and talking.
The tent was, the tent was too small for both of them. So the ark and the left camel outside. The camel stood outside the tent in the cold for 2 hours. Then he said to his master, "It's very cold outside. May I put my head and neck inside the tent?" The ark said yes and moved into the corner of the tent. The camel put his head and neck inside the tent.
Mahangiri was an elephant who was owned by a merchant. The merchant made a lot of money by putting Mahangiri to work. The elephant was sent to the forest to carry heavy logs of wood. Sometimes he carried people from one place to another. Once the people of a village wanted to hold their temple festival. The festival could not start till the temple flag was put up. The temple had a flag but no flag post.
His feelings like just outside the city of thieves. When a man went by, she would ask him a riddle. The man had to give the right answer, or his feelings would eat him up. The riddle was so different that no one could answer it. Many men lost their lives. The people were so afraid of the spirits that they did not come out of their homes.
19 the late 19th century, the real politics of Philippines began now. A man called Sir Francis Gatton began to study the lines on fingertips. He found that no two people had the same pattern or lines. He also learned that the lines do not change as a person grows older. The police saw at once how fingerprints could help them. They began to keep records of the fingerprints of people who were
Long the sun is down. This is the time when they thought it was dead. It was very the light of the sun yesterday, the heat of the sun warms the earth. In this case, earth would be cold as later. The sun helps to grow crops. The crops need its light and heat to grow. The sun also helps in making rain. It creates cold on the water. It goes up into the air. When this happens, we say that the water evaporates. Later, it comes down from the air as little drops, which we call rain. Does all this, most of the heat goes into the earth. Gets wasted. We can make use of this energy for our needs. We need heat to cook for our food. We need heat to make steam for drying machines and for making electricity. We need heat in big factories for melting metals in furnaces.
the fight for not bringing the English textbook to the class was quite paiseh. He collected these fines too on the spot. He kept the money he collected as fines in the right pocket of his jacket. Now, one day, the principal was very busy. After he had rushed into the classroom to teach, he found that he himself had forgotten to bring the textbook. He calmly took out 12 paise from his left pocket and put it into his right pocket. You see, he was as strict with himself as he was with others.
They were looking for the cat. It hadn't come home for 2 days. Where's the cat, John? He asked. Keep looking, answered his friend. It's somewhere behind these trees. He gave a shout. There's a hole here, said, aside some plants and pointing downwards. John, he alight. Holding the right leaf.
Kangaroos have very large hind legs upon which they stand. They also use these hind legs to jump from place to place. They use their long, powerful tails to balance themselves when they stand, and it gives them an extra push when they jump. There are many kinds of kangaroos, and they vary in size. The wallaby, for example, is no bigger than a rabbit, but the great kangaroo or the forest star stands 7 feet tall and weighs 200 pounds.
Nehru arrived and stepped out of his car, and the entire plan failed. A number of people ran up the slope right to the bamboo hut. To get close to Nehru, and Nehru stood almost level with the frontliners across the tent. Unable to see the rest of the people saw Nehru turning around and speaking angrily to his partner. Then he turned to the front and shook the bamboo poles a few times to test their strength.
There was once a little boy who lived next door to a little and they lived with each other every day. They rode their bicycles together and learned how to fly kites together. Sometimes they even stayed overnight at each other's house. The little bear didn't stop talking about the fun he had at the little boy's house, and the little boy talked about the bear's house all the time.
One day, a lady wrote a doctor inviting to a dinner at her house. The doctor wrote a reply that she wrote it so carelessly that the lady could not read it. The lady did not know what to do. What shall I do? She said to her husband. I don't know if he is coming or not, and I don't want to telephone him and say that I can't read his writing. The husband thought about this for some time. Suddenly he had an idea.
Usually over a meter long. Even longer ones are sometimes found. Some are 3.5 meters long. The common earthworms are usually much smaller, but there are millions and millions of them. They will always be there in great numbers if they are left alone, but the chemicals we put on plants or in the soil to kill harmful insects also kill earthworms.
The donkey did not listen to the camel. He began to grin. The gardener heard him, picked up a stick, and came running. When he saw the gardener, the donkey hid himself. The camel stayed where he was and got the beating of his life. Then he got out of the garden and went to meet the donkey.
The sun was moving across the sky. It yawned, then it yawned again, but it did not want to sleep. It looked at the lake. The lazy fish were warming themselves in the shallow lake. It shone brightly on the birds sitting on a tree. The sun yawned again, and it yawned yet again, but sleep still did not come. I continued to walk around for some time, said the sun.
Have you heard of the parrot song? Even if they one for the first time are surprised to hear a bird sing, like a human being. But it seems that no one knows how a bird is able to do this. Some people think birds can talk because they talk. Like others, they are large and thick. Perhaps this kind of tongue does exist, but not all talking birds have thick tongues. For example, minus tongues, but their tongues are not as wide. Dogs and eagles do have such tongues, but they can't talk.
Farmer once owned a piece of land. He worked very hard on the land, but nothing would grow on it. One summer day, the farmer was resting under a tree, thinking about this. Suddenly, he noticed an ant close by. From over the top of the hill, a very big snake raised his head. At once, the farmer understood. He thought, this snake is the true owner of all this land. He has been very kind and allowed me to farm on it, but I haven't thanked him for his kindness. This is why the land does not grow good crops.
It was a bright sunny morning in our garden in the hills. The birds were chirping and the squirrels were busy in the trees taking their breakfast. Beside, the garden will grew beautiful flowers, hollyhocks taller than the world, sweet smelling cornflowers, sweet peas, stalks and bent them all in a dark shady places. Rose, the shy purple violets, among the violets was one who wanted to see the world. The violet looked up and saw the hollyhocks looking over the wall. She heard them talk about the green fields beyond the wall, where some cows and sheep were grazing. She said to herself sadly, I wish I could also look out at the world. Just then the hollyhocks bent over and kneaded at the sweet peas and the flowers. There was a sound of clapping wings, and the robin flew up.
What is the picture that comes to your mind when you think of a leopard? Do you think of a leopard walking softly on the snow? In the wild, this large cat lives in the high mountains of Central Asia. Does he feel cold? No. He has a thick of soft fur that helps him keep warm in the ice cold air. He usually walks about alone in the snow covered mountains. He keeps himself well hidden and is hardly ever seen by human beings.
So I think there's some of my and 6 months time before started out to travel to many places wherever he can be.
The boy grew up. One day he sat under the tree. He was sad. Why are you sad? Asked the tree. I am going to marry, said the young man, but I have no house to live in. Cut down my branches, said the tree, and build a house. So the young man built a house with the branches of the tree. The young man became a sailor. One day he sat under the tree and he looked unhappy.
Men have long known how important the sun is to them. There was a time when they thought it was a god and prayed to it. People in some part of the world still do. The light from the sun gives us day. The heat from the sun warms the earth. Without this heat, the earth would be too cold for us to live on.
In a small village, there lived a rich man. He had a friend who could not hear. This deaf friend learned that the rich man was ill. So he went one afternoon to visit the rich man. I must see my friend and try and make him happy, he said to himself. But I must think of what I'm going to say. I must take care and not to say anything that might make him angry. First, I will ask, well, how are you today? He will answer, fine, thank you.
The redwoods are also very old. Some of the trees are so tall and heavy that they fall over after 1,000 years, but many of them stand for many thousand years. When a tree falls from the mountain, the vine grows in its place. The trees have been seen in the woods from the roots of very old trees.
The cat. It hadn't come home for 2 days. Where is the cat? John. Lee asked. Keep looking, answered his friend. Perhaps it's somewhere behind these trees. Suddenly, Lee gave a shout. Look, there's a hole here, he said, pushing aside some plants and pointing downwards. Quick, John, give me a light.
How is this possible? Each year, there's a period of greatest growth for trees. On planets, this period is the season of spring. During this period, the cells inside the skin of the plant begin to divide. As you know, when cells grow, they divide. One cell into two, each these two cells divide again, etc. The new cells so formed are the two of the two kinds.
One day, a lady wrote to a doctor inviting him to dinner at her house. The doctor wrote a reply, but he wrote it so carelessly that the lady could not read it. The lady did not know what to do. What shall I do? She said to her husband. I do not know if he is coming or not, and I do not want to telephone him and say that I cannot read his handwriting.
Nehru arrived and stepped out of his house, and the entire plan failed. A number of people ran up the slope right to the bamboo fence to get close to Nehru, and Nehru stood almost level with the front liners across the fence, unable to see the rest of the people. The people saw Nehru turning around and speaking angrily to his party.
The tent was too small for both of them. So the Arab went in and left the camel outside. The camel stood outside the tent in the cold for 2 hours. Then he said to his master, "It's very cold outside. May I put my head and neck inside the tent?" The Arab said yes and moved to a corner of the tent. The camel put his head and neck inside the tent.
He sat outside the city of peace. When a man went by, she would ask him a riddle. The man had given the right answer, or the case would be given. The riddle was so difficult that no one could answer it. Many men lost their lives. The people were so afraid of the phoenix that they did not come out of their houses.
A long time ago, there lived a very rich and powerful king. All the people in his country were afraid of him. But was he happy? No, he was always ill and unhappy. His money and his power could not help him be happy. The doctors in his country could not help him either. He was so angry with them that he cut their heads off.
This is because parents are clever than other birds. This doesn't seem to be the news. Actually, people believe that parrots do not understand the meaning of their own words. They only know that some words and some actions go together. When the telephone rings and they see somebody pick it up. For example, some of them learn to say, Haru, Haru, who is speaking?
The donkey did not listen to the camel. He began to bray. The gardener heard him, picked, picked up a stick, and came running. When he saw the gardener, the donkey hid himself. The camel stayed where he was and got the beating of his life. Then he got out of the garden and went to meet the donkey.
The redwoods are also very old. Some of the trees are so tall and heavy that they fall over after 1,000 years, but many of them stand for 2,000 years. When a tree falls, another one grows in its place. The trees that one sees in newer woods today grew from the roots of very old trees.
Men have long known how important the sun is to them. There was a time when they thought it was a god and prayed to it. People in some parts of the world still do. The light from the sun gives us day. The heat from the sun warms the earth. Without this heat, the earth would be too cold for us to live on.
So the king gave Birbal a sum of money and 6 months' time. Birbal started out. He traveled to many places. Whenever he came to a city, he would shout out in the streets, "Whoever takes 500 blows from my stick will get 500 rupees from me."
The woman looked up and said, the hollyhocky looking over the wall. She heard them talking about the green field beyond the wall where some cows and sheep were grazing. She said to herself, suddenly, I wish I could also look at the world. Just then he wholly bent over the net at the sweetness of the crumble. There was a sound of flapping wings or robing. He up and sat on the garden wall. He started talking about the world outside.
Plant a tree. Here is a story about a kind tree and a little boy. The little boy played under the tree every day. The little tree loved him very much. One day, the boy sat at the foot of the tree. There were tears in his eyes. "Why are you crying?" asked the tree. "Because I am hungry," said the little boy. "Eat my fruit," said the kind tree, and bent down one of its branches. The boy ate the fruit and was happy.
The sun was slowly
moving across the sky. It yawned, then it yawned again, but it did not want to sleep. It looked at the lake. The lazy fish were warming themselves in the shallow lake. It shone brightly on the bird sitting on the tree. The sun yawned again, and it yawned yet again. But sleep still did not come. I continued to walk around for some more time, said the sun.
Had been waiting for the cat. It hadn't come home for 2 days. Where is the cat? John? Lee asked. Keep looking, answered his friend. Perhaps it's somewhere behind the trees. Suddenly, Lee gave a shout. Look, there is a hole here, he said, pushing aside some plants and pointing downwards. Quick, John, give me a light.
The farmer once owned a piece of land. He worked very hard on the land, but nothing would grow on it. One summer day, the farmer was resting under a tree, thinking about this. Suddenly, an ant hill close by. From over the top of the hill, a very big snake raised its head.
Kangaroos have very large hind legs upon which they stand. They also use these hind legs to jump from place to place. They use their long, powerful tails to balance themselves when they stand, and it gives them an extra push when they jump.
There was once a little boy who lived next door to a little bear, and they played with each other every day. They rode their bicycles together and learned how to fly kites together. Sometimes they even stayed overnight at each other's houses. The little bear didn't stop talking about the fun he had at the little boy's house, and the little boy talked about the bear's house all the time.
Is he a good hunter? Yes, he is one of the best, making no sound at all. He comes close to the goats and sheep. He jumps with his powerful legs and kills them for food. For many years, the snow leopard was hunted for his spotted fur. This is why there are so few of these beautiful animals left in the world. Today, there are laws to see that he comes to no harm.
The deaf man then reached the rich man's house and sat down near his bed. The rich man was very sick and was not too happy to have someone to talk to. My dear friend, how are you? Asked the deaf man. I'm troubled with a bad fever, answered the rich man. I can't sleep at night.
There is one thing that is yours alone, which no one else can have, and that is your fingerprint. You leave your fingerprints behind when you touch anything. The Chinese were the first people to know this, so they used a thumbprint instead of a signature on very important paper. A signature can be copied, but a thumbprint can't.
Once the Lachas of Darandin were all sitting and thinking about things. One of them said, let us make a road to heaven. Good, the other said. That will be very useful. The idea pleased everyone. Let's start today, they said. But one old man said, how can we build the road to heaven? Yes, said the others. How can we build the road to heaven? Then there was a lot of thinking and talking.
A man was sitting in a train at a station. As he looked out of the window, he saw another train alongside. All at once, he thought that his train was moving, but when he looked out of the other window, he saw that he made a mistake. His own train had not started. It was the other one that was moving.
It rained without stopping for many days on the hill. The river grew deeper and wider until it reached the mango tree. The mango tree thanked the river for breaking water to its drying roots and asked, how does it feel to be so big and strong and to carry so much water down to the sea?
Mahagiri was an elephant who was owned by a merchant. The merchant made a lot of money by putting mahogany to work. The elephant was sent to the forest to carry heavy logs of wood. Sometimes he carried people from one place to another.
There was a miller who liked to talk about himself all the time. One day he met the king. The miller said, your Majesty, I have a daughter who can spin straw into gold. So the king, who liked gold,
put the miller's daughter into a room filled with straw and spinning wheel, and said, "If you can spin the straw into gold by morning, you will be my queen. If not, you will die."
There was once a man who made glass cups that could not be broken. The glass was as hard as rock, which, as you know, is a very hard metal and very beautiful. He made one drinking cup that was more beautiful than all the others that he made. This one is so good that I can give it to Caesar in second. He thought, I must take it to him.
Carlo was a poor stone cutter. One day it was hot and Carlo did not feel like working. He put his big axe down and said, I want to be rich. Suddenly an angel came down from heaven and said, You shall be rich. And so Carlo became rich. He ate and drank all day.
Foolish John, said his mother, be careful not to get caught in the rain with your nice clean clothes. It looks like bad weather. Don't forget to move out of the rain if it begins to fall. All right, mother, answered foolish one as he stepped out on his feet. But he had just reached the bridge over a shallow dirty river when the rain began to fall. Remembering what his mother had told him, foolish John wanted to get out of the rain.
Bears are found in Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. They have big bodies with short tails and thick legs. Polar bears, which live in the coldest part of the world, usually eat fish and seals. When kept in cages or in zoos, bears like to eat meat, vegetables, milk, and rice. In the wild, they feed mainly on roots, fruits, frogs, rats, fish, and small insects. Some bears kill deer and other large animals for food.
We were traveling across the country at a return to our new home. We had traveled many days over the mountains and good forests, crossing rivers, sleeping beside the fire at night. We were all hungry and tired, but the suffering was getting low and the cows could give no more milk. We got up before daylight. We went to the forest to get some wood for the fire. Then my sister's cooked breakfast over the fire. We put the chicken in oil or some flour to in it. They had no milk or sugar to put in it.
Long ago, there was a great emperor of China. He had a wonderful palace and a lovely garden. His garden was so big that even the gardener did not know where it ended. A small nightingale lived in a tree in the garden. A nightingale, as you know, it is a very plain looking bird, but it has a beautiful voice that delights people who hear it sing. People came from all over the world to see the emperor's palace and his garden. When they heard the nightingale singing, they all said, Oh, that's the best we have ever heard.
Water kangaroo are the most beloved plant. It is a fair animal. Most animals walk. Kangaroos hop. Why do kangaroos hop? If you ask the Aborigines of Australia the question, they will tell you this story. The earliest kangaroos didn't hop. They walked on four legs. One night, two kangaroos walked into the sea. They were born of a big male kangaroo, a woman, his wife. They were the first kangaroo, and they walked on four legs. They were sent to a vast tree and bore up and said to Emma, look over there.
No other animals use silk in as many ways as do the spiders. They make it into houses, lifelines, aeroplanes, and the beautiful webs that all of us know so well. Spiders are found in almost every part of the world, no matter whether the climate is hot or cold. They run on the ground, dig holes, climb plants, run on water, even live in it. They come in many colors, from bright red, yellow, green, black and white to dull grays and browns.
As a planet day, whole over planet about 200 years ago.
One of the washermen was washing clothes on the bank of the town. After leaving had begun to rest and waited for it with aching. His wife was sent to the court, but that had the work to do and cannot wait to assure me. The washerman told her that she could leave the pot for 15 and so she placed it on a stone near the bank of the river.
Once there was a lazy and foolish man. He was too lazy to work as a farmer. He went around the village every day and did all kinds of things for people. He was happy to make just enough money to live from day to day. He was very good at climbing coconut trees. One day, this lazy man was walking through a coconut plantation, a place where there were a lot of coconut trees. The owner of the plantation stopped him.
Someone was in bed. The room was almost in complete darkness. The only light was from the moonbeams, which came in through the open window. It looked as if the moonbeams made a path all the way from the moon to the solar's bed.
There was once a poor old woman who lived in a village. She bought some beans and was getting ready to cook them. So she made a fire, and to make the fire burn better, she put in a handful of straw. As she was putting the beans into the pot, one of them escaped unnoticed and fell to the floor. There it landed beside a piece of straw. A little while later, a burning piece of coal, jumping from the fire, and landed in not too far from the other two.
It was very, very cold. It was snowing, and the evening was beginning to grow dark. It was also the last evening of the year, New Year's Eve. A poor little girl was walking along the cold, dark street. Her head was uncovered, and she had no shoes on her feet.
Day, a rich man of Baghdad sent his servant to the market to buy food. But the servant returned very soon. He ran into his master's room, his whole body shaking with fear. Master, the servant cried, as I was walking through the market, a woman knocked against me and nearly fell down. When I turned to help her, I saw that it was death. She raised her hand and was about to touch me, but I ran away and did not look back. Now I must go away from this town at once.
Summer holidays. Aji smiled to herself as she waited for two more of her grandchildren to arrive. Raghu and Minu would be here soon. Anand and Krishna had already arrived with their mother the precious evening. They had been waiting restlessly for their cousins to arrive ever since. Even though Aji told them Raghu and Minu would be here the next morning, these two kids did just not listen. They went to the railway station with their grandfather Aja to receive them. The train must have pulled into the tiny railway station of Sugarland by now, and their grandfather would have hired a taxi to bring them home along with their mother and the stacks of luggage. Aji hurried through her bath as she had finished cooking our favorite dishes and was now wearing a nice soft cotton sari before going to the veranda to wait for them. There they come. What a noise the children were making. They all nearly tumbled out of the car and came leaping out and shouting to her, each wanting to be first to be hugged by her. Each one wanted to be the closest to Aji. Soon the children settled down. A visit to Aji and Aja's house meant the first inspecting the garden to see how much the plants had grown since they had last killed. Then they went to check on the cows, dogs, pups, cats, and kittens. Then they all ate huge quantities of Aji's delicious food. Finally, while their mothers went out to chat and rest, the children gathered around their grandmother for the best part of their holidays, listening to the wonderful stories, particularly in the late afternoon. Let us two gather under the first revolving fan, on the mat on the floor, fighting to be the nearest to her and listening. One night, a hunter was sleeping near the little fire outside his hut and dreaming. He dreamed that a great crocodile came out of the river and caught his leg between its teeth and dragged him into the river. He was so frightened that he woke up and could not go to sleep again. In the morning, he said, I will go to the witch doctor and ask him for a magic medicine to save me from the crocodile.
The first thing the children asked, Aji, how do you know so many stories? Aji smiled and answered, my grandmother told me many stories. Some I read in books. A few I learned from youngsters like you, and the rest from your Aji. Then Aji paused and said, I see all of you have grown a lot since the last time I saw you. So, before I start telling any stories, I want to know what each of you want to be when you grow up. Raghu, who was 11 years old and the oldest of all, said immediately, I want to be an environment scientist. Meenu, who was 9, said, I have not decided. Maybe a computer person like my dad. Anand, who was 10, said, I want to be an astronaut. And his twin sister, Krishna, firmly said, I want to become a fashion designer. Aji smiled. I'm glad all of you have thought about this. We should always have something in life which we must try to achieve while being of help to others. Now, let me tell you a story of a person who learned just such a lesson. Shall we, too, join Aji and her gang of young friends and hear the story? On a blazing hot summer afternoon, an old man came walking down a narrow village path. He was tired and thirsty. Right by the road, he spotted a tiny grocery store. It had a tin roof and mud walls. The shopkeeper sat beside, fanning himself and shooing away the flowers that were buzzing around in the stifling heat. There was a little bench in front of the store where the villagers met when evening came and the land had cooled down. The old man plopped down on the bench. He was so tired that for a while he could not speak. Finally, he opened his mouth and uttered one word, water. Now, this village had been facing a horrible problem for a long time. It was near a great desert, and the rains came only once a year to fill its ponds and wells. But the rains had disappeared for the last 2 years, and the villagers have been making do from water from a faraway stream. Every morning, groups of men and women walk the long distance, fill their pots in the little stream, and use that for the whole day. Naturally, no one wanted to waste even a drop of this precious water. Yet, how do you say no to a thirsty, tired old man when he asks for water? Without a second thought, the shopkeeper, Devi, who was very kind-hearted, poured out a tumbler of water in his pot and gave it to the old man. The man drank it up greedily. Then he said one more word, more, and without waiting for Reddy to give it to him, he lunged for the pot, picked it up, and lifting it to his lips, drank up Ravi's entire day's supply of water. Poor Ravi, what could he do? He just stared in dismay. Then he told himself, never mind. After all, I did help someone in need. The stranger, meanwhile, now seemed to feel a bit better. He handed the pot back to Ravi, gave a smile that filled Ravi's heart with warmth, and said, my son, always be kind like this. Help everyone who comes to you like you help me, and you will be blessed. Then he picked up a stick and slowly hobbled down.
Debbie watched the strange old man disappear into distance, then returned to his shop. The afternoon heat grew worse. After a while, Debbie felt his head was about to burst into a headache. His lips were parched and his throat hurt. It was so dry. He really needed a drink of water. But the visitors had finished it all up, hoping to coax a drop of two out of the pot. Debbie lifted it to his lips and tilted it. Imagine his surprise when a gush of water ran down his face. It was sweet, refreshing water, which not only quenches his thirst, but wiped all of his headache too. Devi was staring at the waterfall, trying to figure out what had just happened, when Karim limped into his shop. Karim was a young man
who had hurt his leg in an accident many years ago, which had left him with a limp. When he was unwell or tired, his limp became worse. Karim too flopped down on the bench in front of the store and caught his breath, like the old man. Then he finished out the shopping list from the pocket and handed it to Ravi. As Ravi started packing up the items listed on the paper, Karim opened a little bundle of food and ate his lunch sitting on the bench. Finally, he wiped his mouth on his scarf and pointed to Ravi's pot of water. Mind if I take a little sip? It is so hot after all. Ravi was busy measuring up some dough. He said, without looking up, I would be happy to offer you some, but someone's already had most of it. Then I was feeling unwell, and I think I finished the last of it. What are you saying, my friend? I can clearly see the pot's brim covered with water. Devi looked up and stared in disbelief in front of his eyes. Karim poured out a tumbler full of water and drank it. Then he paid for all his groceries and left the store. Did his limb look as if he was nearly gone? Devi watched him for a while, trying to figure out they decided. The heat was playing tricks on his mind and went back into the cool comfort of his shop and doorstep. He woke with a start as someone was calling him. This time he was called by holding by the hands his little sister Fatima. Brother, wake up. We need your help. Karim urged. Oh, what? Is something wrong? Fatima is burning up with fever. Then go to a doctor. Why have you got her to grocery shop? Karim stared at him and said, You mean you don't know how you have just helped me? My leg, which has been troubling me for the last many years, healed up on its own as soon as I drank the water from a magic pitcher. Give Fatima a drink from it too. I am sure her fever will disappear in no time. Javi was astonished. Magic pitcher? Healing the water? What was Karim going about? Nothing less. He passed the pot to Fatima. She drank a bit, then she sat down to rest. Within minutes, she lifted her head and said, It is true, brother. I am indeed cured of the fever. Soon the news spread in the village like wildfire. Jiggy, the quiet kind of Russian storekeeper, was now the owner of a magic pitcher, the water from which could heal anyone of any disease. Every night, David would lift his pitcher in the store, and the morning it would be filled to the brim with sweet, cool water. Daily, a bunch of sick people and their relatives collected in front of his shop. To each one, Ravi gave a drink of water. And they went away, saying they were now better. The pot was never empty. Ravi realized the old man he had helped must have given him this gift in gratitude. Ravi understood what a great gift it was and thanked him daily in his mind. So his little store turned into a hospital. Ravi did not charge a paisa for the water. People would leave.
Some money, some gifts for him, and others did not pay him anything. But he was still happy with that. One day, a rich landlord's servant appeared at his doorstep and said, My master is unwell. Come with me and give him a drink of your water. Ravi replied, See the crowd of people behind you, waiting for their turn? How can you leave us without helping them and go to your master? Do you think these sick people can stand in the sun for long? Tell your master to come to me instead, and I'll give him the water here. The servant said, Ravi, what do you get by helping these poor people? A few rupees, some rice and dal? Come to my master's house. He will shower you with money and gifts. Your worries about leaving end will be over for over at least a month. Ravi was tempted. It was true. Why not cure one rich man and get some help in by his daily needs? Ravi told the people waiting outside to come back the next day and went with the servant to the landlord. Slowly, in his way, Ravi changed. Where once he could not bear to see the pain and sadness of the sick and poor people, he now started each day hoping he would get at least one patient who would pay him handsomely. Days passed, thus seasons changed, and it was summer once more. Ravi was in his old store writing up his account when the voice of an old man quavered in his ear. sun, water. Startled, he looked up. Was this the same old man who had given him the gift of the magic picture? But right behind the visitor was none other than the king's messenger. Come quickly, the messenger shouted. The queen has been bitten by a mosquito. Water, the old man repeated. The queen is unwell, the messenger shouted again. Ravi looked from one to another. One was a grubby old man who may or may not be the same person who gave him the picture. On the other side, a messenger from the king himself. He pictured the gold coins showering down on him once his clean water soothed the queen's mosquito bite. The choice was clear. He picked up his picture and said to the stranger, "Wait right here, uncle. I'll be back soon." The king's swift-footed horses took him to the palace. There he rushed to the queen, who was staring in dismay at the mosquito bites on her arm. He tilted the pitcher to pour some water into a tumbler, but nothing came. Again and again he tilted the pitcher. He turned it upside down and stared it into its depths. It was dry as a bone. "You cheat!" the king roared. "So this is how you have been fooling the people of my kingdom. Get out, and never let me hear that you have acquired magical healing powers. If you claim such a thing, I will banish you forever from the village." Then he turned to comfort his queen, who was splashing tears on the palm on her hand. Ravi slowly walked back to his village. He went to his shop. No one was there. He searched for the old man who had asked for water. He was nowhere to be seen. He called out, "Uncle, I'm so sorry. I made a mistake. Please do come. I will give you water." But there was no reply. Now he realized this was the same old man whom he had met a year back. He remembered the people he had healed, once out of kindness and compassion, and how much they had blessed and loved him in return. He remembered their little acts of generosity, sparing him a few coins, a bundle of vegetables from their garden, in return for water. When did he become so selfish and greedy he would neglect the people who had needed him the most? The old man had taken back his power in the sense Ravi had misused the gift.
That was someone the master who had been a real doctor to the village. Someone who would help the people with his knowledge of medicines and diseases, so that they need not wait for a magician to cure them for their illness. From that day onwards, Ravi filled his pitcher with ordinary water from the stream and carried it back carefully to his little store and waited for the old man. Maybe one day he would be back. But till then, Ravi was determined to bring a real medicine man to his village. Aji finished her story and looked around at four little faces around her. Raghu was deep in thought. Aji smiled at him. Then the children shouted, "Aji, tell one more story." Aji said, "Too many stories a day are not good either. One laddu is very sweet, very delicious. But if you eat laddus all the time, it's no fun. Go and play outside. Tomorrow I'll tell you another story." With that, she got up and went to the kitchen to supervise the dinner. The children had gone with their Aja to the paddy fields that morning. They were all city kids and did not know anything about farming. On the way, Anand was surprised to see a bird's nest on top of the tree. He asked to Aja, "I wonder how birds decided where and how to make this nest." Aja said, "The straw in the nest is from the paddy field. Do you know farming helps human beings as well as birds?" Krishna replied, "Aja, I thought wheat and rice can be just plucked from trees like mangoes. But today I realized there is so much work in farming." That afternoon, after lunch, when they gathered around Aji for the day's story, she looked sharply at the children. They had enjoyed learning about farming activities, like cleaning seeds and separating the straw from the paddy. In the city, everything came from the supermarket, but here they had seen how things were really produced. Aji said, "Farming is very important. If farmers do not grow any food, what will we all eat?" Anand said thoughtfully, "If farmers do such important work,
Why are they so poor? That's true, my dear, Ajji said, fanning herself. Of course, there are rich farmers too, people who own lots of land. But many in our country till small pieces of land and so make less money. Then, seeing the kids' crestfallen faces, she put down her fan, sat up, and said, "But I can tell you of a poor farmer woman who did not remain very poor. All due to her sharp wit. Tell Ajit, do tell the kids yet." So I just started a story. Very lazy husband annoyed her no end. There she was, working like a donkey in the fields, plowing and watering and tending a hard-dried piece of land, while her husband nodded away happily at home. Why once?
When a stranger came asking for some food and water, he just pointed towards the kitchen and went back to sleep. The stranger thankfully was an honest man and took only enough for himself and his horse. Not that there was much to steal in Kaveri's little house. They were poor farmers with only a patch of land where nothing seemed to grow. Somehow, Kaveri tilled the land, did some odd jobs in the neighborhood, and made ends meet. The land was right next to a temple. On some days, her husband would come along with her on the pretext of helping her. But no sooner would her back be turned than she would find him stretched out near the temple courtyard gossiping with passing villagers. One day, as she was working in the field, trying to dig up the ground so she could show some sleep, a thin man with a big mustache appeared beside her. He was not a thief and up to no good. Of course, did not know this. She greeted him politely and went back to her work. Now the chief wanted to steal the coins and were given as offerings in the temple and scraps, even the ornaments of the idol. The only way into the temple was by digging his way in front of from Kaveri's land. But how could he do anything there with this tough, no nonsense woman working away? Guessing Kaveri was hard up for money, he whispered to her, "Sister, why are you working so hard on this barren land? I will give you 1,000 rupees. Tell it to me." Kaveri raised her eyebrows. Why did you want to buy the land for so much money? Surely something was wrong. The thief sensed she was not about to sell it to him, so he raised his price. A 5,050? No. 2,000? No, not again. 5,000. No. Karen kept shaking her head. She did not like this odd-looking man who was offering her so much money for the field. Clearly, he had some evil plans. Finally, to keep him quiet, she made up a story. "I will never sell this land. You see, it belonged to my ancestors. Now we are poor, but I am told that once our family was very rich. So we lost a lot of our money, which much of it was also buried here in this field by one ancestor. To keep it safe from robbers, then people forgot about it for years and years. My husband found a clue to the location of the hidden treasure just a few days back. Why do you think I am digging this hard earth? Not to sow seeds. Oh no, that's just what everyone thinks. I am actually looking for hidden treasure." The chief was stunned. He felt this woman was really innocent, giving such important information to a stranger. He thought, why should he not take advantage of the situation? Here he was, hoping to steal a few coins from the temple, and this woman was telling him about hidden treasure. He replied in a very humble way, "Yes, sister, I understand. After all, it is your family treasure. Only you should get it." He pretended to walk away and went and hid himself a little way down the road. Night fell, Gregory packed up her stool and headed home. The temple too, emptied out, and the priest locked it up for the night. Then at midnight, when all was quiet and the night creatures were coming out of their and he slept in his one night he turned and back, looking for treasure. This was the unknown find there was there never had been any treasure to be found. By the time dawn broke, he realized Kaveri had made a fool of him, and all he could do now was get away from his heart. When Kaveri reached the field, she blinded to herself, just as she had expected. The two months were not taking up the land nicely for her. All she needed to do was sow the seed. She worked hard in school for the next few months and managed to grow
Grow a good crop. She sold those and finally they had some money. With a part of this money, Kaveri bought some jewelry. Many months later, the thief decided to show his face in the village again. He was careful to disguise himself. He trimmed his long mustaches, tied a colorful turban, and pretended to be a traveling salesman. No sooner had he stepped into the village than he saw Kaveri going about her work. But what is this? Instead of the simple, unknown lady he saw last year, she was now wearing a jewelry which looked as though it had been in the family for years. Surely she must have located that missing treasure finally. He was determined to look in her house and find the rest of her money and treasure. That night he appeared at Kaveri's house and said to her husband, I'm a traveler and don't have a place to spend the night. Please give me shelter for the night. Kaveri's husband agreed immediately. Kaveri, however, glimpsed the man from inside the house and saw through his disguise. She knew he must be planning some robbery. So she said in a loud voice, making sure the visitor heard her, oh dear, your dear aunt is alone at night and has asked us to come stay with her. You know how the dark scares her went? Your uncle is not there? Come, let us go there for the night. Then, lowering her voice a bit, yet making sure she was heard clearly, she continued, don't worry about the jewels. I have hidden them in little holes in the house walls. No one will suspect the hiding spot. Then she came up and in her normal voice told that then she came out and said in a normal voice told that the thief, brother, you can't sleep in the veranda. The house will be locked. Here is some food and water for you. We will come tomorrow morning. The thief smiled to himself at Kaveri's foolishness. Her husband, meanwhile, stared at her with an open mouth, wondering which aunt and what jewels she was talking about. When she firmly walked out, off, he followed obediently. The thief could not believe his luck. He had the entire night to comb through the house, tap all the walls, and look for the hidden stash of gold ornaments. So he started. Tap, tap, kick, punch, and shove. He prowled and he tapped. He kicked and he pushed the walls, hoping to spot the jewels. Finally, he tore down all the walls, but of course, there was nothing he could find. Exhausted, he fell asleep, woke only with the crown of the cock as the sun rose. Quickly, he found his little bundle of things and ran off. Within minutes, Kaveri and her husband returned. Oh, Kaveri, see what the bad man has done to our house. You gave him food and shelter and made me come with you, leaving the man alone in the night. Her husband wailed, but Kaveri smiling. Then she broke into peals of laughter and said, don't worry, I had planned this all along. You see, I saved money from our last crop to rebuild the house. I needed to call in some laborers to help tear it down. But our guest has done it for us. Now we can make a larger house for ourselves, just the way we always wanted. The whole village heard the story and started marveling at her intelligence. Many months flew by. The thief was burning to take revenge. How dare that village woman trick him, that too not once but twice. He realized that she was very clever. One day, he dressed up as a bangle seller and started wandering in the village. Kaveri spotted him and knew who he was at once. She said to her friends who were crowding around the bangle seller, oh dear, I would have loved to get some for myself. But ever since that good for nothing thief tried to steal all our money by tearing down our house, I have hidden everything in a little hole in a tree in the woods. Which tree? Her friends asked.
Oh no, I'm not saying which tree, but it is at last safe and sound out in the forest. The thief looked at her. Yes, Freddy was wearing an ordinary sari with no ornaments at all. Her friends turned around in the astonishment and the crash with which the bangle seller plucked down. His collection of bangles and made off for the forest. Only Freddy watched with a grin on her face. Out in the forest, the thief searched high and low for the jewels. He climbed trees, poked around in bushes, got bitten, scratched and groaned. But he would not give up. The jewels were there somewhere, and we had to find them. So that is where we will leave him. Prowling around in the forest looking for the money and gold that don't belong to him. Everyone praised Gregory for his quick wit in riding the village of the thief. She continued to work hard and made more money for the farming and become a rich old lady. Even her husband was shamed into giving up his lazy ways and helping her as a thief. Who knows first? He is still in the forest. Look for what was never his. Now, if only he had learned to work hard like Heaven, he would have been a rich. The children laughed and laughed. When the story was over, the poor thief Nenu and Krishna giggled. Maybe he not eaten by a tiger. A giant sea. She told Enda. Sometimes with a bite of luck, a loss of luck. People can change any situation in which they find themselves. Nina was upset. She pouted and circled and would not talk to Edgy. But how can any child be angry with Edgy for very long? Their grandma was just too loving and efficient for anyone to not tell her what was wrong. Aji, it's been 3 days and you have not told a story about the king yet. Minu grumbled. Aji nodded. It's true, Minu. That was my fault. I should have told you a story about king right away. And I want a good, nice king who does good, nice things for his people, not horrible things like pushing them and jeering them. Sat straight and demanded.
All right, dear. Here's a king just as he wanted, and Aji began her story. King Amrit loved his people and looked after the affairs of his kingdom well. His minister, Chandan, was a wise man who helped the king in his work tirelessly. One day, King Amrit and Chandan were taking a walk on the terrace of the palace. The terrace offered beautiful views of the surroundings, and they could see far into the distance. They spotted the weekly market from up there, with people in colorful clothes buying and selling all kinds of things. There was plenty to buy, and people had money to buy too. There were no poor people to be seen anywhere. The king watched with a smile on his face. He was delighted to see the prosperity of his kingdom. Like any good ruler, he was happy when his people were happy. He turned to Chandan and said, see how contented my people are. But I want to check this firsthand by talking to them. Tomorrow, summon people from all walks of life to the court, and I will ask them myself how they are doing. Chandan was used to the king's strange request, so he nodded and went off to carry out his order. The day the king arrived in court humming a happy tune to himself, seeing all the people gathered there waiting for him, he was even more pleased. He cleared his throat and said in a loud voice, I have called you here to ask you a very important question. As your king, I need to know if all of you are contented. Do you have enough of your deeds? Do you know anyone who is not happy about anything? The citizens looked at each other, thought for a while, and slowly, one by one, they came forward to answer. One after the other, they all said how happy they were. Their kitchens had enough food, their traders and business were doing well. The king had made them feel safe. The farmers had grown good crops, and rivers and ponds were full of fish. What more could they ask for? The king became more and more pleased as he heard this. Only Chandan, his minister, watched and heard everything with a frown on his face. Why? What was wrong? Soon he walked up to the king and whispered something in his ear. King Amrit's eyebrows rose up in astonishment. Surely, Chandan could not be serious, but he looked at the minister's face and found no trace of his being a joke. He turned back to the court and made a most unusual announcement. I am delighted that all of you have said you are happy, but I want to test this. Tomorrow, I want all the happy people of this kingdom to come and meet me in the royal gardens. But I have a condition. All of you will have to enter the garden from the main gate, walk across, and meet me by the gate at the rear of the garden. I will wait for you there. When you enter the garden, you will be given a sack each, and you can pick whatever fruits or flowers your heart desires. An excited buzz broke out among the crowd. It sounded like a lot of fun. No one was usually allowed to enter the king's palace, a special garden. He had planted trees from all over the world in the garden, and it was said to be filled with all kinds of beautiful and strange plants. Right on the time, the next day, everyone gathered at the gate of the garden. At the time, the king had told them. The guards opened the gates and handed out the sacks. Men, women, and children starting roaming around the beautiful garden. They spotted juicy apples and plum mangoes hanging from trees. They picked these
To ripe pomegranates bursting with juice, grapes, and colorful flowers no one had seen before. People went about picking whatever they wished for and filling their sacks with them. But as they walked further into the garden, it became wilder, more like a forest, and there they saw trees laden with apples of gold, mangoes of silver, and flowers studded with gems and jewels. Everyone emptied their sacks of the fruits they had collected earlier and started madly filling them up with these precious fruits and flowers. They all forget that they had said they had more than enough for their needs at home. Greed took over their minds, and all they could think about was adding more and more valuables to their sets. The fruits which they had picked earlier and had tested to be as sweet as nectar now lay in heaps around the garden, forgotten and left to rot. Then with their sacks filled right to the top, the citizens made their way to the rear gate of the garden, where the king was waiting. But what was this? To their astonishment, they found a raging stream stopping their way. Water gushed down from behind some rocks and rushed over pebbles and big boulders through the garden. The stream was narrow, but the current was strong. There were no boats to take the people across. Clearly, the only way was to swim. But how could they swim with such heavy sacks filled with gold and silver fruits? The people stood by the stream for a long time, scratching their heads. Then one young man did what they all knew needed to be done. He simply abandoned his sack by the stream, waded into the water, then swam across to the other side. Slowly the others too followed suit. Sadly, some wailing in distress, they left their sacks filled with what they had thought was the riches of a lifetime, and they dived into the street. Then they walked up to their king, wet, unhappy, and angry. King Amrit and Chandan watched them trudge up in their soaking clothes. Chandan had a small smile on his lips, while the king looked sad. When they had assembled in front of him, he said, when I asked you yesterday if you were happy with your leaves, all of you said you were contented and did not need anything more. Yet today I can see the sadness in your face when you had to leave behind the riches you had gathered in my garden. If you were really happy with your leaves, why did you gather the jewel fruits and why are you so sad now? Everyone looked down, ashamed at their behavior. Only the young man who was the first to cross the street, after leaving his sack behind the seat, seemed to be unconcerned. Chandan spotted his cheerful face in the crowd and beckoned him forward. Then he asked, tell me, are you not sad? You had to leave behind so much of wealth and suddenly came your way. The man said, I didn't pick the jeweled fruits and flowers. I had picked some of the lovely tasty fruits and had eaten my fill of them. In my sack, I had kept some others for my little daughter, who is at home. I had thought she would enjoy these tasty apples and mangoes, but when I saw there was no other way to go across the stream, I did not think twice about leaving my sack by the river. My little girl can get tasty fruits from some other garden too. But I am so happy the king let us all wander around his garden, looking at the trees and plants and animals. He's a great king for having created this place of beauty, and it was a pleasure walking around there. Finally, a smile appeared on King Amrit's face. Chandan turned to him and said, Your Majesty, I hope you now realize that people's contentment does not end with having enough food or money. They also need to be truly happy inside. Only then will they did not be swayed when they gain or lose wealth. That is a lesson that everyone, whether a king or a commoner, needs to remember.
as did his subjects. This was a lesson they would not forget in a hurry. Did you like the story, Meenu? Raghu asked. Oh, yes, Meenu nodded. But I like the minister more than the king. That's true, Meenu. Aji agreed. Kings did need intelligent ministers to show them the right path sometimes. Remember, Akbar had Birbal and Krishna Devaraya had Tenali Rama. Why just kings? We all need someone to tell us if what we're doing is wrong. It could be our parents, grandparents, teachers, or even our best friend. The important thing is to listen to them and change our ways when needed. What an exciting morning the children had that day. Ajay had asked for the help in cleaning up his whole storeroom. Ajay loved to keep all kinds of old things in that room. Much to Ajay's annoyance, she firmly believed that the room was the principal attraction of all the cockroaches, mice, termites, and other such bugs in the house. Every summer holiday, the children spent a day cleaning out the room, exclaiming over all the treasures they had unearthed. Ajay even let them keep some of the odds and ends they found. They didn't please their mothers too much though. Today they had found an old wooden box. It was a big box, beautifully carved all over with flowers and vines and leaves. Inside, it had little compartments to keep all manner of things. Now these compartments were empty, but Raghu, who had been reading Treasure Island, imagined that once these were full of gold and silver coins, gems as big as eggs, and all kinds of fantastic jewels. After exclaiming the box story, the children decided that the day's story had to be about lost treasure. Aji, who knew a story about anything under the sun, started right away. Siddharth was a young, good natured merchant looking for work. He arrived in a village. He liked the people of the village so much that he decided to use all his savings, buy a house, and live there forever. While searching for a house, he met Uday. Uday was a poor man. His family had once been extremely wealthy landowners, but were now not so well off. Uday was looking to sell his old family mansion in order to pay off his family's loans. Siddharth loved the house Uday had showed him and bought it immediately. Then he set about repairing the mansion, which was in ruins. As he dug out the old flooring, he found a sealed box buried underground. When he opened it, to his surprise, he saw it was filled with scorpions. He flung the box away in fright.
Wisest man in the village and asked him about the birds of scorpion. The wise man thought for a while, then said, "Whereas Adi's ancestors hid some money in the box and buried it to be used if someone in the family needed the family. Over the years, they must have forgotten about the existence of the box." Siddharth was still puzzled, but the box contained scorpions. He said, "Not money." The old man smiled. "The box is protected by the old spell. If it is opened by anyone other than a family member, it will appear as if it is swarming with scorpions. Only a true family member will be able to see the box contains money." Siddharth was sad to hear this story. He remembered the tears that had sprung in his eyes as he had looked back at the ancestral house for one last time before leaving the village. If only he had known about the hidden treasure, he would not have built sell the house. When Siddharth reached home, he decided to keep the box safely till someone from Ade's family, only the true descendant of Ade's family, he took scorpions from the box and hung them for four corners of his newly opened shop. All his customers would come and when they entered the shop. "Siddharth, are you mad? Why have you hung dangerous insects in your shop? Do you want to scare away shoppers?" Siddharth would only smile. He knew his goods were the best for miles around the people who would come to shop at his store, scorpions or not. Gradually, the shop came to be known as the Scorpion Shop, and the villagers loved him behind his back. But Siddharth did not care. Many years passed. Siddharth was now a middle-aged man with a wife and children and enough money. But he had one regret. No one had come to claim that the boats. One day a young boy walked into the shop and said, "Sir, I have heard from many people in the village that you are wealthy and often help in those ways. I need to stop going to school because I could no longer pay my fees. could you please lend me some money so that I can finish my studies? Siddharth shook his head sadly. The villagers have exaggerated about my wealth, he said. Yes, I am earning enough, but not so much that I can help you or lend you money, though I would have loved to do so. The boy flared up in anger when he heard this. Sir, if you do not want me to pay, please say so openly. Why do you lie? You have so much money that you don't know what to do with it. Well, why else have you five gold coins in the four corners of your shop? Surely you can spare some coins to help a poor student like me. Siddharth stared at him in anxiousness. What? Why did you just stay? Asked, his eyes burned in excitement. If I said if you don't want to help, the boy repeated. Yes, yes, I heard that. Siddharth cut him short. But what did you say after that about the gold coins in my shop? The boy now looked at Siddharth doubtfully, afraid that perhaps this excited old man was good now. I said you are so wealthy that you have hung gold coins in the four corners of the shop. There they are for the world you could see. And the boy pointed to what appeared to Siddharth as four writing tokens. Siddharth gave a happy whoop of laughter. Here, he rushed forward and hugged the boy. Are you related to Uday Kamalakar? Did your family ever live in this village? He nearly shouted into the boy's ears.
The young man stepped back in
The young man stepped back in alarm. Perhaps this rich man, was mad and dangerous after all. Yes, my name is Aday. I was named after my grandfather. His family lived here for many generations. Then, when they fell on hard times, my grandfather sold his old house and moved. He never recovered from the grief of having to sell his ancestral property and died heartbroken. Siddharth wiped away the tears from his eyes. Wait here, my son, he said, rushing to his house. He came back with the old box and gave it to the young boy. Go on, open it and tell me what you see, he chuckled. The boy opened the box and his eyes nearly fell out of his head. For he held in his hands more treasure than he could dream about in his wildest fantasies. The box was filled with gold and silver coins and jewels. He looked up in astonishment at Siddharth, who was grinning broadly. Yes, it belongs to you, Siddharth explained. I have held it safe for many years, hoping someone from Uday's family will come to claim it. Your troubles are now over. Go home, use the wealth of your ancestor judiciously, and do well in life. Then he told the boy the story of how he had found the box, which appeared to be filled with scorpions to anyone who did not belong to Uday's family. Uday was amazed when he heard the story. He offered Siddharth half his wealth in gratitude, but Siddharth would hear none of it. This is yours, he insisted. Go enjoy your life. Uday went away with the box, and all his life he remembered the funny, honest old man who had kept his wealth safely for him. How lovely, Ajji! Krishna gasped, if only we had such a shopkeeper in this town. All the children agreed that the would have been such fun. Ajji laughed at their dreamy faces. Then she shooed them out to play in the garden. And do you know what they played till late in the evening? Treasure hunt, of course. The next day, there was a surprise summer shower. The land smelled beautiful. The thirsty earth had soaked in every drop of rainwater. The children had been very busy shifting the puppies and kittens who were roaming in the back and front yards into the house so that they did not get drenched in the rain. Their respective mothers were very busy shifting left to dry on the terrace. Summer is the season when, under Ajji's leadership, pickles and papadums were made. Minu started a calculation. Everyone needs at least five per day. For the next 1 month, 600 papadums will be needed.
Tomorrow, our neighbor Vishnu Kaka's three grandchildren are coming.
Will also eat with us. These tasty papadums we may have to keep five per head. That means Aji has to prepare 600 plus 50 papadums. When Aji listened to Menu's mathematics, she laughed and said, "Don't calculate that way. It may be true today that we will all eat five papadums a day, but this may not be true for every day. After eating papadums for 3 days, one may get bored. There is a wedding in my brother's house, and we all might go there. So we may not eat any papadums those days. The way you're calculating reminds me of the man who calculated the number of horse once in England. All the children immediately gather around him. Oh, Aji, you must tell us the story of how the horses were counted." So Aji had stopped to So Aji had stopped what she was doing right there and tell them the stories. Many years ago in England, there lived a great thinker and scholar called George Smith. He thought a lot about how it would be in the future and advised the Prime Minister about many things. He researched how many people will live in the country in 20 years' time. He calculated how many schools, hospitals, and roads needed to be built, or how much food needed to be grown or brought from other places to feed all these people. His calculations helped the government immensely in planning for the future. George often needed to visit the Prime Minister's office and talk to him about some new project and advise him. One day, the Prime Minister had invited him for a meeting, so he hopped into his horse carriage and set off for the office. Now, George was always deep in thought and rarely noticed what was happening around him. Today, too, he sat in his carriage thinking about farms and ships and houses, but suddenly his carriage stopped with a jolt, and he was shaken out of his thoughts. There was some commotion on the road. All the carriages had stopped around him. Normally, George would have just sunk back into his thoughts again. But today something stopped him. A horrible strong smell, a smell that hung in the air and made you cover your nose with a hanky if you were not a scholar wrapped in your own world. Today, somehow, George was not able to disconnect himself from what was going on around him. The smell kept wafting into his nose and taking his mind away. He was tackling. He called out to his coachman, "Hi, John, what is this extraordinary smell?" John, John, the coachman, was used to his master's absent-minded ways. He replied briefly, "Hosta." Hosta? Now that was something George had never given thought to. Somehow he could think of nothing. His carriage pulled up in front of the Prime Minister's office, but George kept sitting inside, lost in thought. Finally, George tapped on the window to tell his master that they had reached their destination. George walked to the visitor's seat, still thinking. He was sitting there, reflecting on horses and their dung. When the Prime Minister's secretary came to meet him, now Adam, the secretary, was not as learned as George, but he was very sharp and intelligent. He greeted George and said to him apologetically, "The PM had to make time for another important meeting and will be late in seeing you. I hope you don't mind waiting." George kept staring out of the window, yet more horse-drawn carriages rushing up and down the road. Thinking he had perhaps not heard him, Adam cleared his throat and repeated loudly, "Mr. Smith."
The PM.
Yes, I heard you, Adam. George murmured, worried that his worried that his great thinker of the country was in some trouble. Adam asked generally, is something bothering you? Perhaps I could help. Georgie looked at him excitedly. You know, I just looked in the future and realized we will all die in about 100 years. Our country will be destroyed, our way of life gone forever. And do you know why? All because of horses and their dung. Adam, start, Adam started at Georgie, horse as the principal mode of transport in the country. They are used to draw carriage in the king's stable, even in the farm. Adam nodded. This was true. So, how many horses are there now? Let's assume that there are 500 rich families who can afford to own a horse carriage. If each family has at least two children and all of them are rich enough to own carriages, that will mean a minimum of two more carriages in a few years. Each carriage would require two horses. So each rich family would be using four horses at the least. So then there will be 2,000 horses. If you add our king's cover and the numbers of horses in the farms, the numbers increase sternly. Adam nodded. Yes, this sounded true enough. But what was George's point? How do we get rid of the dung they generate now? Adam answered patiently. We dig pits and empty the dung into them. Georgie nodded. Now that's my point. Imagine the scene of 100 years from now. 2,000 horses would have increased to 400,000 even the way the population is increasing. This will mean more dung. And what will we do with all this dung? Humans will need more space and houses and farming to sustain themselves. Where will we find open land to dig up and bury the dung? It will lie unattached everywhere and cause horrible diseases. If they make their way into the water sources, it will be even more worse. We will end up poisoning ourselves and our environment. We will become sick and our country will become poor just by tending to so many sick people. And finally, our way of life will just die out as we all will, all because of horses. Adam sat and thought about this for some time. George's thoughts and the grim pictures he had painted of the future was scary, indeed. But here, practical thinking kicked in. What if things did not work exactly the way George was seeing it? He turned to his friend and said, Mr. Smith, you are not taking into account one very important bit into your calculation. The ability humans have to involve and adapt. Many years ago, there were no carts or carriages. We went everywhere by foot. Then, once we started domesticating animals, we realized we could use them for transport too. But do you think humans will set with this achievement? Who knows? In 100 years, what other modes of transport we would have invented so that we may not require horse for transport at all. Perhaps we we will even be able to fly like birds. Georgie never solved this problem in his lifetime. Neither did Adam live to see how true his thoughts about the future have been. Man went on to invent so many new ways of moving from one place to another, that horses are no longer used in numbers they once were. James Watt invented the steam engine, which led to the invention of railway. Then cars were invented by Carl F. Benz and became widely used in cities for transport. Finally, the Wright brothers showed the human could fly in aeroplanes. With all these great inventions, the horse and other animals, drawn carts and carriages are now of things the past.
Truly, if man did not innovate and experiment, arts and science would have died out, just like George had predicted.
Everyone was very happy in the story. They all teased me. You are the George Smith of our house. Who knows one day nobody will eat papadums and Amma may not prepare that many papadums. We may not prepare that many papadums. We may even buy directly from the shop if it is small number. Meenu felt very embarrassed. She hid her face with a pillow. But he said, don't make fun of her. Foresight is very important. If you don't have foresight, then you will land up in trouble like Ravan. Who is Ramu? The children immediately asked Adi. I will tell the story of Ramu only tomorrow, and Adi busted off. The children knew she would tell only one story a day, so they eagerly waited for the next day to hear Ramu's story. A treasure for Ramu. Vishnu Kaka's grandchildren had come to visit him. Vishnu Kaka was a very good friend of Aja's. They had lived next door to each other for years. Unfortunately, his wife Vasnavi Kaki had died a few years back. Though there was a cook, his grandchildren Sharon, Suma, and Divya always preferred to eat in Aji's house, which Aji also welcomed. With seven hungry children to feed, Aji realized telling a story would be a good way to keep them quiet till the food got cooked. Adi started the story while feeding the cucumbers. Did you know that sometimes even the gods in heaven can get into an argument? That's what happened once when Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, found herself concerned by all other gods. Together, they accused her of one thing that she never stayed in one place for too long. No sooner are you comfortably settled in one house, do you decide to leave it and off you go elsewhere, they said to her. Lakshmi sniffed and said, that's not true. I stayed in a house as long as I am welcome. If people think ahead, work sincerely, and spend money wisely, I stay with them forever. Unfortunately, often when I am in one place for a while, people behave strangely, and I have no choice but to leave. The other gods spoke this and refused to believe her. Poor Lakshmi decided she needed to show them proof of what she had just said. Here, here is what she did to show that she was correct. Remember, many human years make only a second in God years. So what took years to happen on earth, the gods could see in only a few minutes. Ramu and Rani were farmers. They worked hard in their fields and earned enough money to feed them.
Meet their other needs. They were not rich and sometimes had to make do with fewer new clothes and not very nice food. One day, Rani was digging a corner of her garden in order to plant a tree. As she dug deeper, there was a loud clang. Her shovel had hit something metallic hidden underground. Excited, she dug faster till she pulled out a large metal box. When she opened it, she could not believe her eyes. It was filled with gold and silver jewels. For a while, Rani stood dumbstruck. Then she did a happy whoop and ran back and ran home with the box under her arm. Ramu, Ramu, see what I have found buried in our garden, she yelled. Ramu was writing up the accounts for the month and for a while paid no attention to his wife. Only when she came up to him and did a happy jig around him did he look up. Imagine how his mouth fell open in surprise when he saw the box of jewels. Soon Ramu and Rani were the richest people in the village. They stopped going to work. After all, what was the need? They told each other. Why work in the hot sun when they had piles of money at home? They left their small cottage and moved into the biggest house in the village. They had servants who worked day and night doing every small job, so the two did not even need to lift a finger. There was a cook who cooked delicious meals, a person to serve it, another just to clean shoes, and one to even fan Ramu as he sat on his bed the whole day and gossiped with his newfound friends. Then Ramu decided village life was too boring and they moved to the new big city. There they had another big house, more servants, and lots of fun and various parties. Slowly they forgot the good things that had once made them a well loved family. They forgot to work hard, to help others in their need, or to just be nice people. They thought that with money they could buy anything, including respect. They behaved rudely to others. They spent more and more money on clothes and parties, and as they did no work at all, the money started dwindling. They started borrowing from others, which they soon could not pay back. One day, Ramu looked sadly at his account book. It was now filled with numbers that showed he only needed to pay others. There was hardly anything left for himself. In a heavy voice, he called out to his wife, Rani dear, the good days are over. I think we forgot to be the kind of people Goddess Lakshmi likes. She has gone elsewhere, and we are left with nothing. Rani stood silently for a while, then replied, Never mind, Ramu. We have learned our lesson. I now think of the days when I would work all day long and go to sleep a tired person and sleep soundly. I would fall into a deep slumber as soon as I lay down on the bed. Now I lay awake all night, wondering which sari to wear and the next day and what to do with our money. I am too fat to even dig, like I did when I found a treasure. Ramu smiled and hugged his wife. We'll go back to our village, to our old days. We will work hard like we did once, and we will help everyone around us. Maybe that will make Lakshmi come back to us one day. And even if she doesn't, we will try and be happy with what we have. So Ramu and his family went back to their old home. And do you know what? They did live happily ever after. The gods watched what was happening with Ramu and Rani from the heavens as Lakshmi entered and then left their house. They had to agree with her. If the people of the house she entered became nasty, then what could she do except leave and hope they saw the error of their ways?
John and the stick. Ajit was out on an outing with her daughter and daughter-in-law, Sumati and Subhadra. One lived in Bangalore and the other lived in Mumbai. They were returning the next day after as they had used up all the leaves of their offices had given. The children would remain at Shugan to with their grandparents. Everyone was looking forward to this stage of the holidays. The children because there would be no parents telling them what to do. To adjust delicious food and fun outings with Ajja. The grandparents too were looking forward to having the children to themselves. The rest of the year it was the only the two of them in the house. As Ajay walked with the two younger women, they talked about how difficult it was for them to manage their office work and the children. Ajay listened silently. Then Sumati said, But they are so good when they are with you, Amma. How do you manage them so well? Subhadra nodded. I have read so many books and articles to find out about this, but nothing works the way it is written in books. Now, Ajay said, do not go always by what you read in books. Listen to use your life experiences. Read between the lines. Then she grinned and said, otherwise you become like the people in the story about the donkey and the stick. Sumati and Subhadra forgot what they were saying at the temple and clamored together. What is this story? Tell us. Ajay shook her head. Now you are behaving like children, but you are my children after all. All right, come on, join us at night when I tell today's story. That night, the two mothers were the first to appear to listen to the stories. The children were surprised to see their moms and Ajay start her story. Aruna Marg was a busy road. It connected a number of villages to each other, and many people, animals, and carts used it every day. Walking along that road, a group of students discovered a rock which no one had bothered to look at in many years. Look, they told each other in excitement. Is there something written on the rock? What can it mean? They called out to their teacher. When they examined the rock carefully, they found the markings were actually little drawings. One showed a stick and another a donkey. By now, a large crowd had gathered. Everyone was puzzled. What could these strange drawings mean? They asked, scratching their heads. They decided to go to the ashram of a wise sage nearby and ask him. But when they trooped into the ashram, they found to their disappointment the sage had gone on a long pilgrimage. Only his young disciple was there, looking after the cows and the calves. They asked the disciple if he could throw some light on strange drawing. Now this young man was not very bright, but like many foolish people, he loved to put on an air of learning and pretend to be very clever. He examined the drawings carefully and minutely. Then he proclaimed, "This is very simple. This is the drawing of a magic stick. The man with the stick is the hero of this place. He died protecting this village centuries back. Each person using this sword must worship the rock and make an offering to it. The one who ignores it will become a donkey." The villagers were astonished before the king's explanation,
Explanation.
but
But
they
they
were
were
devout
devout
people,
people,
and
and
on
on
that
that
very
very
day
day
they
they
set
set
up
up
a
a
shrine
shrine
around
around
the
the
rock.
rock. They installed the foolish disciple as the head priest in charge of taking the offerings from the passing travelers. The disciple was pleased with his brainwave. Of course, he did not know what the silly drawings meant, but he no longer had to run after the calves and get kicked by angry cows in the ashram. He could sit by the rock the whole day, taking his pick of the offerings to the rock and mutter a few mumbo jumbo prayers. This happiness lasted a few months, till the wise old sage returned to the ashram. The old sage was annoyed to find his disciple missing and his beloved animals roaming around uncared for. Then he looked into the distance and saw a large crowd gathered by the road. He went to investigate and found his missing disciple over there, looking happy and well fed, busy accepting offerings for a rock. He stood watching for a while. Then he walked up to the rock and closely examined the pictures. Without saying a word, he picked up a stout iron rod and, to the astonishment of the gathered crowd, started moving the rock. Many came forward to help him, and when they had been able to move the rock, they found a pot of gold under it. The sage said to the people gathered around him, "The pictures meant you had to move the rock with an iron rod and find the hidden money. If you didn't, you would all like donkeys. You should not follow rituals and the words of others blindly. Think for yourselves and understand why you are doing what you do. If you had given this some thought, you would have recovered this treasure many months ago. Instead, you wasted your time and money making offerings to a rock and helping this great disciple of mine become fat and make fools of you. This treasure belongs to all of us. Let's use it to keep the road in good repair so that everyone can use it and go about their work in peace." The villagers hung their heads in shame, for they realized how foolish they had been. As for the disciple, he had to clean the cowsheds for many months to atone for his greed. "What's in it for me?" Ajja told Anand. "Will you go fetch my clothes from the Toby?" Anand was reading a book and said without looking up, "Then what will you give me?" Ajja smiled and said, "I will give you nothing. Why should I give you anything? You are a part of this family." Anand looked up now. "Oh, but that's not true in our house," he declared. "Whenever my dad tells me to do some work, I ask for a reward and he gives it to me." Ajja was surprised. "Let me talk to your father. The joy of helping someone itself is a reward. This is not right. Dad is a big officer in a bank. Can he make mistakes?" asked Krishna with great surprise. "He may be an officer in the bank, but at home he is your father and my son, and I will talk to him. If you go on like this, you'll become like Mushika."
"What's a Mushika?" asked Sharat. Ajay looked around. There was no sign of Ajay. Probably churning out some last-minute masala powder for their mothers to take back with them. He looked pleased. "Today I will tell you a story of a Mushka and what happened. If you want to be fair for every little thing." Mushka, the mouse, walked down the road, whistling a happy tune to himself. There had been a storm earlier in the day, which had got rid of the summer heat. He had just eaten a big juicy mango that had fallen in the snow, so his tummy was full and he was pleased as a punch. On the road, he saw a twig also fallen from the tree above in the snow. Now a mouse will store and keep anything, hoping it will be used up only one day. So Mushika picked up the twig in his mouth and set off. A little ahead, he met a potter. The potter was sitting with his head in the sun. Why? Because his oven had been drenched in the rain, and now he did not have enough dry wood to light it again. How would you bake your pot and children? As the potter sat wailing in the front of his house, Mushika walked up and watched him for some time. "What's up, brother?" he asked with a twig still clutched in his mouth. At first, the potter paid no attention to the strange talking to the mouse. Then, when Mushika asked him again and again, He told the little creature while he was crying. Musica nodded, kept the twig aside and said, see, this twig hangs right in the wind. So can you be used up in the light in the killing? I'm happy to give you, brother. Potter, what's in it for me? The potter thought hard and decided that a little mouse could not ask for much. Said, I will give whatever you ask for. In a touch, Musica replied, then give me that large pumpkin that is lying in the corner of a room. The potter was astonished. How can a mouse carry a pumpkin? He said. He had been looking forward to a lovely pumpkin which carried to his wife would make for him that night. Choose something else, little mouse. He urged, but Musika was stubborn. The pumpkin for the cake or nothing. So the potter gave Musika the pumpkin. The mouse was delighted. He had made a mighty human do what he wanted. He left the pumpkin near the potter's house so he would collect it soon as he stepped off the road again. Further ahead, a milkman was sitting by his cows, shaking his head. What's up, brother milkman? Asked a tiny voice to his astonished end. Saw a mouse with a bright eyes peeping up at him. Sadly, he shook his head some more. Then said, the stopped scared my cows and they are refusing to give some milk. What will I sell today and what will my family eat? Spicy pumpkin curry, if you want. Surely, you are joking, my friend. I have 10 people at home. Where will I get a pumpkin large enough to feed everyone? Just walk back the way I came. You will reach a potter's house. Right beside that, I have left a pumpkin. That's mine. That's mine. And you can have it. But what's in it for me, brother? The milkman struggled and said, whatever you want. Like the potter, he thought, what can a mouse want? Mushika said, then give me a cow. Are you mad? A pumpkin for a cow? Whoever has heard such a thing? It's that or nothing, my friend replied. Mushika firmly. So the milkman went and got the large pumpkin and gave one cow to the mouse.
A big cow with large horns that listened to what he commanded. Mushika the mouse could not believe his luck. Off he went, seated on the cow, whistling another happy tune when he stopped in front of a marriage hall. Why were the people standing around looking sad and worried? They should be busy preparing for the marriage feast. Even the bride and the groom were standing with long faces. What's up, brother groom? Called Mushika, sitting atop his cow. The groom replied gloomily, there is no milk to prepare the wedding key. How will the wedding feast be complete without the dessert? Mushika grinned. Worry not, here, take this cow. She is now happy and will give you milk. But what's in it for me, brother? The groom was very happy and said, why, you can have whatever you want. You can eat your fill of the feast, sweets, pulao, fruits, whatever your heart desires. The mouse kept quiet and gave the cow to the wedding party. They milked the cow and had plenty of milk. There was a great wedding feast. After the party was over, the mouse replied in a flash, give me your bride. The groom and everyone in the marriage party were astonished at the mouse's cheek. The groom was about to give him a good whack when his newly wedded bride stopped him. You had given him your word that he could have whatever he wants. Let me go with him. I'll teach him such a lesson that he will never try to carry off another human bride again. Her husband agreed, so off she went with the mouse. Mushika scampered ahead, eager to show the bride his home. But what was this? Why was she walking so slowly? Hurry up, bride, he called. It's about to rain again. The bride replied, I am a human. I can't run as fast as you. So Mushika had to slow down. By the time they reached his home, which was a little hole under a tree, he was very hungry. Cook me a nice meal with lots of grain, he commanded. The bride nodded and said, of course, but where is the kitchen, the spices, the oil, and the vessels? I am a human after all. I can't cook only grains. The mouse realized he was in a real fix having got this useless human back with him. Never mind, he sighed. At least come inside the house. Oh, but how will I do that? wailed the bride. I cannot set even a toe inside that hole. It is so small. Where will I sleep tonight? Uh, how about under the tree? Mushika suggested, pointing to another big tree nearby. No way, sniffed the bride. It will rain and I will get wet, and I will catch a cold, then a fever, and I will need a doctor who will give me bitter medicines. Now she started wailing even louder. Shush, shush. Mushika comforted her, thinking he should have agreed to eat his fill of the wedding feast instead of bringing this strange, whiny woman back home with him. How about you stay in the temple veranda for the night? He suggested, pointing to a big temple across the road. Oh, but thieves and robbers will come there and try to snatch away my lovely jewels, cried the woman. Then suddenly she dried her tears and said, what if I called my friends Ram and Sham to protect me? Before Mushika could say anything, she whistled loudly and called Ramu Shamu. From nowhere, a big dog and cat appeared next to her and knelt as if to eat up Mushika. Oh, how he ran and saved his life by jumping into the safety of his home. The bride grinned and went back to her wedding feast with her faithful pets. As for Mushika, he had to go to sleep on an empty stomach that night. Tomorrow, he sighed, perhaps there will be another storm, and went off to sleep.
Clothes. After their mothers went back, Ajit took all the children on a shopping spree. They went to the biggest clothes store in the town. Aji had filled her purse with notes and told all the 7 children, each of you can buy one dress. It is a gift to you. Remember, I have rupees 500 for each of you to buy one dress. At the store, she chose a nice, comfortable chair. The children were allowed to decide which clothes they wanted and in which color. They could go into the trial room and try them out before buying. After an hour, everybody had whatever they wanted, except Krishna. She had tried on many, many dresses, but found fault with all of them. She told Aji, this store does not have anything nice for me. Shall we go to another one? What is wrong with this one? It is a well known store, Aji remarked. But Krishna pouted and complained that she already had the colors and cuts available here. So everyone trooped off to the next shop. There too, after a lot of thought, finally Krishna chose her dress. Aji had been watching all this with a typical soft smile. On the way back, as they piled into the taxi, she whispered to Krishna, it's good you chose a dress finally, but beware, or else you may turn out to be like that princess. Which princess? Aji? The children asked. The one in the story. Aji was now looking out of the window. Tell us, oh tell us. So Aji told them the story of the princess who never liked any of her clothes. The king and queen of Ullas were very sad. No one was attacking them. The subjects were happy. The farmers had grown a bumper crop. Then why were they so sad? Because they longed for a child and did not have one. One day they learned of a place in the forest in the kingdom where if you prayed hard and well, you were granted your wish. They went there and for many days prayed to the goddess of the forest. Finally, their prayers were heard, and the goddess appeared before them and asked what they wished for. The king and queen bowed low and said, we wish to have a child. So be it. You will soon have a little girl, said the goddess, shimmering in the greenery. But remember, though she will be a loving child, she will have one flaw. She will love new clothes too much and will make life difficult for you. Do you still want such a child? The king and queen wanted a baby so much they would have agreed to anything. So the goddess granted them their wish and vanished back among the trees. Soon as had been said, the queen gave birth to a lovely baby girl. Oh, what a beauty! The little thing was, with her jet black hair, thick eyelashes, and long toes and fingers. They named her Benna. The kingdom rejoiced in the king's happiness, and for a while there was complete joy everywhere. Benna grew up a child loved by everyone. She became prettier by the day, and with her charming manners and ready laughter, she filled everyone's heart with joy. But as the goddess had said, she did have one flaw. She loved new clothes. She loved clothes so much she had to have a new outfit every day.
She would refuse to wear the same dress, the same clothes twice. Tailors from all over the kingdom and even outside created beautiful, extraordinary clothes for her. Silk, cotton, wool,
you name it, and Bina had a dress or sari of that material. Blues, greens, reds, pinks, every color in nature was present in her wardrobe. For a while, the king and queen were happy to let her have new clothes every day. But soon they realized they were spending all their money and time in finding new tailors and clothes for their daughter. This had to stop. They caused and cajoled and pleaded and scolded, but Vena remained unmoved. Her parents understood this was a flaw the goddesses had warned them about and finally decided to send Bina to the goddesses to find a solution. Bina entered the dark green forest and waited for the goddesses to appear. She came in a flash of green light, which lit up everything around her. Folding her hands, Bina told the goddesses why she had come. I know your problem, my child. I will send you a new outfit every day. It will be unique. Its colors and design will delight you. But you should remember one thing. You cannot wear anything else or exchange these clothes with anyone else. If you ever do that, your life will be miserable. Happily, Veena agreed to this. After all, why would she be unhappy if she got a new dress every day? From then on, Veena woke up each morning to find an extraordinary new sari or dress lying by her bed. Her bed, ready to be worn. It was a dream come true for her. She enjoyed herself no end, choosing matching earrings and bangles and shoes, and everyone kept telling her how pretty she looked. Yet, after some months, excitement died down. No one remarked when Bina satiated in wearing another fantastic dress. Oh, it's the goddess's gift, they all said. It's not something you or I can even ever have. All her friends said and shrugged, and they went their way. Mina grew sad. Then one festival day, while walking near the river, she noticed a girl wearing a simple cotton sari. There was something about way the girl walked and how attractive she looked, which made everyone turn and stare. Bina noticed how the people were admiring the girl because jealous because no one noticed her beautiful clothes any longer. Yet they had such praise for this simply dressed girl. She forgot all about the goddess's warning and went up to the girl and said, will you take my dress and give me your sari in return? It is it's it is so lovely that people can't take their eyes off it. The girl was astonished. The famous Princess Bina was offering to take her sari and was giving her marvelous outfit in exchange. She could not believe her luck and happily gave her sari to Bina. Then wore Bina's dress and went away. No sooner had Bina worn the girl's sari than there was a flash and a bang. Her surroundings changed and she found herself transported deep inside the forest. In front of the goddesses, Bina, the goddesses called, I had told you that you cannot give away or exchange the clothes I gave you. But you had done just that. I am afraid there is a punishment for not listening to me. I will have to take you away from the world of humans forever. Pina looked down in sadness. She thought for her parents' tear stained faces, the grave of the people in her kingdom who had loved her dearly. Then she spoke aloud. I will go away, but do grant me one last wish. Turn me into something that I will remind everyone about their beloved princess. Something they may even find useful. The goddesses smiled and turned Bina into a plant. Do you do you know what plant Bina became? An onion. Have you noticed how the onion has so many layers? Those are all the dresses that Veena once wore. And have you noticed your mother's eye water while she was cut onions? That is because unknown to ourselves. Like all people in Veena's kingdom, we still shed tears for the beautiful, kind hearted princess. After listening to this story, Krishna wailed, Aji, I don't want to be like Veena. I don't want to get turned into an onion. I promise not to fuss over my clothes from now on.
The story of thanks. Vishnu Kaka had invited the entire family for dinner. It was a lavish meal with many courses. Everyone ate their fill, enjoying each dish. After it was over, the children gathered around Kaga as he brought out his big box of pan. They loved watching Kaga choose and mix his ingredients to make delicious pans, which the grown-ups then ate with blissful looks on their faces. He explained to the children, a pan contains bitter leaf, bitter nut, and lime, but we should use only so much of each ingredient. Only then will it taste good. All seven children wanted to try this experiment on their own. Some of them chewed on only the leaf, some on the nut, and others on the nut and the leaf, or the leaf and only lime. It was true, when the three were not put together, the pan tasted horrible. In fact, Sharon vomited when he added more lime than necessary. Everyone made a beeline for the mirror to check if their tongues were red or not. Ajit was sitting and chatting with Sharon's mom and watching their antics. Then she called out to them and said, Children, by this time you must all know that the leaf nut or lime on their own taste very bad. Even if you put just two together, it is not good. Only when you add the three in a perfect combination can a pan be eaten. And that's when you get that red color in the mouth. Why is that, Aji? Is there any special meaning? Yes, there is a special meaning, and I will tell you the story, which I first heard from my grandmother. Once upon a time, there were two brothers, Banu and Bir. Their parents died when they were young, and Banu brought up his younger brother with a lot of love and care. When Banu was old enough, he married Bharti. She was a gentle, loving person and looked after Veer with as much love as her husband. When Veer was about 20 years of age, he heard that the king was looking for soldiers to join his army, as there were going to be a war. Veer decided to join the army. Oh, how much his brother and sister-in-law cried and pleaded, telling him to remain at home with them. They could not bear the thought of the boy they had brought up with so much affection going so far away from them. But Veer insisted on becoming a soldier, so they let him go away with a heavy heart and tears in their eyes. For many days there were no news of Veer. The king went to war, vanquished his enemy, and returned. The soldiers who went with him also came back home, but of Veer there was no sign. Day after day, his brother and sister-in-law watched out for him, hoping to see him coming walking down the road back home. But there was no one. Then one day, a group of soldiers passed through the village, returning home from the war. Banu called out to them and asked about his brother. Viru, oh yes, so sad. He died, in the battlefield, said one, shaking his head. No, no, he was injured and he recovered. Did he not come home, said another. He was on his way when he fell ill, informed a third.
On hearing these awful things, Banu was deeply saddened. He decided he could not leave at home, waiting for his dear little brother to return. He would go and look for him. When he told his wife, Bharati, too, decided to go with him. Together, they set off one day to look for the missing Veer and bring him home. They decided to go to the site of the king's big battle, where Veer was last seen by his companions. This place was far away, and they had to travel through forests and valleys and mountains and deserts. The two walked and walked over many miles, but poor Bharti was not strong enough. One day, after traveling through a thick forest, they reached a little hamlet. Bharati sat down, exhausted. Then, to Banu's great horror, she died out of sheer exhaustion. Unable to bear his grief, Banu too died immediately. Over many years, at the place where the couple had died, the two trees grew. One was a tall tree, and other was a creeper that hugged the tree, as if Bharti and Banu were together even in death. Meanwhile, Veer, the brother they had loved so deeply, was not really dead. He had got terribly wounded in the war and spent many years recovering from his injuries in a little village far away from home. When he finally recovered, he came back as fast as he could to his old house, knowing how anxious his family would be for him. But imagine his surprise when he found out the house locked and bolted, abandoned for many years. Slowly, the neighbors gathered around and told him how Banu and had decided to go for looking for his little lost brother. That night, Veer cried many bitter tears. How could he find his beloved brother and sister-in-law now? Where were they? By the time morning dawned, he had made up his mind. He would try, go to the way he had traveled and find them. Immediately he set off. Veer was a soldier, but had only one lately recovered for many wounds and was not too strong. It took him many days to walk across the difficult land Banu and his wife has crossed. One day, near a forest, he came across a little shed. The villagers told him the sad story of how Shireen came to be. Years ago, a couple had arrived at the spot, tried from days of walking. Legend had it they were on their way looking for a long lost brother. When the two died without fulfilling the wish, how two wonderful plants, unknown to anyone earlier, had grown at the spot. The leaves and nuts from trees were so sweet and refreshing that the villagers decided to build a small temple for the man and the wounded place. Veer listened to the story with growing sorrow. He realized the couple they talked about was none other than his brother and his wife. Unable to bear news, he turned into a statue of limestone. Do you know how they have all been remembered ever since? The tall tree grew nuts called arca nuts. The creeper's leaves were pan or betel leaves, and from the statue came from the paste that is added to the preparation of pan. And this is how this loving family came together even after death. Together, they taught people the values of love, unity, and loyalty. And when people chew pan, they remember the story. Shahan's mom was surprised to hear the story. Really, Aji, she said, even I was not aware why these trees' ingredients are always used to make a pan. I too will come to listen to your stories from now on. Aji nodded. Then she added with that glint in her eyes, chewing pan is not good for your teeth. Everyone, off you go to brush your teeth.
Were planning something. They could be spotted grinning and nodding and whispering. The children were dying to know what it was. Then one evening, they finally broke the news. They were all going on a picnic. It would be a picnic at the nearby falls. These waterfalls were really beautiful, with the river meant close by and the forest just across. The children got even more excited when the two grandpas revealed the rest of the plan. Tomorrow would be a rest day for Ajji and Sharon's mother because all the cooking would be done by them and the children, and they would do it the traditional way by gathering firewood and then cooking the meal from scratch. The children were so excited they could hardly sleep that night. All they could talk about was the picnic and what they would cook. Before moving off, they had decided the menu. Pulao and kheer, paisam or kheer is so easy to make, and who doesn't love it? The next day, even the usual late risers were up and about and ready to set out for the picnic by 7 o'clock. Oh, what a beautiful spot it was! They all ran around exclaiming over everything and getting ready with their cricket bats and balls for a game. Aji sat comfortably under a big tree. When it was time to get lunch ready, everyone started looking for twigs to use as firewood. Aji spotted Divya straying out towards the dense thickets of trees and called out, Divya, come back, don't go there. Who knows what animal is there? And on top of that, you all are going to put Tyson. Minno's ears pricked up immediately. Why, Aji? What does Tyson have to do with animals? Aji grins. But bears love Tyson, don't you know? Everyone declared they had never known this piece of information, so cooking and games were forgotten. Young and old gathered around her to hear the story of a bear who wanted to eat pies. Did you know that you must never ever anger a bear? So it is always safer to keep your word to him. Poor Mohan and Basanti did not know this and tried to trick a bear to see what happened to them. Mohan had a banana plantation where he grew delicious bananas. He also had a huge mango tree that provided him with baskets of juicy mangoes every summer. He would sell these fruits in the market and lived happily with his wife Basanti. Once his trees yielded an exceptionally large crop of bananas and mangoes, and he decided to sell them in the market in the city where he would get a higher price for them. So off he went with his sacks to the city. There he sat in the market, sold everything that he had bought, and made quite a bit of money. At the market, he ran into an old friend, Amma. Mohan and Amma were overjoyed to see each other after many years. To my house, dear friend, insisted Amma. Let us enjoy a good meal and talk about our childhood days. Mohan thought this was a wonderful idea and went with Amma to his house. There the two friends ate huge quantities of rice, dal, lovely vegetables, and all.
Kinds of sweets. Then finally out came the best part of the meal, the payasam. Payasam is known by many names all over India. Some call it kheer, some payesh, and others payasam. It is made with milk, rice, and jaggery, and many other ingredients, and it is always yummy. So was the payasam that Amar served his friends. It was made with fragrant rice, creamy milk, sweet as sugar jaggery, and strewn with nuts, cardamoms, saffron, and all kinds of wonderful, mouth-watering things. Mohan ate and uh, ate bowl after bowl of this dessert till he was ready to burst. Then the two friends chatted and rested till it was time for Mohan to head back home. When he reached his house, he told his wife about the meal, particularly the payasam he had eaten. Oh, how Vasanti sighed and longed to have tasted this dish too. Seeing her face, Mohan suggested, See, I have earned plenty of money by selling the fruits. Why don't I buy the things required to make pasta, which you can cook and both of us will enjoy it together? Vasandi thought this was a wonderful idea, but first Mohan needed to go to the forest to collect some firewood. Then he could do the shop of a shop and get all that was required to make the dessert. So, of Mohan met, swinging his axe and whistling a tune. Now, who would be sitting dozing under a tree in the forest but a big black bear? He had just had some nice berries for lunch and was enjoying his snooze when Mohan walked by. First, the bear opened one eye, then another, and watched as Mohan cut a few branches of a nearby tree and collected twigs for firewood. Just as Mohan was tying it all up in a neat bundle, the bear spoke up. Hi, that friend. Where are you off to in such a happy mood? And why are you collecting so much firewood? Tell me, are you cooking a feast tonight? Owen was astonished and a little scared to be addressed like this by a bear. Why, yes, your honor, I mean, dear bear, sister. He mumbled and stammered. The bear was happy after his meal, so he decided to chat some more with Mohan. So tell me, what are you going to cook tonight? He asked, patting his tummy. Payasam, answered Mohan. Paya? What? The bear was puzzled. Payasam. Mohan said slowly, it's a sweet dish. Tell me more. The bear was intrigued. So Mohan described payasam and how it was made. As he uh, talked about milk and rice and nuts and jaggery, the bear's eyes started gleaming, his stomach started rumbling, and he realized is absolutely, totally needed to taste this wonderful human food. Oh, Mohan, why, friend, my, do let me come and share your payasam tonight. The bear begged. Mohan was astonished. A bear as a guest for dinner? Who knows how much he would eat? But neither could he say no. That seemed so rude, and the bear was looking at him hopefully. He sighed and replied, all right, you can come, but to cook so much payasam, I will need much more firewood. Can you bring that with you? Cunning Mohan thought he would make the bear do his work for him, so he would not need to come to the forest for the next few days. Yes, yes, the bear jumped up. Just tell me how much firewood you need. 10, 20, 30 bundles. Hmm, 50 would be enough, decided Mohan. Then he slung his bundle of firewood over his shoulder and went back home. On the way, he bought lots of milk, rice, and everything else they would need to make the payasam. When he reached home, he told Basandi about the unusual guest who would come to share their dessert. So, Basandi cooked a huge quantity of payasam. She added lovely nuts, aromatic saffron, sweet cardamoms.
And wonderful things into it as she cooked. Oh, how marvelous the bison smelled! Unable to wait any longer, the two started eating, helping of the dish. Without waiting for for their guests to turn up, they ate and ate and ate till till they realized they have eaten up everything. There was not a grain of rice, nor half enough left for him. They sat around wondering what to do. What would they say to the bear when he came expecting to eat bison? Then a devious plan entered Mohan's head. What if they made bison with all kinds of other ingredients? After all, it was only a beer, and he had never tasted this dish earlier. So how would we know what it really tasted like? The cunning man and his wife then took a little bit of milk, added lots of water to it, threw a handful of rice, and instead of jaggery and nuts and spices, they added pebbles and sand and cardamom husks and stirred the mixture till it looked somewhat like payasam. They placed the brass got filled with the in front of the house and went and hid in the bushes somewhere at the back. As soon as the night fell, a huge dark figure appeared down the road. On its back, it carried 50 bundles of firewood. It was the bear, come to the dinner. He reached Mohan's house and looked around. There was no one. Then, right in front of the house, he spotted a pot full of payasam. Unable to wait any longer, he flung down the bundles he had carried and fell upon the payasam. Only after he had eaten more than half the potful did he realize something was wrong. The milk was watery and the rice was half cooked, and there was a horrible grit and pebbles between his teeth. Ah, oh, how hungry he was now! Furious, he shouted out for Mohan, but Mohan was covering behind the bushes and did not reply. Now angrier than ever, the bear spotted the mango tree and rubbed his back against it. The mangoes came raining down. He shook the tree so hard. The bear continued to stamp and shake the tree till it fell with a huge crash on the banana field and crushed the best banana planks. Seeing the firewood he had carried all the way from the forest lying around, the bear started throwing them around. One fell into over the kitchen and set fire to the house. Soon Mohan and Basanti's house was in flames. His fields in ruins and his prized mangoes tree destroyed. Finally, satisfied that he had taken his revenge, the bear stormed back into the forest. Then Mohan and his wife crawled out of the hiding place and came back home. They saw everything was in ruin. How they raved and wept they wished they had been so greedy and left their share of his poison. But what was the use of lamenting now? The damage was done, and the greedy couple has learned what I told you earlier. A never endure a bird. And if you make a promise to keep one, keep it.
What a grand picnic everyone had. They played and ate and splashed in the water till late evening. Aja and Aji had to drag them back home. That night, the children tumbled into the bed and were fast asleep even before Aji switched off the lights. Quietly, she tucked them in. The next morning, there was no sign of anyone waking up. Aja and Aji went about their work, not waking the children. But when it was 10 o'clock, Aji decided they had to wake up now. So she came into the room and found all four ways up and chatting in bed. She looked at them for a while with her hands on the hips. Then she said, so I think you have had enough rest. Now up all of you, wash up and get ready. I'll give you your lunch by noon. All the others jumped up except Anand. He grinned at Aji and said, you know, I can leave without food if I get to lie in bed all day. Really? Aji said. So be it. Everyone else, lunch will be ready at 12. So be there on time. Oh, and those who lie around in bed will also miss the afternoon story. Then she walked off, trying to hide a smile. Anand and Miss Amin. He was the one who loved his food the most. Anand was quiet. The rest sprang out of their beds and went to brush their teeth and have a bath. Soon the aroma of onion dosha wafted through the house. It was too delicious to resist. Everyone gathered in the kitchen to help grind dosa batter. By now, Anand was bored and hungry, lying alone in bed. He quietly went and took his bath. He was worried. What if Aji had taken him seriously and not kept a share of dosa for him? And what if he had to miss that day's story? When Aji saw him appear at the kitchen and join in, she laughed and said, you have become like Bridge. Who is Bridge, Aji? So Aji started and told the story while the children ate the dosas.
Bridgie stretched out in the sun, yawned loud and long, and went back to sleep. Is Bridgie a rich man on a holiday, or has he worked hard all day and just resting for a while? Neither. Bridgie was the laziest, most good for nothing fellow you'll ever meet. He he would spend entire days just lying around on his bed doing nothing. He was too lazy to even trim his beard, and it had grown right down to his knees. All day he sat around combing it and admiring it, doing nothing else. His mother would call him, his wife would scold him. But Bridgie was not one to mend his ways. This is how most conversation with his wife Shanti would go. Can you get some water from the well? There is no water in the house. The well is dry. There's no water there. Can you fetch water from the pond at least? The pond is too far. I can't walk so much for a pot of water. Then pluck those coconuts from the tree. Oh, those coconuts are still tender. Let's pluck them next month. What about getting some areca nuts from the tree then? Don't. You know that areca nuts are not good for health? Help me plow the field then. It is too hot. The sun will burn my skin. It's better if you two did not bother. Can you at least look after the house when I'm in the field? There's nothing to look after in the house. And so on and on. Bridgie would make excuses for not doing any work that was asked for him. Of course, he was never too tired to eat. As soon as his wife would lay out the meal, he would jump out of the bed, saying, "Oh, you have prepared food for me with such love. It is my duty to eat it." And then he would gobble down all that was given. When evening fell, Reggie would roll out of bed, comb his hair and beard, and set off to meet his gang of friends. Seeing how he managed to get out of doing any work, many others in the village had decided to do the same. All these people had formed a club, the Elders Club. They would meet every evening and sit around and talk about all kind of things. They claimed that way they were improving their general knowledge, but all they were really doing was gossip and boast.
As the leader of the club would get to boast the loudest and the longest. One day, the topic was who was the laziest of all. Bathing every day is such a waste of time and precious water. I take a bath once in 2 days. That way, I even save water, said Manoj, the environmentalist. I never make my bed, boasted Suresh, the innkeeper. Why bother when you have to lie down in it once again at the end of the day? I eat my food out of the vessel in which it is cooked, claimed Raju, the cook. Putting the food in the plate only increases the work for you. You will need to wash it too. Now, Bridge thought that he should say something that would beat all these other tall tales. So he said, I am always cool and calm. Why? Even if my beard were to catch fire, I would start digging a well at that time and never store water close at hand. As these discussions were happening, a real fire broke out in the village. It burned down the buildings and roofs and sheds, crackling and throwing up sparks, making villagers run helter skelter, looking for water to douse the flames. The Idlers Club heard all the commotion, but no one bothered to step out to see what was happening. What is going on? They only asked each other. Oh, nothing. Rich dismissed the topic. Must be some circus or the other. So, what were we talking about? By now, the fire had spread to the road. It was fast making its way to the house where the idols were sitting. It got hotter and hotter. Bridget's friends started sweating and getting nervous now. Soon the roof of the house caught fire. Still, Bridge kept saying, don't worry, don't worry. It will rain now and put this out. Then the wind is blowing in the opposite direction and will blow it down. We are really cool people. We should not be afraid of a fire. Finally, his friends could stand it no longer and rushed screaming out of the house. But Bridge was too stubborn and refused to move. Finally, the fire caught up with him and his beard started getting singed. Now, even Bridge was scared. Help! He shouted. Now you can start digging the well, his friend suggested. Oh, get me some water from the pond, Bridge begged. That's too far away, the others shouted from outside. Maybe it will rain, they added. By now the beard was burning away merrily, and all Bridge could do was leap and dance away from the flames till there was splashes and splashes of water. Someone was applying cool water on the fire and putting it out. Bridge could not believe his luck. Who had saved it? Why, it was Shanti and many other women of the village who had worked hard and drawn water from wells and ponds to save their homes. Finally, Bridge learned his lesson. Being lazy and pretended to be cool had certainly not helped him in his hour of need. So he shaved off his half burnt beard, woke up early each morning, and did all that Shanti told him to do, and more.
The way you look at it, on a sleepy afternoon, while the sun continues to shine, the clouds open up and it started to rain. Sharon had fallen asleep after eating at least 15 puris for lunch. When he woke up, he saw a rainbow in the sky. There was a mild drizzle and the bright sunshine of summer. The sky was a bold, bright, clear rainbow. Sharon ran to Ajit house and started calling out to his friends. Suma and Krishna were playing in the garden. Raghu and Divya were reading. Anand was sleeping. Sharon was so excited he called out to each one. Ajja, Ajji, Suma, Krishna, Raghu, Anand, Divya, come and see this. Everyone rushed out to see what was up. The children gazed in amazement at the rainbow. Living in the sky, none of them were got to see such a vast expanse of sky, unhindered by all buildings. Ajja and Ajji were used to it and went back to their work. The evening, while having their meal, the children were talking about rainbows. The colors of the rainbow are known as Vibgyor and Raghu. A rainbow is called Indradhanush in Sanskrit, said Suma. It is known as Kanambulu in Kannada, the bow of Lord Kamadev and Sharan's father. In the olden days, if the sun and the rain came together, we used to say it in the fox wedding, and all of us have to go on the rainbow to reach the wedding, said Ajit. Ultimately, it is the same thing, even colors that appear in the sky when the sun's rays are reflected by the rain water, said Ajja. It depends upon the way you look at it. Ajji nodded. The same thing appears different depend on the way you look at it. And today I am telling you a story about the immediately everyone turned into attention from the sky to Ajji. During one monsoon season, it rained and rained in Chitapur, a little village by a mighty river. It rained so hard that the river swelled up. Huge wave lashed against the riverbank and carried away trees, houses, and big chunks of earth. The village were really scared and prayed hard for the rain to stop. When finally the sky cleared, one of people emerged from their house. One of them was Raju. He walked down to the riverside. There he saw something that made him rub his eyes in disbelief. Why a huge black rock appeared there out of nowhere? And what was more, the rock looked exactly like the head of a Ganesha, the god with the elephant head. Raju immediately uh, prostrated against in front of the rock. Ganesha not only heard our prayer and made the rain go away, he has come himself to protect us. Raju shouted to one in particular. I must tell everyone about this. He yelled and ran back to the village to share the news. Next came Chetan, the sculptor. He had spent so many days cooped up in his house waiting for the rain to stop. Now he was glad to be in the open and was thinking of his next piece of work. Suddenly he caught sight of the new rock by the river. It was the right color, worn smooth with age and river water. It was perfect for the scene he wanted to carve. Giving a whoop of joy, he ran home together his craving tools.
Just as he turned the corner, a merchant came by on his horse. The animal was thirsty and he stopped there for it to have a drink of water from the river. He too spotted the stone. What a big stone, he remarked. And it is a nice and smooth and flat. Let me sit for a while on it and rest. After enjoying a nice rest on the rock, the merchant decided he would tell his friends about it. They were traveling together, and all of them would be thrilled to be able to sit there for some time by the river. He went off to find his friends. Just then, Ajit, a soldier, came on his horse. He got down and washed his face. While his horse was drinking water, he was looking around and the same storm caught his attention. He was surprised and said to himself, "What a huge storm on the riverbed! Maybe I should get it removed so that in an emergency it should not become a hindrance on the road. Our army can march better if such obstacles are not there. I must inform my commander." Thinking so, he rushed back to his camp to talk to his commander. Later in the day, Bolu, the village washerman, appeared by the river with his big bundle of clothes. To his astonishment, he found a crowd right around his favorite washing spot. They were all arguing over a rock. Pushing his way into the crowd, Bolu spoke in a loud voice. "Hey, what do you think you all are doing?" Raju now burst out. "This rock is a sign from Lord Ganesha. I want to worship it." Chetan raised his voice even louder and said, "No, no. This rock is going to be used for my next sculpture." The merchant shouted, "I have invited all my friends to rest on it. It is ours." Ajit was giving orders to his soldiers to remove the stone. Bolu now grinned and said, "But the rock has been here for years and years. Earlier, half of it was smoked in the mud. Now, with the rains, the mud has got washed off, and you are seeing more of it. The washermen of Chitpur have been using the rock to do our washing for many, many years. There's nothing miraculous about it. Now, with all of you, I have work to do." So saying, Bolu emptied his bundle of clothes and set to work. What could the others do? They had to go away grumbling quietly to themselves.
Ajaz and Vishnu's Kaka's house were teeming with people. There were a village festival and friends and relatives from near and far had come to Shillong. There were people that children had not seen or even heard about before. Some said, "I am your father's fourth cousin." Someone else said, "I am your grandmother's second cousin." The houses were full and there were a lot of fun and laughter everywhere. Nobody expected a separate bedroom or a special dish at the dining table. They, they all ate together and talked to everybody, and slept on the floor on the mattresses. The city's children were surprised at the ease with which the guests made themselves at home. The people helped out in the kitchen in the morning and in the evening. They dressed in shining silk saris and went to the fair. In fact, everyone dressed in their best. Put the 200 rupees Aja gave in their pockets and purses and made for the fair. The fair itself was quite astonishing. The children from Mumbai said it is just like chapati and on Juhu Beach. The Delhi kids said it is similar to Janpat. Others said it is like Karaga or Keleke Parsi in Bangalore. Vishnu Kaka explained in every village there is a village god or godness, and once a year we worship them in a grand way. At the festival and fair, it is not just about selling and buying, it is also about meeting people, exchanging gifts, having a feast, and good time. The group moved from the shop to shop, peeping into the photo studios, examining bangles, waiting for a turn on the merry-go-round, and clapping along to the dances. When someone noticed Suma was missing, so somewhere in the crowd she had got separated from the rest, and now there was no sign of her. Immediately her mother started wailing, and Aji consoled her. Vishnu Kaka too looked really worried. The children were scared and thrilled too. This was just like Home Alone. As Vishnu Kaka was about to make his way to the police assistant booth, they heard Suma's voice.
On the mic, "I am at the police station. Vishnu Ajab, please come and fetch me." When Suma had been traced, her mother started scolding her. But Suma was not bothered. "I was not worried," she said.
In the crowd, when I realized I was not with you people, I straight away went to the police station and told them to make an announcement. Everyone declared she was a very brave and sensible girl. And for a change, that day Vishnu Kaka said, "Today I'll tell a story about a young girl like Suma who had a lot of courage. I read this story in a book when I was young. Once there lived a very clever young girl called Rupa. She was an orphan and had been taken care of all her life by the people of the village in which she lived. She was very hardworking, and once she became old enough, she lived she lived all by herself and looked after herself. But she always missed having a family of her own, even though her neighbors were such loving and caring people. One day, when Rupa was about 16 years old, she went down to the river along with some other women and girls to wash clothes and fetch water.
Diwali was around the corner and everyone was excited. They were discussing what new clothes they would get. Some were expecting their husbands and fathers to return to the village with lovely gifts for them, and were looking forward to all the merrymaking that would happen over the next few days. Only Rupa was quiet. She did not have anyone to buy her new clothes or shoes or presents. The villagers were kind to her, but they had barely enough for their own needs, so how could she expect them to get anything for her? Yet today, hearing all the happy chatter around her, she could not keep quiet any longer. Even I will get a new sari this year, she told Rama, her best friend. Rama and all the other girls were associated, who was going to get Rupa her new sari. I heard from a distant uncle that other day he was working for many years in a faraway city and did not know that my parents had died. Now that he is black, he has promised to visit me on Diwali. I am sure he will bring some marvelous gift for me. Rupa had started weaving a story and now she kept telling all kinds of tales about her imaginary uncle. Her friends listened open mouthed. Then they went home, telling each other what luck Rupa finally was not longer all alone in the world.
As soon as the bunch of women had gone away, who emerged from behind a tree but Bolu the trickster, he had been sitting under the tree planning his next step. When he had fallen asleep, then he had woken up and seen the woman at the river and had sat there still hoping to hear something about the villages. Sure enough, he had heard Rupa's story and was now ready with a plan. Bholu decided to dress up as an old man and appear at Rupa's house a few days before Diwali, pretending to be her uncle. Then he would take her away along with any valuables she may have got from her parents. A week before Diwali, an old stranger appeared at Rupa's door. He was carrying new clothes, sweets, and other gifts. Rupa was out doing some errands, so her neighbors came around to find out who he was. Bolu acted perfectly like Rupa's long lost uncle, eagerly waiting to meet her when Rupa returned home. She waiting to her to meet her. When Rupa returned home, she found everyone sitting around an old man who said was found everyone sitting around an old man was the uncle she had made up a story about. Rupa was astonished. How had this happened? She had only been pretending to have a relative just so her friends would not feel sorry for her. And now here he was, a real person, then her neighborhood.
her all these years, said, Deepa, this is your uncle Golu. He learned that he had a niece and came here looking for you. He wants to take you home with him and look after you like his own granddaughter. You are so lucky, Deepa, and we are so happy for you.